Chapter 151. Wu Shu and Ou Xingzhou exchanged a look, and then Ou Xingzhou's face suddenly twitched, his facial muscles contorting into a series of sleazy expressions, before he finally chuckled at Li Zheng. "Ha ha, ha ha." Li Zheng burst out, "That's too damn accurate. I appreciate the flattery." Ou Xingzhou then rubbed his face to revert to normal. "I liked Jim Carrey's movies when I was young and inadvertently trained my facial expression skills. Sorry for the laugh." Wu Shu also chuckled, patting his little brother. "Busted, hey." Li Zheng hurriedly explained, "No. I saw teacher's son in a video. There are videos of his lectures on the forum." "Which one? Find it." "Wait." Ou Xingzhou suddenly brightened his phone. Old Sun seems to have admitted it himself. On the screen was a WeChat status posted by Sun Liang. "This time, a total of 7 students I trained are participating in the provincial team training, 3 of whom are ranked in the top 10 in Jiajing. Wishing them success on the national stage." Below it was a righteous-looking photo of himself lecturing. Ren Defu had also brought a total of 6 people to the training camp, and only 2 were in the top 10 in the preliminary contest. Without a doubt, Sun Liang's words acknowledged that he had mentored a top 10 powerhouse from outside his school. Perhaps after much deliberation, between the pressure from the school and his own value, he chose the latter. With Old Sun selling himself out, Li Zheng was left with no choice but to admit it. Now the 3 were considered to have come from the same mentor, collectively consulting Sun Liang remotely, which compensated for the loss of not attending the small classes. Thereafter, due to Hu Zhengyu's involvement, not only were the experiments handled differently, but no one dared to get too close to the trio whether eating or attending classes. The 3 naturally became a small group, keeping to themselves. Whatever the problem, the trio would discuss it together and jointly bother Sun Liang, which was quite enjoyable. Li Zheng gradually realized that although Wu Shu and Ou Xingzhou's foundations weren't as solid as his, they learned really fast, and they were even able to keep up with Zhou Chenjuan's organic chemistry class at night. After organic chemistry class, it was almost 10 o'clock, and everyone then dragged their luggage to the newly built graduate dormitory nearby Ji University, which was expected to be occupied when school starts next September. For now, it was vacant, providing a perfect place for the trainees to stay. The dorms were assigned based on rankings, and since Shi Yang and Lin Yujing didn't show up, Li Zheng and Wu Shu enjoyed single rooms. After finishing his nightly routine, Li Zheng was ready to go to bed when there was a sudden knock at the door. His heart skipped a beat. His mind raced. In the entire building, aside from himself, the only other person alone was Wu Shu. Could it be he couldn't stand the loneliness? Coming to discuss studies, perhaps? Li Zheng hurriedly rubbed his hands and walked to the door. He's best in physics, and chemistry was passable. With great anticipation, he opened the door. And bumped into Ou Xingzhou's smirking face. "My roommate and I don't get along, so I came to find you," Ou Xingzhou said, not seeking Li Zheng's permission, pulling his suitcase straight in, and throwing back a taunting remark, "Why do you seem so disappointed?" "I prefer to live alone." Li Zheng shut the door begrudgingly. "I won't disturb you too much." Ou Xingzhou settled on the empty bed, opened his suitcase, and said, "You going to sleep now? Then I'll keep quiet." "All right then." Li Zheng quickly tidied up and climbed into bed. Ou Xingzhou did the opposite. He set up his lamp and sat down at the desk with a stack of books, donning headphones to start flipping through intermediate organic chemistry. Li Zheng noticed that while he flipped through the books, he occasionally glanced at a test paper. It was that devilish problem from Zhou Yi's test that morning. It seemed that although Ou Xingzhou appeared casual on the surface, he was actually quite competitive underneath. Li Zheng, lying on his side in bed, asked, "I have a solution, do you want to hear it?" "Not for now, we'll talk if I can't solve it." Ou Xingzhou took off one earphone and, without turning his head, asked, "Is the light bothering you?" "It's fine." Li Zheng chuckled from within his covers, "Were you kicked out for studying all night?" "If we don't get along, we just don't get along," Ou Xingzhou huffed and then put on his headphones, not speaking any more. Li Zheng watched Ou Xingzhou writing furiously and suddenly felt it was unbearable. Watching someone else study while he himself was burying his head in sleep. It was truly too guilt-inducing. After all, it had always been me, Li Zheng, studying while others slept. Being struck with this feeling for the first time, Li Zheng found it tremendously hard to endure and really wanted to get up and study. But the bed was just too comfortable, he couldn't move his legs. Li Zheng had no choice but to turn over and force himself to sleep. Unlike with Shi Yang, sharing a dorm with Ou Xingzhou was another kind of torture. The next morning, Li Zheng woke up at 7 o'clock. Upon waking, his first action was to look at the desk, afraid that Ou Xingzhou had secretly studied all night. Fortunately, although there were a lot of books on the desk, the position was empty. Then he turned his head to look at the single bed next to him. No one was there either. And the quilt was folded neatly, even tidier than before. Li Zheng got up groggily and went to the window to stretch. He just happened to see a man jogging past on the roadside. In tight running gear, with sports earphones. Although he wasn't wearing glasses, Li Zheng could still make out that it was definitely Ou Xingzhou. This son of a bitch, Li Zheng became even more infuriated. Not only was his talent astonishing, his studies were even more diligent. His exercise routine was even more disciplined. How could there be such a person? Li Zheng couldn't help but feel increasingly anxious. Living with such a freak and watching how hard he worked was really hard to bear. During the days he spent with Shi Yang, although playing with chemistry was fun and they ate and drank every day, his long-maintained fitness routine was broken. Plus, prolonged sitting caused him to feel a heat build-up, and Li Zheng's butt didn't feel too good. No, he couldn't stand it. Li Zheng quickly washed his face, dressed in sportswear, and ran downstairs. Ou Xingzhou couldn't help but laugh when he bumped into Li Zheng, taking off his headphones and asking, "First time running in the morning?" Yet, Li Zheng felt somewhat embarrassed and hurriedly kept up with Ou Xingzhou's pace. "I occasionally jog to relax, but indeed I don't have the habit of running in the morning." No need to force yourself," Ou Xingzhou said and put his headphones back on. "You run at your own pace, no need to follow me." With that, he gradually sped up. Li Zheng sped up as well. After 200 meters, watching Ou Xingzhou pulling further and further away, Li Zheng gave up. Damn, he forgot. This guy was also the city's 400 meters champion. Afterward, Li Zheng ran at his own pace for 20 minutes until he was out of energy, sitting on the steps at the entrance of the dorm building, silently watching Ou Xingzhou finish the last 2 laps. Ou Xingzhou returned to the door and didn't rest, starting a series of professional and show-off stretching exercises. "Don't just sit there, do some stretching, otherwise it'll hurt." Oh! Li Zheng also began to imitate him, feeling that the poses were somewhat like morning exercises, and as he did so, he asked, "What time did you go to sleep last night?" Chapter 152. Around 1:30, Ou Xingzhou shook his head, "Still haven't cracked that problem. I'll continue tonight. Don't you get sleepy during the day?" "I'll find time for a nap at noon," Ou Xingzhou said, shaking his head. "If you keep exercising, you naturally have more energy." "I'm not saying." Li Zheng couldn't help but look down despondently, "You're so strong." "I know that," Ou Xingzhou chuckled, "self-discipline isn't that hard, it just becomes a habit after a while." "I mean in every way," Li Zheng said, pressing on his leg, "so cocky and so strong, I respect that." It's just so-so," Ou Xingzhou turned his face away, somewhat embarrassed. Actually, I've said this to a lot of people, I'm just working harder, that's all. I really can't compare to Shi Yang, Wushu, or even you for that matter, at least in terms of talent for organic chemistry and experiments, but no one believes me." "I don't believe it either." "Believe it or not," Ou Xingzhou took a big gulp from his water bottle. "So, is what Wushu said true?" "What? All this is to maintain your male god status. Get lost." "Haha." Li Zheng laughed, "But with your kind, you probably don't have many friends." It's the sheep and cattle that flock together, the tiger walks alone," Ou Xingzhou said and then firmly put on his glasses. Li Zheng laughed, "You're overthinking it, hanging around someone like you gives people excellence anxiety. Don't suddenly compliment people, and definitely not repeatedly, it's uncomfortable." Ou Xingzhou turned and walked towards the building entrance, casually tossing the water bottle to Li Zheng. "I'm off to take a shower, about 17 minutes, enough time for you to run a lap." No sooner had Ou Xingzhou entered the building than Li Zheng had caught his breath when a girl with a more professional running posture and gear came running back. It could only be Wushu, who, compared to Ou Xingzhou, had added a black sports headband. The running pants seemed to be even tighter than Ou Xingzhou's. There was an ominous feeling about it. But Wushu was completely oblivious, Running up to Li Zheng, her cheeks slightly flushed, she took off her earphones and wiped away sweat. Why not run on the track over there? Speaking of which, is Ren de Fu a track and field school? Li Zheng looked down despondently. I'm finished, I'm even worse at sports than you. I'm not that good. Oh, Yu Xingzhou is the amazing one, he dominates every event that involves running, Wu Shu said smiling, grabbing Li Zheng's head while wiping her sweat on her way to the building entrance, except for ball games. Hearing this, Li Zheng finally felt a bit better. He'd have to get in some good practice at basketball someday. Just as he was about to get up for another round, a hefty running figure trudged past him. This slightly overweight big sister was hard to describe, but she just seemed a bit chubby. Not very professional in her attire, she seemed to struggle with every step, as if each one was life and death, like a large white rabbit with motor impairments. Li Zheng didn't know that this was Shen Yun's first day persisting with her running, with the simple goal, to get down to 60 kilograms. At the same time, this was also her 17th attempt at losing weight. For this, she had devised a week-long low-fat menu. Perhaps from spending too much time with young people lately, she suddenly wanted to achieve a slimmer self again, to return her body to its graceful high school days. Keep going, keep going. Shen Yun muttered to herself as she ran, young, beautiful, slim, handsome. Just as she was psyching herself up, she looked up and suddenly saw a sly smile. Not good. Ignore him. Shen Yun turned her head in panic. He didn't see me, he didn't see me, he didn't see me. But Li Zheng wasn't going to let her off that easily. After being bullied for so long by Yu Xingzhou and Wu Shu, he now found himself an easy target and rolled up his sleeves to follow her. Senior sister, keeping healthy? Hey! Come on, I'll run a couple of laps with you. You go, you go. Seems like there's a breakfast stall over there. I don't eat oily food. Then I'll go eat by myself. It's been a while since I've had a sugary pancake, matched with tofu pudding and steamed buns. Air. Shen Yun grimaced, if you're going to run, then run, no chit-chat. I am inviting you as an apology, Li Zheng said with a raised eyebrow, half a sugary pancake each, not one bite more. No. I won't eat. Shen Yun hurriedly wiped her mouth, stop bothering me, I'm on a diet. Give me a chance to make amends, Li Zheng raised his eyebrow, start your diet after this meal, breakfast doesn't make you fat. Shen Yun, struggling, passed by the breakfast stall just as the freshly steamed buns were being basketed. She couldn't resist herself and glanced over, coincidentally watching an old man bite into a bun, squeezing out the oil. Then I'll go eat myself, Li Zheng waved his hand, breakfast really doesn't make you fat, eat up then diet. Shen Yun, scratching her head, finally couldn't resist and followed with her lips licked, just half a sugary pancake. Of course. 10 minutes later, a bowl of tofu pudding, 1 sugary pancake, and a basket of steamed buns went down her stomach. Shen Yun ate her fill and lowered her head, fully satiated, rubbing her tummy. She knew, this 17th attempt at dieting had failed after enduring for just 13 minutes. In the following days, the intensive training continued at a fast pace. Although they didn't make it into Hu Zhengu's special class, Sun Liang and Shen Yun did their best to help out, and the three of them catalyzed each other's progress. As long as the environment and reagents were ready, they improved rapidly. In the process of balancing study and exercise, Li Zheng felt time was flying by. He spent his days with Wu Shu and Yu Xingzhou, and ideas for learning came flooding like a broken dam, completely out of control. Actually, Wu Shu and Yu Xingzhou weren't far behind either. They had also improved their chemistry fundamentals through Li Zheng. The three of them stuck together all day every day, aside from attending theory classes, seemingly living in a world apart from everyone else. After successfully leading his senior sister astray, Li Zheng tried to keep up with Wu Shu and Yu Xingzhou's pacing as much as possible, restricting his diet and schedule, running in the mornings for as long as he could. All of these activities mingled together, ultimately triggering a miraculous effect. Even though the daily learning intensity had multiplied several times over, his energy levels surged, allowing him to get into the zone immediately upon studying and to fall asleep as soon as he hit the bed. Both body and mind gradually reached their optimal states. Li Zheng had a surreal feeling that he was approaching the domain of the gods of learning. On the 4th day, Li Zheng had transformed, developing a fixed biological clock, almost waking up along with Yu Xingzhou, feeling downright uncomfortable if he didn't run. Running past the breakfast stall, looking at Shen Yun eating buns alone, that gaze was somewhat frightening. Regrettably, even with great reluctance, such heavenly days were drawing to a close. Finally, on November 20th, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, all the training members assembled once again in the large laboratory. About 40 people, according to the randomly drawn numbers, stood in front of their respective experimental stations. Even though most people were already familiar with each other, there was very little conversation at this time. In silence, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. The final experimental exam was about to begin. This exam would follow all the standard procedures. The experimental scores would be combined with the preliminary theoretical exam scores, and the top 13 ranked individuals would officially become members of the Jiaxing provincial team, heading to the Liudong country finals on December 1st. At least, that's what the official process was. If there were so-called regular grades or Hu Zhengyu's subjective scores, there was nothing to be done about it. In the midst of the tension, Li Zheng, Wu Shu and Ou Xingzhou exchanged looks from afar, all showing an unspeakable anxiety. Others thought the three of them had provoked Hu Zhengyue and were just now becoming fearful. Only they themselves knew why they were anxious. After a few minutes of silence, a series of disordered footsteps echoed through the hallway. Following that, Chief Examiner Hu Zhengyue, leading about a dozen teachers and teaching assistants, entered the classroom one after another. This was the first time Li Zheng had seen him since their previous conflict. Hu Zhengyue didn't look at Li Zheng but instead went up to the podium and, looking down at his notes, began to reiterate the requirements of the experimental exam. The exam duration is 3 hours. Extra time will result in point deduction, with a maximum of not more than 4 hours. Unless there are special circumstances, leaving the room is prohibited. Please dress appropriately throughout, wear gloves, and be sure to wear goggles when using concentrated alkali solutions. Talking with other candidates is forbidden during the whole process. Please consult an examiner if you have any questions. The final experimental score will consist of result points, operation points, and other points. Lastly, please read the experimental instructions carefully. After Hu Zhengyue finished speaking, he scanned the whole audience. This experiment will also determine whether you can enter the provincial team. If you have any questions, speak now. After hesitating for 7 or 8 seconds, seeing that no one spoke, Hu Zhengyue then gestured to the right and left. The exam officially began. Li Zheng received the examination papers and raw materials and, after a brief glance, was so shocked that his eyes popped. Make lead oxide from the residue of lithopone by the waste residues method. Wasn't this the real question from 98? Embarrassingly, Li Zheng had spent those days with Shi Yang, going through 20 years of finals experimental questions, and had gone up to the year 98, he wouldn't have known if it had been any earlier. But, by a stroke of fate, 98 was the very last one they did. As for this question, although it looked daunting, the principle remained the same. It was still the process of leaching, filtering, transforming, drying, the typical procedures of dissolving and filtering to the point of nausea. If he remembered correctly, he had achieved an 83% yield at that time, while Shi Yang had 92%. The subsequent titration and purity test were also very standard, you could yawn your way through them. Now, doing this question again, it was really hard even to make a mistake. Plus, having been in a heated contest with Wu Shu and Ou Xingzhou these past few days, Li Zheng's touch was at its peak, he was actually a bit embarrassed. But even with such confidence, he hadn't dared to be careless. Before starting, he mentally went through the entire procedure as usual, trying to find any dangerous steps. Well, there were none. Nothing more to think about, let's begin. While Li Zheng waited for the heat, he occasionally swept a glance at the surrounding exam area, not out of curiosity about the progress of others, but purely because of anxiety about a particular matter. He could also see clearly that this examination was much more serious than the first one, with an examiner behind every 4 students, closely scrutinizing and recording each candidate's every move. As the chief examiner, Hu Zhengyue did not treat anyone specially this time. He patrolled back and forth throughout the examination hall, occasionally conveying some information to the examiners. Looking at it now, with such a strict exam, he probably wouldn't stir up any trouble. During the subsequent exam period, some people broke reagent bottles, others left early, some persisted, and some were dazed. Those who barely made it into the training by ranking close to the provincial first likely couldn't hold on anymore. About half of the candidates in the top 20 were relatively stable. Of course, none of them were as steady as Li Zheng. At 1 hour and 50 minutes, Li Zheng confidently stood up and submitted all his products and reports to the examiner behind him. The young male examiner was likely a graduate teaching assistant. After taking the reports and several products, he quickly filled out the score sheet, nodding continuously, "Good, fast and stable, no points deducted for operation, good luck at nationals." Meanwhile, others around him cursed Li Zheng under their breath while they focused on their experiments. Li Zheng looked at his classmates' expressions of pain. And gradually realized. Unconsciously. He had step by step become the kind of person he used to hate the most. That was Lin Yujing. Only now did he understand Lin Yujing's troubles. And the true essence of There's no helping it, friends. I didn't want to be this fast either. But my abilities didn't allow otherwise. Just as Li Zheng was packing up ready to leave, Shen Yun suddenly hurried in. It wasn't a run, it was a charge. She charged all the way to Hu Zhengyu's side, only stopping when she grabbed the podium, clearly losing her composure. Although she meant to whisper to Hu Zhengyu, her words spread throughout the entire classroom. Shi Yang. Shi Yang has come within 4 drip. Chapter 153. Pay attention to discipline. Hu Zhengyu suppressed the disturbance before turning to Shen Yun with a stern face. Can't you be more composed? Sorry. Shen Yun hurriedly approached Hu Zhengyu's ear, cautiously starting to explain. At the other end, Wu Shu and Ou Xingzhou also sent a meaningful glance to Li Zheng from a distance. Li Zheng, without time to think further, tidied up his experimental station and left the examination room quickly, almost running in the last few steps. Once outside the laboratory, he turned around only to see Shi Yang leaning against the wall, his face more sunken than before, pale, with dry and cracked lips, eyes slightly open, breathing evenly. Next to him, a middle-aged man wearing glasses was holding an A4 stand, teeming with anxiety. This must be the legendary Father Shi. Holy shit! Li Zheng cursed under his breath, stepping forward quickly and saying, "It's been 4 days, how can you still be so weak?" Yo! Shi Yang tilted his head and chuckled, "Brother, you don't know, these 4 days. I've been to the toilet as many times as I would in 4 years." The voice was completely hoarse, whether from weakness or a dry throat, it was unclear. "Enough, don't talk." Li Zheng glanced at the 4 bag on the stand. A packet of rehydration salts had already been emptied, and now glucose was being administered. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. "The disease is under control, you're just recuperating now, right?" Right, Father Shi hurriedly said. Actually, there was an improvement yesterday, and he tried some liquid food, but then he started feeling weak again. They've done all the checkups, there's no major problem. The hospital suggested to continue observing and try eating again tomorrow. How are you feeling now?" Li Zheng pressed on. "Can you manage the experiment?" "It's okay, my head's pretty clear, just my hands don't have strength, and my legs are wobbly." Shi Yang gestured to his dad, pushing the water bottle to his lips. "Not daring to drink water is the worst, I throw up as soon as I drink." Upon hearing this, Father Shi quickly offered the water bottle to Shi Yang. Shi Yang only took a small sip, probably just to moisten his lips and mouth. As Father Shi held the water bottle, he was filled with both heartache and urgency while turning to Li Zheng and said, "That Li Zheng, right? Forgive me for not having time for pleasantries, have you finished the exam?" "Yes." "Well then, I'll try to talk to the teacher in a bit, and you help Shi Yang with passing reagents and such, try not to let him move around too much." Father Shi, desperate, contorted his face into a knot, practically unloading in a one-sided outburst. Shi Yang has been eyeing G University's chemistry college since the 6th grade of elementary school. His other grades aren't so outstanding, he's relying on the contests. I know it's abrupt to ask this of you, but please, you must help him. I'll be sure to thank you with all my might afterward." Li Zheng was taken aback for a moment but quickly nodded, "MMH." Having been with Li Zheng for several days, Shi Yang could see his hesitation. "Dad, it's okay, I can do it myself." Shi Yang patted the water bottle by his mouth, signaling his father to take it away. "It's all because of my own foolishness, there's always next year if it comes to it." Father Shi scolded, "Next year you'll be in your senior year, you haven't signed any contracts, are you planning for the college entrance exam at all? If you put all your efforts into contests and fail to secure a spot, then what?" Shi Yang dryly laughed, "No problem, I'll just eat noodles every day during the contest period next year. Enough, cut the crap and save some fluids, Li Zhang nodded and said, I'll do my best. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, Hu Zhenguo was still hesitating. Let's not talk about skipping the training camp, Hu Zhenguo muttered, with so many parents watching, it wouldn't be right to hold a separate exam for Shi Yang alone. How about this? Shen Yun anxiously said, let Shi Yang take this exam, starting the timer now. After musing for a moment, Hu Zhenguo shook his head, it's not appropriate. Then let's say Shi Yang is 2 hours late. Shen Yun gritted his teeth, Shi Yang comes in 2 hours late, same as the other students, with only 1 hour left for the experiments. Let me think. Hu Zhenguo frowned in contemplation for a moment and then said, why don't you contact Zhou Yi, if he gives the go-ahead, it's settled. Dean Zhou is in a meeting, his phone is off, Shen Yun scratched his head vigorously, then suddenly widened his eyes and said, in that case, let Shi Yang start the experiment as if it's a regular exam. We'll follow the official requirements, and once we can contact Dean Zhou, we'll decide whether to count this exam score as valid. After weighing the options, Hu Zhenguo finally nodded, all right, mark him as late, follow the procedure, have someone from the Chemical Society come over to Proctor Shi Yang, record the whole process, and in the end, we'll abide by the leadership's decision. If the leadership gives the okay, we'll count the score, if not, it's void. Okay. Shen Yun turned to leave, then spun back to ask, Teacher Hu? Shi Yang is extremely weak, could his father come in to help with handing over reagents and washing some flasks? Ridiculous, how could we allow parents into the examination room? Hu Zhenguo's expression darkened, I've already given way again and again, do you know how much responsibility and criticism I have to face? Then, maybe I, or another proctor, could offer some necessary assistance. If the invigilator physically helps a student, wouldn't that cause even more criticism? Hu Zhenguo looked at Shen Yun intently, his expression getting colder, Shen Yun, you've said too many things these last couple of days that should not have been said. I'm sorry, teacher. I'll stop talking. Shen Yun twisted her body, gritted her teeth, and rushed out of the laboratory. When she reached the group, she was already somewhat short of breath. Teacher Hu agreed to let Shi Yang take the exam. Hurry up, Shen Yun said, gasping for air and holding her waist. But he'll be counted as late. There's only 1 hour left. If it doesn't work out, points will be deducted and extended by 1 hour. As long as the product is acceptable, it's still worth it. Thank you so much. After exchanging a glance, Father Shi gripped his son's elbow, forcefully pulling out the 4-needle. Li Zhang also unwrapped a new bandage, helping him to press it in place temporarily. As for everything else, we can only leave it to fate, Shen Yun said between clenched teeth, turning back. Parents wait here. Do not attempt to communicate with the examiners. I'll inform you if there's any news, but I can't guarantee the outcome. We'll fight for every second we can get. Thank you, senior sister. Shi Yang's lips trembled. He was about to say something else but was stopped by Li Zhang. At the same time, Li Zhang supported Shi Yang's arm and turned back to Father Shi, saying, leave Shi Yang to me, don't worry. Thank you. Thank you. Father Shi clenched his fists tightly. At this point, he didn't know what else to say, offering endless thanks. Meanwhile, he pleaded with Shen Yun, Miss, I'm begging you one last time with no regard for my dignity. Please let Li Zhang assist Shi Yang. He really can't hold up. If his hand trembles and he breaks a bottle, it's all over. Yes. I know, and time is extremely limited. Shen Yun showed the same hesitation as Li Zhang. But Li Zhang, with Teacher Hu. It's all right, let's go in. Li Zhang took a deep breath, supporting Shi Yang as they moved forward. As Shi Yang shuffled forward, he looked back and forth between the two and asked, Bro, what's the matter? Shut up. The three of them then entered the laboratory. Hu Zhenguo saw Li Zhang return and his expression changed subtly, but he quickly returned to normal. Just as Shen Yun was about to speak, she saw Hu Zhenguo raise his hand and say, No. Li Zhang gritted his teeth, handed Shi Yang over to Shen Yun, and approached Hu Zhenguo. Teacher Hu, I'm sorry. Li Zhang bowed deeply, pronouncing each word, I lacked self-awareness, was ungrateful, tried to show off to get the favor of a girl, disturbed the class discipline and training arrangements, without feeling ashamed, but rather proud. I sincerely ask for your forgiveness and will write a letter of repentance and apology as soon as possible. I will hand it to the Chemical Society leaders, the training leaders, and you, teacher, before the camp ends. If there's time, I will read the apology in front of everyone at the camp. Hu Zhengyu listened to Li Zheng's words, visibly moved. Shen Yun's nose tingled, and she turned her head away, covering her mouth. How could this be? He had been so adamant. And suddenly, it's come to this. Hu Zhengyu pondered for a long time while Li Zheng kept his head down the entire time. Shen Yun bit her lip, suppressing her emotions, and Shi Yang was still dizzy in his spot. Hu Zhengyu's right hand rested on the table, his fingers subconsciously tapping against the surface. It seemed the only sound in the laboratory was this restive noise. After a good half-minute, Hu Zhengyu finally turned his head to stare at Li Zheng and slowly said, "What's this? Are you trying to play the Good Samaritan? I wouldn't dare." "I'm just admitting my mistake." Li Zheng still didn't lift his head. "Let's not talk about whether you're sincere or not." Hu Zhengyu spoke forcefully, though his gaze drifted slightly. "Whether or not you admit your mistake has nothing to do with Shi Yang's exam. I'm just proctoring according to discipline and principles, and won't make exceptions for anyone. Of course, that's how it should be." "So, I admit my mistake," Li Zheng replied with his head lowered, still unmoving. Hu Zhengyu's tongue seemed to tie up, his lips trembled, and he turned his face away. Another round of silence ensued. In the silence, his finger tapping on the table became increasingly frequent. At this moment, 2 examiners from the Chemical Society had walked up to the podium. After discussing with Shen Yun and observing the pale-lipped Shi Yang, they didn't say much. They just looked towards Hu Zhengyu, waiting for his decision. A moment later. "Call Zhou Yi again." Hu Zhengyu's voice was also getting agitated. "I did, his phone is turned off." Hu Zhengyu pursed his lips, turned to look at the bewildered Shi Yang, rubbed his forehead, and his expression gradually hardened. "Really, your class? If you don't produce some results, I'll see how you're going to end this." Then, squeezing out a breath, he stood up with the support of the desk, and said to the 2 examiners from the Chemical Society, "Someone come and supervise Shi Yang's exam with me." Finally, turning to Li Zheng, "No unnecessary communication or prompts are allowed. If cheating is suspected, your experimental results will be immediately invalidated." Li Zheng finally raised his head, full of gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Hu." "All right, make good use of your time," Hu Zhengyu said gravely. "I'll be standing behind you the whole time, conduct yourselves well." Under everyone's gaze, Li Zheng, supporting Shi Yang, walked to an empty laboratory bench guided by an examiner from the Chemical Society. The Cobalt God's reputation, most people had heard of it, but this was their first time seeing it. Unremarkable in appearance, he looked no different from anyone else. Except now, in this state, he almost seemed to be floating as he walked. Is it really worth it? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, even with his brain still foggy, Shi Yang had a rough idea of what was happening. Though it wasn't convenient for him to speak, he still reddened his eyes, glared at Li Zheng, and nodded fiercely. Li Zheng just kept his head down and continued walking. He didn't dare to respond, fearing being accused of cheating. In this heavy silence, Shi Yang finally stood in front of the lab bench. Looking at the familiar equipment, he took a long breath, then flexed his fingers and looked at the exam paper. Like Li Zheng, his eyes widened. Then he revealed a familiar demonic smile and raised his hand. 250 ml conical flasks, acetic acid, hexamethylene tetramine, methyl orange, please. Li Zheng saw his smile and knew things were steady. A great weight finally lifted from his heart, and he quickly headed to the shared laboratory bench. Shi Yang, meanwhile, took a dropper in hand. His squinted eyes gradually widened. The performance began. This time, although his movements were a bit slow, even shaky, he still possessed superhuman accuracy. Given the seriousness of this experiment, he made no superfluous movements. It was as if he had pre-planned every action before starting the experiment, always 2 steps ahead, signaling Li Zheng to prepare what he needed. What surprised the examiners even more was his experimental design had surpassed the standard procedure. For the given raw materials and reagents, he made fine adjustments beyond the main process, especially his control over the catalysts. He was like a veteran who had spent a decade in the lab. More terrifying was that he even prepared exactly the right amount of acidic solution he would later need to adjust the pH value. Every time he needed to adjust the acidity or alkalinity, he just poured this solution directly and it was accurate. This not only showed a clear overall plan of action but also a brazen implication. From the start of the experiment, all experimental procedures, every step, the molar amount of each compound, the volume of each solution made, he had already calculated in his mind. Despite his frail posture, despite having lost the feeling in his hands from lying in a hospital bed for 4 days. But this time, he shocked all the examiners with his precise calculations and overarching plan. Even Li Zheng himself was witnessing such machine-like exquisite experimentation for the first time. As for leaching, filtering, converting, and drying, these well-honed processes were done by Shi Yang with an impressive ease. He probably couldn't even imagine how effortless his own techniques were. Behind Shi Yang and Li Zheng, the examiner from the Chemical Society was already dumbfounded. He leaned over to Hu Zhengguo and whispered, Is this a high school student? Hu Zhengguo glared at him. He chickened out. Anyway, indeed. Hu Zhengguo finally let out a sigh of relief, deserves all that praise. And he hasn't eaten for 4 days. Stop thinking about that, Hu Zhengguo reminded, focus on Li Zheng. The moment he provides reagents early or does any work beyond transporting and cleaning, immediately put a stop to it. That won't be necessary, Teacher Hu, the Chemical Society examiner shook his head repeatedly, disqualifying him would be like throwing away Jijing's gold medal. Besides, this kid might even make it to Prague. Just focus on proctoring, no more talking. Time ticked by, and more examiners who had completed their tasks gathered around, watching like it was a performance. As for the other students who had finished their exams, they wanted to watch as well, but discipline did not allow it. After finishing their exams, they were not in a hurry to leave, but instead, gathered in the corridor, discussing scores and other results. More than an hour later, Shi Yang leaned against the lab bench, cautiously and slowly filling out the experimental report. His hand went limp, and the pen tilted over on the desk. Then, he gasped for breath weakly, done, it's finished. Li Zheng immediately picked up the report and several bags of finished products, racing against the clock to turn them into the proctor. Upon turning around, he was surprised to find that 7 or 8 proctors had already gathered. The person in the lead was no longer Hu Zhengguo. The man, grinning happily, took the experimental report and surveyed it, saying, 1 hour and 18 minutes, 89% yield, both titration and purity tests are full marks. Not bad, Shi Yang, you didn't let down the many people who recommended you. Shi Yang, who was already struggling to keep his eyes open, nearly collapsing from exhaustion, suddenly shook with energy and turned back trembling. Upon seeing that New Year's doll-like face, he blurted out. Zhou! Zhou! Zhou Chenghuan! In an instant, silence fell. True to form as a tough guy, he was shouting out the Jianghu nickname at their first meeting. The examiners nearby, seeing that Zhou Yi didn't get angry, also started to chuckle behind their hands. It was Hu Zhengguo whose face turned green, and he immediately scolded, What are you talking about? Sorry. Shi Yang stumbled forward, flustered, I finally got to meet you, Teacher Zhou. Dean Zhou. Zhou Yi also stepped forward to meet him, taking Shi Yang's hand and saying, I've also heard a lot about you, Cobalt God. That's nothing. His face reddened, Shi Yang became shy, it's all nonsense they've been spouting. Haha. Zhou Yi ruffled Shi Yang's hair, all right, you better head back to the hospital, we'll notify you about the results. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. Thanks to all the teachers. Shi Yang bowed as much as he could, and then suddenly remembered something, turning to embrace Li Zheng, his eyes sparkling, brother. No need to say anything. What's he up to now? Chenghuan? Li Zheng, having the upper hand in strength, wasn't embraced by him and just led him outside, stop your blabbering and go find your dad to continue the 4. Shi Yang whispered, arm over Li Zheng's shoulder, once I'm better, let's start with an all-you-can-eat hot pot, the most expensive kind, but don't tell my dad, okay? That's enough. Chapter 154. Especially Father Shi, who quite felt like he was back in the days waiting outside the delivery room. Seeing Shi Yang emerge with a big smile, he was the first to go up and help. How did it go? Is it done? It's done, it's done. Shi Yang widened his eyes, raised his hand, and said, Zhou Chenghuan. Zhou Chenghuan just shook hands with me. Keep your voice down. Father Shi raised his hand and slapped his son on the head. You don't call the dean that to his face. Hehe, I think he was quite happy. Shi Yang chuckled foolishly. At this moment, Father Shi's tense expression finally relaxed a bit, but he still felt that his son might not be reliable and turned to ask Li Zheng, how did it really go? Uncle, rest assured, it's definitely fine, go back and get in for. Reliable. It was only after this that Father Shi was overjoyed. He took his son from Li Zheng's hands, saying, I'll take him back to the hospital first, let's meet up after Shi Yang has recovered. As they were talking, Wu Shu and Ou Xingzhou approached. Before they could speak, Shi Yang glared at them, ugh, ugh, ugh. All hail. Ou Xingzhou quickly took out his phone and started operating it, ogging to one's face, that's an additional offense. Haha, you dog group owner. Shi Yang laughed. You're even spicier than I imagined. Not bad, an additional 30 days of silence for you. Wu Shu, on the other hand, had a serious look, don't eat recklessly once you're better, otherwise Li Zheng's sacrifice would have been in vain. Sacrifice? Li Zheng quickly pushed Shi Yang, don't worry about it, go back and recover. With some pushing and pulling, Shi Yang eventually followed his father and left. Ou Xingzhou then handed a piece of paper to Li Zheng, the letters of regret for the three of us are already written, this is yours. If we read them together later, it won't be as embarrassing. No worries, I can do it myself. Li Zheng took the letter of regret, glanced at it, and exclaimed in surprise, it's in classical style. Sorry, I just grabbed a second prize from new concept in my freshman year. Ou Xingzhou said with a raised eyeglass and a smile, everyone sees the cause now, it's not embarrassing, justice lies within people's hearts. Wu Shu also took out her own copy and waved it, it's no big deal. Besides, the three of us bowing together is probably the pinnacle of Hu Zhengu's life, right? Li Zheng and Ou Xingzhou couldn't help but laugh along. However, I'm still a bit disappointed. Ou Xingzhou took off his glasses and slowly started to clean them. I thought G University was a more open and pure place, but it turns out there are still such people in charge. Don't say that, Dean Zhou is very good. Wu Shu quickly looked back to make sure they weren't overheard before she whispered, Senior Sister Shen is also very good. Their goodness is expected. Why else would we fight so hard to come here? Ou Xingzhou, holding his glasses, shook his head and said to himself, damn it, I've caused trouble countless times since I was young, and I've never written a self-criticism. I didn't expect that the first self-criticism I wrote would be at my long-sought haven, in such a manner. Li Zheng could naturally sense his unwillingness. Ou Xingzhou, this prick, is probably the most prideful person he had ever met in his life. How about I do it alone? Li Zheng suggested. No, I want to remember how I feel right now, and so do you. Ou Xingzhou put on his glasses again, hugged Wu Shu and Li Zheng with one arm, and stared down the corridor, whispering, the age of youth is over. From now on, we have to climb higher, and not let down the generations to come. Li Zheng instantly got goosebumps all over. Damn, that was too provocative. Then he looked at Wu Shu. She actually listened to him. She seemed to be contemplating something or simply lost in a daze. Fortunately, the last few students who had just finished their experiments came out just in time, and Ou Xingzhou finally let go, returning to normal. Shen Yun also came out at that time, and the three hurriedly presented their letters of regret to her. It's all right now, Dean Zhou has taken care of everything. However, I'll still give these to Teacher Hu, we likely don't need to read them in public. Shen Yun was also quite exhausted throughout the whole process. At that moment, looking at the three of them, she felt a bit envious, like she was forcibly fed dog food. It wasn't clear if it was friendship or ideals. Maybe it was just that kind of beauty that would eventually fade away. After that, everyone at the camp gathered in the cafeteria for a meal under Shen Yun's organization. Although it wasn't a huge feast, it was still a small farewell dinner. Meanwhile, the training teachers and members of the Chemical Society were in the meeting room, eating box meals while discussing. Zhou Yi insisted that the list be released tonight. Upon hearing this news, those gathering in the cafeteria didn't rush to leave, they all wanted to wait until the list was out before going. Moreover, the next day there was the Golden Autumn Camp Theory exam, so many people simply weren't leaving at all. For tomorrow's exam, Shi Yang definitely wouldn't be able to attend, and Wu Shu and Ou Xingzhou had already secured their spots, they weren't interested in camps like these. Li Zheng suddenly felt everything to be dull and tasteless, and so he informed Shen Yun that he would not participate in the subsequent activities either. Shen Yun had no objection to this. Li Zheng was virtually a sure member of the provincial team. There would be many contract opportunities during the national finals, and signing with a gold medal would certainly carry more weight. After eating in a hurry, Shen Yun returned to the meeting room to participate in the discussion. In the cafeteria, the 40 or so people dragged on until after 8 o'clock. Just when it was about to close, Shen Yun came running back with her phone, laughing at the bunch of students stretching their necks waiting for the news. "You're not leaving unless the list is out, right?" Shen Yun chuckled and raised her phone. "The list is final, and it will be published on the Chemical Society's official website tomorrow." The scene suddenly quieted down, and everyone stiffened as if awaiting their judgment to be handed down. "Ready?" Shen Yun gave a final reminder, "For those who have the Golden Autumn Camp exam tomorrow, I suggest you wait to check until after you've finished the exam." No one moved. Who could hold back? Alive or dead, let's just get it over with. "All right," Shen Yun looked at her phone screen and said, as before, "The order of the list is the order of the total scores. The 2018 32nd National Chemistry Olympiad Final, the list of Jiaxing City team members is as follows. Lakying Middle School, Li Zheng. Renmin University Affiliated Middle School, Wushu. City First School, Shi Yang. Number 18 Middle School, Zhang Yuren. Renmin University Affiliated Middle School, Ou Xingzhou." For Li Zheng sitting at this dinner table, after hearing the name Ou Xingzhou, there was no need to listen further. But around him, the students whose names were called still jumped up excitedly or pumped their fists. Across the table, Li Zheng, Wu Shu, and Ou Xingzhou looked at each other, knowing this would happen but still feeling a little thrilled. However, their reasons for excitement were somewhat peculiar, mainly because they could hang out together again in half a month. Ou Xingzhou was the first to rise, nodding at Li Zheng, "Let's not waste time, see you at the national finals." Wu Shu also extended his right hand to Li Zheng, "Don't be swayed by Ou Xingzhou's fancy talk, see you at Liudong." "Don't rush off," Li Zheng quickly stood up, "I want to ride home in the Porsche to show the neighbors." "Get lost, gas is expensive." Ou Xingzhou was ready to leave, but gave Wu Shu a sidelong glance and got playful again, "Unless, it's on the way." Li Zheng shouldered his backpack and said, "I live near Lake Ying, just head south, that's on the way, right?" "Not at all, goodbye." Ou Xingzhou turned to Wu Shu, "How about you?" "Oh, my dad's here to pick me up." Wu Shu shook his phone with a smile, "Go enjoy your drive alone." "Humph, good, I'll save on gas." "Come on, at least give me a lift to the subway station." Li Zheng shamelessly edged closer. "I don't care." Ou Xingzhou turned his face and walked away. "Weren't we supposed to take on the world together?" Li Zheng pursued persistently. "Keep your voice down." Ou Xingzhou's face turned red. "Isn't our youth supposed to end together?" "Enough. I'll take you. I'll take you." Just as Li Zheng was stubbornly trying to hitch a ride with Ou Xingzhou, Shen Yun, who had just finished reading the list, suddenly ran over. "Li Zheng, don't leave yet." Shen Yun grabbed Li Zheng's left shoulder, seemingly afraid of being overheard, and whispered excitedly, "Dean Zhou wants to see you." "This late?" Li Zheng didn't quite understand. "Ha!" Ou Xingzhou immediately turned back and patted Li Zheng, "Congratulations." "Idiot, it's about the contract." Wu Shu hit Li Zheng hard, "Congratulations, Junior." When Li Zheng entered the conference room with Shen Yun, only two people remained inside. One was a female teacher who had never appeared before, looking too young and delicate to seem like a regular teacher. The other was naturally Zhou Yi. They were deep in conversation, occasionally bursting into laughter, obviously long-time colleagues. They were so engrossed in conversation that they didn't notice Li Zheng and Shen Yun enter. "Dean Zhou, Teacher Huang, Li Zheng is here," Shen Yun reported. Oh, Zhou Yi quickly ceased his chat, turned to Shen Yun, "Thank you, Yi Yun, go and rest." "Okay." Shen Yun gave a fist bump to Li Zheng and then took his leave. Zhou Yi pulled a chair closer and waved at Li Zheng, "Come, sit down." Once Li Zheng was seated, Zhou Yi introduced, "This is Teacher Huang Ying from the admissions office, responsible for the contracts." "Hello, Teacher Huang." "Hello." Huang Ying shook hands then looked down at Li Zheng's file, "I see your grades peaked in high school, right?" Yes. It's usually the boys that peak late, but to reach your level is quite rare. Huang Ying raised her hand. You start, Dean Zhou. Right, it's getting late, I'll cut to the chase. Zhou Yi smiled at Li Zheng, transitioning from a New Year's well-wisher to a direct sales guru. I'll be clear with you, normally, you'd have to wait until after the Golden Autumn Camp to sign a contract. So don't talk about today's meeting to anyone. Teacher Huang has come all the way here, which wasn't easy, so you should thank her properly afterward. As for why we want to sign you early. To be honest, your chemistry level is very strong, but it's not strong enough to have Teacher Huang rush over here in the middle of the night. It's actually some other matters beyond chemistry that prompted me to make a decision. You and Shi Yang are friends as well as rivals. And you're both very close in terms of ability. It's fine to join forces, but to stand by and watch is also acceptable. I'm aware of the incident with Old Hu, and I've read your letter of apology. There were misunderstandings involved, and your approach may not have been entirely correct, but it's enough to show your potential. Zhou Yi paused before he asked, Yi Yun has told you about the experiment training, right? What? The national team provincial quota? Yes, Li Zheng nodded, it was mentioned at the end. According to the rules set by the Chemical Society, among the 4 members of the national team, each province can have only one representative. Zhou Yi pursed his lips, turned to the admissions officer, and explained, Teacher Huang, you understand what I mean now, right? Both he and Shi Yang have a good chance of making the national team, but only one can go. In that context, during the previous assessment, he managed to make such a decisive call without hesitation. A student like that is exactly who I want. Even if the grades weren't as good, which is not the case since he was first in the provincial selection. You flatter me, Dean Zhou, I just didn't think that far ahead. Li Zheng's face was burning red, and besides, at least half of the credit for my experiment skills goes to Shi Yang. I asked him a similar question, and he responded with your own words about internal competition and external competition, which I think is quite right. He said that. Zhou Yi was delighted, that kid Shi Yang, always trying to outsmart me whenever we meet, he must have been a fan for a long time now, haha. Teacher Huang Ying, beside him, covered her face and laughed, Dean Zhou, please have a little self-restraint. Chapter 155. If I don't get along well with students and create a good rapport, then who am I putting on a stern face for? Zhou Yi looked over at Li Zheng with a smile. I was supposed to invite Shi Yang as well, but on one hand, his health isn't great, and on the other, he only showed his face for a bit. We can wait until the national finals to sign him. About that, Teacher Zhou, I'm not really that noble. It's largely because of Shi Yang's influence, Li Zheng nodded, and the other teammates from the training camp are all great too. Without this competition, I would never have met so many amazing people in my life. Alright, you don't need to sing the praises of Wushu and Ou Xingzhou, Zhou Yi chuckled and then continued. Of course, my power isn't so great that I can guarantee your admission directly. There are strict national policies in this regard. You must join the national team's training camp in order to be guaranteed admission. However, this doesn't affect our contract with you. The contract I'm offering you is split into 3 tiers based on the conditions. Teacher Huang knows, this is the highest level contract I can offer within my authority. As he spoke, Zhou Yi pushed a contract over to Li Zheng. The first tier is unconditional. If you apply to G University's Chemistry College during the early admission stage, we can accept you with 40 points below the threshold. The second tier, if you win the first prize in the finals, we can drop the requirements to the National College Entrance Examination's first tier cut-off line. You just need to pass that line to be accepted. The third tier, if you are selected for the national team training camp, we will go through the guarantee admission process immediately. All 3 tiers come without any restrictions on majors. Any major within the Chemistry Institute is open to you for selection. While Li Zheng was looking at the contract, Huang Ying also said with a smile, Congratulations, Li Zheng. This is the most generous contract Dean Zhou has ever issued, even giving it before the Golden Autumn Camp has ended. Thank you, Teacher Huang, thank you, Teacher Zhou. After carefully reviewing the contract, Li Zheng pointed at the last few lines and looked up to ask, it's written here, the student must abide by honesty, fulfill promises, and not sign enrollment agreements with other universities. Jiajing University reserves the right to cancel the relevant preferential policies. Does this mean that if I sign this contract, I can't sign any others? Of course, Huang Ying instantly replied, signing a contract with you is equivalent to occupying a portion of our recruitment quota, reducing our later admission plans. If you don't honor the contract, it will affect our student sources. Zhou Yi then leaned back in his chair and laughed outright. Li Zheng, is there really any chemistry college better than ours in the country? Even if you wanted to break the contract, you wouldn't have the room to do so, right? But Li Zheng swallowed, not daring to look at the two. I prefer physics, mathematics, history, and art. Zhou Yi and Huang Ying exchanged glances, then both became stupefied for quite some time. Some things were not exaggerated at all. For G University, no one had ever turned down a contract of this level over the years. The two had to collect their thoughts for a long time. In the awkward silence, Zhou Yi couldn't help but speak first. This. Li Zheng, physics, mathematics. I can accept that. History. I can bear with it, but art? Are you mocking us because G University doesn't have a fine arts college? Li Zheng, somewhat nervously, pointed to the contract. Isn't it required that I be honest? So. I just told the truth. Student. Huang Ying couldn't help but feel a bit angry at this point. Do you realize what you're doing? Shouldn't you discuss this with your parents first? No, no, no. Zhou Yi hurriedly interjected, it's good to stick to the principle of honesty. He is being upfront, and that's commendable, it's not offensive. However, Huang Ying shook her head repeatedly. Well then, Li Zheng, let me also speak with honesty. If I can say the reality, the competition in math and physics contests is far more intense than in chem competitions. Over the years of college entrance examinations, the scores needed for G University's School of Physics and School of Mathematics have been significantly higher than those of the Chemical Institute, and for the more popular majors, the gap can be as much as over 10 or even dozens of points. I admit you have achieved excellent results in chem competitions for now, but it would be nearly impossible to achieve the same results in physics or math within a year, and even if you did, the School of Physics and School of Mathematics wouldn't offer you a contract as favorable as this one. Yes. Teacher, you're right. Li Zheng well understood that Huang Ying was genuinely worried, so he didn't challenge her logic, but I'm really not sure if I will apply for G University's chemistry college. Huang Ying asked in disbelief, then what did you come here for? Li Zheng was somewhat flustered, but he still chose to be honest. To improve oneself and to extend the network of good relations. Huang Ying finally crumbled. Zhou Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter looking at Li Zheng's embarrassed expression. Ha ha ha. Met another one who looks down on chemistry, is it because you are also part of that Dragon Ball group or something? Teacher Zhou knows about that too. Li Zheng exclaimed in surprise, could it be, you have a secret account hidden in there? Hehe, can't say any more. Zhou Yi shook his head and smiled, don't be nervous, just between us behind closed doors, this agreement, even if you breach it, no one will truly hold you accountable, and if in the future, you get a chance to sign with G University's School of Physics or Department of Mathematics, it's just like amending a contract, not a big deal. Upon hearing this, Huang Ying was somewhat dissatisfied. Good job Zhou Chenghuan, always trying to grab one or half whenever possible, how much trouble does this cause for our admissions office? She then added, if you could get a contract from G University's School of Physics or Department of Mathematics, it indeed can be changed, and I can give you my word on that. But if you apply to other schools and therefore breach the contract, it will still have an impact on your future, especially when it comes to activities and opportunities related to G University. For example, if you apply for postgraduate studies at our school in the future, this record of breaching the contract will be taken into consideration, needless to say about direct PhD admissions. Li Zheng, startled, said with a gulp, then I better not sign. Zhou Yi quickly tried to smooth things over, waving his arms, oh my, Huang Ying, look how you've frightened the child, it's not that serious. However, Huang Ying refused to budge, it's hard to say, I still hope Li Zheng appreciates the seriousness of the contract. After signing, you're obligated to uphold it. Ah! Zhou Chenghuan scratched his head, seeing Li Zheng's resistance, and could only sigh deeply, then like this, go home and discuss it with your parents. You can sign any time before 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Waiting for an opportunity like this, it will be after the national competition results are out. Alright, Li Zheng quickly shouldered his backpack, thank you both teachers, I really didn't mean any offense, I just genuinely prefer physics, mathematics, history, and fine arts. Ah! An irate Huang Ying ruffled her hair, No need to say it twice. Zhou Yi was already laughing so hard he had to hold his stomach. Ha ha ha, all right, go home and draw. After Li Zheng left, the two of them exchanged wry smiles. Huang Ying laughed out loud looking at Zhou Yi's deflated expression. It's my first time seeing someone reject your contract, and because of fine arts, ha ha ha. Stop. Zhou Yi had his own silent grievances. I have to remind you, you've made promises too easily. Aren't you afraid of running into him in a physics competition? Impossible, there's only 4 months left. Huang Ying, tapping on the paperwork said, moreover, don't you see what school he's from? He's clearly a single subject whiz. If he were a polymath, how could he possibly be at Lake Ying? One can't think like that, bizarre things tend to come in waves. Zhou Yi turned the page of the documents to reveal another file. Isn't this Lin Yujing even more preposterous? Ranked 7th and didn't even bother to show up, as if she's taking it for fun, and she's also from Lake Ying. That, I think it's parental negligence. Huang Ying shook her head as she closed the file. AG University contract offered on a silver platter, and she didn't want it. That's not just crazy, it's purely irresponsible parenting. Who knows? Zhou Yi then stood up, his face apologetic. Sorry to have wasted your time. No problem, it's all for the sake of finding good students, she replied. Then, Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. If, by any chance, Li Zheng ends up at the signing desk of the School of Physics or the Department of Mathematics, you ought to call me to enjoy the spectacle. Dean Zhou, how old are you? Huang Ying teased, packing up her belongings. To be honest, your talent for student selection is unquestionable, but when it comes to signing the contract, you're really too candid. If you're set on a student, we at the admissions office can contact the parents directly, we can get them to sign one way or another. No, 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 Zhou Yi quickly raised his hand. With such a stubborn student, even if we force him to join, if he becomes dissatisfied with his studies, he might switch departments at any time, or even go abroad. That would be a huge loss, wouldn't it? It's not just a loss for G University, but for the national treasury as well. Bringing up a university student costs millions. Alright, if you need anything, just contact me anytime. Good, and if you see him signing with the School of Physics, remember to let me know, he said. There you go again. Chapter 156. He took out his phone and saw messages from Yu Hong bombarding him one after another. Yu Hong, you rejected Zhou Yi's contract. Yu Hong, do you know what you are doing? Yu Hong, our school hasn't produced a G University elite in almost 10 years, Li Zheng. Yu Hong, G University Chemical Institute, I didn't even make it. Yu Hong, I know you prefer physics, but are you so confident about getting into G University Department of Physics? Yu Hong, what's so great about physics? Its practical techniques are already outdated. At this stage, those in physics are all big charlatans, do you know that? Either they try to swindle government funds for colliders or rack their brains over nonsense like quantum mechanics and string theory, all unverifiable. It's a swindle after all. Yu Hong, I think you've been swindled. Yu Hong, you've read too many novels, who else believes them besides novelists? Yu Hong, actually, even novelists don't believe them, they just use these notions as material to hoodwink students like you who don't know anything. Yu Hong, chemistry is different. It still has a lot of room in applications, solving real-world issues from environmental pollution to pharmaceutical research. There's a way forward in every direction. Yu Hong, are you trying to infuriate me to death? Li Zheng felt helpless. Every time he just typed a few characters to reply, Yu Hong sent another new message. This anger from Li Zheng was understandable. Moreover, much of what Yu Hong said was not mere scaremongering. Theoretical physics indeed felt somewhat like a dead end, mainly because observational methods were far behind theoretical conjectures. Or rather, geniuses like Einstein, Maxwell, and Schrödinger had guessed almost all the observable scientific phenomena for the next 100 years ahead of time. However, Yu Hong's arguments were somewhat extreme. At least in subfields like astrophysics, laser physics, and particle physics, there was still much worth exploring. As for a sudden emergence of a Newton or Einstein, coming up with something like gravity or the theory of relativity on a whim, such events were now virtually impossible. Moreover, even though the job prospects in chemistry were also not great, it was at least better because of the high demand for chemical industry across society, much more than just persisting in the ivory tower of theoretical physics. Li Zheng, just about to finalize the wording for his response, found Yu Hong had already sent another message. Yu Hong, forget it, it's really impossible to communicate with you. Yu Hong, I knew at first glance you didn't like chemistry, and your poor performance in it was one thing, but inexplicably excelling in it were you trying to provoke me. Yu Hong, enough said. Yu Hong, if you don't bring home the national scholarship, see how I'll deal with you. Yu Hong, don't think I don't have ways to handle it. Yu Hong, I'll separate you and Lin Yujing into different classes, believe it or not. WTF. He had that move up his sleeve? Li Zheng's eyes widened in surprise. Just as he was about to reply, Yu Hong quickly retracted the previous message. You know what a slip of the tongue is, huh? Yu Hong, come to my office tomorrow at noon. Yu Hong, bring the reimbursement bills with you. This finally made Li Zheng feel relieved. To tell you the truth, teacher Yu, I have actually saved quite a bit of those. Based on previous experiences, Li Zheng had grown more mature. He immediately took a screenshot, not giving her a chance to deny it. On the other end, old Li and Ninger were not as incensed as Yu Hong. Even though Ji University is a good school, but no help could be gotten, the whole family disliked chemistry. The next morning, Li Zheng, now used to waking up at around 6:15 am, went downstairs for a 40-minute run to ease up, followed by the usual routine of a shower, breakfast, browsing, and responding to posts. Just as he reached the parking area at the school gate around 7:50 am. Something felt off today. The eyes of the students parking their bikes looked somewhat surprised. From inside the school, the sound of the broadcast echoed, a typical female voice present in every school's broadcasting system. Great news! Li Zheng, a student from our 10th grade, Class 4, has been selected for Jiajing's chemistry team as the top student of the city. Wishing Li Zheng the best on behalf of Jiajing and our school in the upcoming National Chemistry Olympiad. Great news from our school. It was still on loop. Li Zheng, embarrassed, bowed his head and locked his bike firmly. As he walked toward the school entrance, enduring the stares and whispers from all around, his embarrassment deepened. It's not that he opposed being admired for his looks. It was just that for him at the moment, this achievement didn't hold much value. There were many stronger competitors, such a level would barely get a mention in the school magazine in Rendafu, definitely not warranting such fuss. Moreover, he achieved this first place when Shi Yang was in poor form and arrived 2 hours late. The more they touted it, the more upset he felt. Just as Li Zheng was almost reaching the school gate. Master! A remarkably friendly voice came over. Even Li Zheng couldn't resist and burst into laughter when he looked up and saw Zhang Xiaok. There she was, dressed in the standard blue and white school uniform with a red armband on her arm denoting her role as the duty student. She carried a bit of a student committee member vibe. Of course, that was just an illusion. On closer inspection, one could see that she had modified her uniform, the waist was taken in, the collar was smaller and tip-tilted, and there were various shiny miscellaneous items added, along with her hairstyle and eyelashes which were just on the verge of breaking the rules. She actually turned the school uniform into her own Xiaok style. Seeing Zhang Xiaok pounce overzealously, Li Zheng was genuinely shocked. What's this? A celestial maiden dance? Scram! Zhang Xiaok slapped his shoulder while taking advantage of the momentum, then started sizing him up. Master, you seem off as well. How does it feel, more, lifted somehow? She was staring at Li Zheng's butt when she said that. Though Li Zheng didn't mind being admired for his handsomeness, that area was off limits. Why have you become so corrupt, and I've just been gone for a few days? Li Zheng turned and chastised, been slacking off with your studies, huh? See if I don't flunk you. Haha, come at me, Zhang Xiaok laughed heartily, hands on her hips, boasting, not gonna lie, I feel like I've had a breakthrough recently, stronger by not just a little bit. Alright, Li Zheng couldn't help but flex his fingers, true to your style, always making me look forward to it. While he was speaking, another familiar voice came through. What's going on, what's going on? Let's go, why are you standing there? You, what is the duty student doing? Zhang Xiaok panicked and quickly turned back to her original place. Sun Xiaobin strode over quickly, adjusting his glasses as he shouted, the duty student is supposed to check the dress and hairstyles, are you here to chit-chat? Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? Turning his head, Sun Xiaobin caught Li Zheng walking with his hands behind his back. Actually, Li Zheng wasn't intentionally walking with his hands behind his back this time, he was merely covering his butt, not wanting it to be on display. Yet, he still looked imposing even without being angry. Director Sun, good morning, Li Zheng glanced at Sun Xiaobin, nodding slightly. That single glance scattered Sun Xiaobin's authoritative aura. Of course, it wasn't solely due to his imposing appearance. It was mainly because Li Zheng, by now, was already the light of Lake Ying. Saying nothing of being first in the provincial team, entering a prestigious college was a done deal. A presence like this. Even Assistant Principal Sun Xiaobin had to show him some respect. Even if Li Zheng openly dated someone at school, she, Sun Xiaobin, could now only seethe in silence. Let alone teasing a duty student. Good morning, student Li Zheng, Sun Xiaobin managed to swallow all her accusations, somewhat avoiding Li Zheng's gaze. Li Zheng glared. Every time that expression appeared, it would invariably accompany a mad harvest of vitality values. Everyone had been peaceful for a long time, so why this again? Not until Li Zheng reached the classroom door did the daunting broadcast end. This caused him to be greeted with hoots from the whole class as soon as he entered the classroom. Damn! Brother Li, I've missed you so much. Awesome, Li Zheng. You're even cooler than Yu Hong now, right? During class, can you ask her a super tough question? I want to see her struggle. How come, your figure suddenly looks so lifted? Li Zheng barely responded to the various noises as he struggled to make it to his seat. He glanced instinctively. Lin Yujing's desk was empty. He wasn't sure if she hadn't arrived yet, or wasn't planning to come at all. Just as Li Zheng was pondering, a familiar yet cold voice came from behind him. Not here yet. Li Zheng shuddered, turning his head to look. Unlike his own situation, Zhang Qinghua seemed to have aged a bit suddenly, with dark circles already forming under his eyes. Although his hair didn't seem to have thinned, a closer look at the division point of his hair seemed to have receded slightly. Following traditional Chinese medicine, his kidneys seemed to be failing. Are you okay? Li Zheng asked with a trembling voice. I'm fine, Zhang Qinghua grinned, just knew you'd look there first. Guess that's a kind of telepathy. Li Zheng shuddered again, I was just wondering how she's doing with physics. Hehe, then you've asked the right person, Zhang Qinghua said, pulling out a small green book, the title glaringly obvious. Physics Competition Tutorial. You? Li Zheng was stunned. Yeah, I also registered for the physics competition with Teacher Tao, Zhang Qinghua nodded vigorously, man's gotta be harsh on himself, you've always been like that, right? That's true, but you have to watch the extent. Li Zheng said sympathetically, you can't overexert yourself too much. I haven't, I'm in bed by 10 every night, no staying up to study, Zhang Qinghua said, as another physics competition textbook slid off his lap and fell onto the floor. Li Zheng looked down at the large, somewhat wrinkled yellow book. 500 New Solutions to Physics Problems in Russian High Schools. Damn, just the title sounds cultish. Zhang Qinghua hurriedly picked up the problem booklet and said, it's only reasonable to look at a couple of problems during morning reading. Don't do this, Qinghua, the core of studying isn't about overkill. Exactly. Lu Xin felt even more sympathetic, come on, brother Li, save him. Recently, even while playing basketball, he kept mumbling about the trajectory of arcs or something. At that moment, the warning bell finally rang, and the horrifying cycle of joyful announcements finally ended. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Xin started a countdown. Lin Yujing is 10 seconds away. 9. 3. 2. 1. The countdown ended, and the three of them looked toward the classroom door simultaneously. But nobody was there. Hey? This can't be wrong. Lu Xin wondered, could she really have taken the day off? Li Zheng hummed, she must be secretly reviewing physics at home. She doesn't need to do it secretly, brother Li, Miss Lin is up front about it, Lu Xin said, pointing at Zhang Qinghua, who was looking down at the tricky Russian problems, that, now, is what you call doing it secretly. Zhang Qinghua cursed, I just don't want to be too high profile. What if I don't even make it past the preliminary round? Don't think about the outcome, be confident. Li Zheng turned and nodded, at the chem competition's prelims, I saw someone break down on the spot. Such a desperate mindset might be the reason for failure. If possible, try not to think about the outcomes. Isn't the study itself wonderful? That's true, Zhang Qinghua scratched his head, I feel much more relaxed when doing physics papers now. After scratching his head, he also shook his hand, flinging off the loose hair. Right, that's the way. Li Zheng dared not look at how much hair was on the ground, just smiled, to tell the truth, by now, you should be able to outdo me in physics. Ahaha, Zhang Qinghua scratched his head and laughed, no way, not that fast. I've been doing nothing but reading Chinese for 2 hours a day. I haven't touched anything related to chemistry lately. Li Zheng smiled with pursed lips, I'm afraid I'll bomb the monthly test. No way, you just stop pretending, haha. Zhang Qinghua got excited and scratched off another handful of hair. He had gotten used to the scene and simply grinned and clapped the hair off his hands. Stop scratching, please keep some hair, Lu Xin said sympathetically, holding Zhang Qinghua's hands, and, my brother Li is not one to pretend. If he says he didn't touch it, then he didn't. True words. Li Zheng sighed, I'm so unpracticed, I almost forgot the formula for gravitational force. Then, you really need to get a feel for it again, Zhang Qinghua laughed, now, using those formulas has become so natural for me, I don't even have to think. It's purely muscle memory. Impressive, Li Zheng nodded firmly. Hey, it's just solving a few more problems, Zhang Qinghua began scratching again. While speaking, Li Zheng's ears twitched. Listen carefully. There was a sound in the hallway. Very faint. But it could only be that sound. She wasn't secretly studying physics at home? Soon, Lin Yujing appeared at the classroom door, but in a state of being captured and escorted by Zhang Xiok, still struggling with muffled noises. Hereby, the duty student and vice class monitor declares, your hair is too long. Zhang Xiok escorted Lin Yujing towards the window, her face full of a wicked smile, punishment, face scrunching. What followed was a series of indescribable scenes. Unexpectedly. Although Lin Yujing was captured, she suddenly reversed her body with a backhand, and managed to wrap Zhang Xiok into it. Then, she pinned her down on her own desk and completed a counter-attack. In the end, she grabbed Zhang Xiok's wrists with one hand, while the other hand madly invaded Zhang Xiok's face. Face scrunching. Puru. Zhang Xiok's carefully styled hair and curled eyelashes were completely ruined, and her whole face seemed to be blown by a hurricane as she struggled and pleaded for mercy, no. I can't, please spare me. Phew. It was only then that Lin Yujing let go and then, subconsciously, she looked toward Li Zheng's seat. They locked eyes. Both panicked for a moment and looked away. Then, feeling silly about panicking, they glared fiercely at each other again. Afterward, they squinted their eyes and tried their best to express disdain for each other. In the back row, Zhang Qinghua watched this series of synchronizations. Clutching the Russian 500 problems on his lap. No expression whatsoever. He had long since become as steadfast as rock. No panic, no anger, no jealousy, no depression. This was Qinghua's four-nose principle. Obviously, Yujing only paid attention to those who could match her academically. You, Li Zheng, think I, Qinghua, can't learn? At worst, I'll just be a dumb bird learning to fly early, dying on physics competitions a few months before you. Just like you said, Li Zheng, heaven rewards the diligent. As long as I take down these 500 Russian problems. Maybe, it will be me who goes to the physics competition finals with Yujing. When Qinghua snapped back to reality, she realized that Yujing had already brought Zhang Xiok over to this side. Yujing pushed Zhang Xiok back to her seat and told Li Zheng, keep an eye on her. Sorry for the trouble, Li Zheng admitted his fault, aware it was his own issue. Zhang Xiok could only helplessly slam the desk, damn. I didn't expect her to be so strong. For strength, I'd still recommend a senior, Li Zheng whispered, as long as you win over Qiao Bixia, you can do whatever you want to Yujing. Zhang Xiok had an epiphany, that makes sense. She runs slow, can't catch me. Yujing turned her face to leave, then suddenly stopped and asked without turning around, signing up. Didn't sign, outright refused, answered Li Zheng. No way, physics and math are just more appealing. Yujing finally relaxed and bounced back to her seat. Zhang Xiok was shocked, what did you just say? Refused what? Nothing much. It wasn't G University's contract, was it? Qinghua also panicked, dropping the 500 Russian problems. Li Zheng lowered his head to pack his bag. That contract is too exclusive, I dare not sign. Let me translate. Lu Xin raised his hand. As a die-hard fan of Brother Li, I still remember what he said during the school-wide speech. It's something like he could get accepted anyway, signing it would mean less freedom. That's too much, pondered Zhang Xiaoke. Just make sure Yu Hong or Lu Xiaodong don't find out, or they'll kill you. They already know about it. Li Zheng's face darkened, nervous about facing Yu Hong at noon. Let's not spread the word. The professors at G University's Chemical Institute are all nice. I don't want to embarrass them. Lu Xin immediately pounded his chest. I definitely won't tell. Don't you trust my lips? Zhang Xiaoke licked her lips and blinked. I'm just a physics learning machine. King Hua picked up the 500 problems again. As class was about to start, Yu Jing uncharacteristically came back around and slapped a piece of paper on Zhang Xiaoke's desk. There's a reward. After saying this, she twisted around and ran back to her seat, entering a prone sleeping position within a second. What? Zhang Xiaoke, puzzled, opened the folded paper. She screamed in shock upon seeing the content, physics problems. King Hua put down the 500 problems again, eyes red, as she strained her neck to ask, for, Li Zheng. For Xiaoke, I guess, Li Zheng gestured. What did I do? Zhang Xiaoke looked bewildered, also, except for the master, who uses this as a reward. Wait. Lu Xin's eyebrows tightened, suddenly raising his hand, I get it now. Facing this physics problem, Lu Xin was probably the least qualified to speak. But Li Zheng had to admit, this mature-looking man had an extraordinary intuition for bizarre questions. The less reasonable things were, the more his opinions were worth listening to. Listen to my analysis, Lu Xin gestured. Yu Jing's statements are always very concise, omitting a lot of content, leaving only a core word for us to infer. Firstly, my intuition tells me she's in a good mood right now. People in a good mood want to give red packets, want to feel happy. Thus, she gave out this problem. But please note, she said there's a reward, but there's also a there at the beginning. Isn't that very redundant? Doesn't that completely clash with Miss Lin's speaking style? So, I believe that the there hides the most crucial content. There's a reward. Physics problem. See what I mean, everyone? The problem itself is not the reward. It means, whoever solves it, gets the reward. Lu Xin settled back in his seat with a heavy tone, I don't stand a chance, but you three can all give it a try. Childish, scoffed Li Zheng, I haven't even glanced at the competitions since midterm exams, I haven't touched physics, there's no way I can solve the problems she's capable of setting now. Zhang Xiaoke looked at the problem and said, I may not be able to solve it, but I understand it, maybe I could give it a try. Cough. King Hua coughed, I'm actually preparing for the competition, it doesn't matter what problem I do, let me try. Hold on, Zhang Xiaoke quickly pulled out her DIY cartoon Shiba Inu dog head pencil case, I'll make 2 copies for you both, we can do it at the same time. Now that you mention it, since it's a problem from Yu Jing, I might as well give it a shot. Li Zheng glanced at the problem and loosened up a bit, there's no shame in not being able to solve it. Right, no shame, King Hua's lips curled up. Now is the time. Half a month's all in gamble. It's time to reap the rewards. This time, we face each other head on. Let our strengths do the talking. Chapter 157. Ding ding ding. As the bell sounded, Tang's Haifei entered the classroom holding the lesson plan. After the standard procedure of standing up and greeting, Tang's Haifei, as usual, bowed his head to look at the outline of this lesson's content. At the same time, he habitually raised his hand to wipe his hair back over his ears. Every time this happened, watching the serious Tang's Haifei, the students would enjoy it, as if they could smell a hint of fragrance in the air. Only Li Zheng remained unflinching, seeming to be struggling against something. Amidst the struggle, Tang's Haifei suddenly looked up and glared over. Li Zheng shuddered. You know just by me thinking about it. Mind-reading technique? Seeing Li Zheng shudder, Tang's Haifei also shuddered. In fact, she hadn't really been thinking much, but seeing Li Zheng's reaction made her feel quite uncomfortable. It's been so long, can't you think of something else? Despite that thought, Tang's Haifei couldn't possibly scold someone over this matter, so she had to suppress her annoyance and start the lesson. Although it has already been announced over the broadcast, we still need to give praise in class, especially as there's another matter. Tang's Haifei said, taking out a letter. This is a commendation letter jointly written by Shi Yang, the citywide first-place winner of the preliminary chem competitions, and his father. During the exercise break, it will be read out to the whole school, but I'll just summarize the main content here. During the chem competitions training, Li Zheng and Shi Yang, though competitors, upheld the principle of friendship first. When Shi Yang was seriously ill, in the face of opposition, Li Zheng did everything he could to support Shi Yang and complete the training assessments. Last night, the principal of City First School also contacted our principal to express thanks, and they will send over a banner later, which will likely lead to further exchange. Although Li Zheng has already heard plenty of applause, let's still give him another round of applause. At this point, the class finally went wow. Then, following Tang's Haifei, they gave a collective round of applause. The earlier parts about Shi Yang and assisting with the examination, in truth, most people didn't really understand. But the name City First School indeed shocked everyone. To use the martial world as a metaphor, this was almost as if the renowned Mount Hua sect deigned to show favor to some fisherman gang. Looking at it this way, that Shi Yang must also be somewhat of a Mount Hua sect's foremost disciple-level figure. Which is to say, last week, when I, the fisherman gang's chief fisherman, roamed the Jianghu, I inadvertently saved the life of their top disciple. However enchanting this tale might be, the idea that studies come first, competitions second indeed sounds like something Li Zheng would do. This applause made Li Zheng all the more embarrassed. It was just doing what ought to be done, why make such a big deal out of it? Is sect leader Lu Xiaodong, of the fisherman gang, eager to form ties with the Mount Hua sect? After the applause, Tang's Haifei, as per usual, began arranging the work for the week. 3 things this week. First, is the parent-teacher meeting starting at 3:30 this afternoon. After class ends at 3:20, please pack your bags immediately and leave school, and don't forget to stick your name tags on your seats. Li Zheng was startled, he nudged Zhang Xiaok, who was rapidly copying questions at his side, how come I don't know about this? It was notified in the parent group. Your parents know, that's enough. Zhang Xiaok suddenly paused to ask, which one is coming, your dad or your mom? I feel like neither will come. Up on the stage, Tang's Haifei raised a second finger, her tone suddenly firm. Secondly, the 2 class representatives have not done any work since they took office. I don't even expect you to do much now. I just ask that before lunchtime, you collaborate on writing a set of brief study methods for each subject. We can consider the opinions of representatives from different subjects. I will photocopy and distribute them at the parent-teacher meeting for all parents and students to reference. This time, both Li Zheng and Lin Yujing shivered simultaneously. Tang's Haifei was angry, really angry. Lastly, I could feel everyone's relaxation after the midterms. If this continues, our class will soon be exposed during the monthly exams. Considering the disproportionately high scores of Li Zheng and Lin Yujing, our class's average score isn't very meaningful anymore. Although I hope to accompany each of the students sitting here until graduation from the 3rd year of high school. But looking at it objectively, after the 2nd year final exams, Li Zheng and Lin Yujing are bound to be placed in the advanced classes. I also hope that as many of us as possible can squeeze into the advanced classes. As much as it hurts to let you go, the selection exams are still a major theme in our education system, and academic qualifications are the cornerstone of your future lives. At this point, Tang's Haifei nodded heavily. So, any of you sitting here, if you're determined, I will do everything I can to help you get into the advanced class. I hope to see your determination in the monthly exams. Although Tang's Haifei's words were filled with resolve, they still couldn't hide the underlying bitterness. The class fell silent. No one applauded, and no one echoed the sentiment. There was only a faint sense of sorrow. This is probably the sorrow felt by teachers of regular classes. Having worked so hard to cultivate top students, they then have to watch them go to the advanced classes. The more care you invest, the more pleasing the results, the more you stand to lose. Seeing such a sorrowful atmosphere, Li Zheng took the initiative to raise his hand. You're not allowed to speak. Tang's Haifei immediately raised his arm and turned his face away. I know what you're going to say. Just make our class the advanced class. If everyone gets into the advanced class, that'll solve it, right? That's not realistic. If you want to say that, say it after class on your own time. It's not that, Li Zheng spoke up, to me, it doesn't matter which class or who teaches, I've already told Principal Lu I won't switch classes, and he probably won't mind. So, Teacher Tang, don't be so sad, I'll stay here. Suddenly, the room erupted. Ah! What the? Brother Li's got loyalty. HMMF. Lin Yujing also jolted up from her dozing state. Looking at Li Zheng. Her eyes could only spell two words. EQ. She too raised her hand immediately, I like Teacher Tang, I'm not leaving either. This time, the commotion grew even louder. Make it clear. Is it just that you like Teacher Tang? Zhang Xiok also raised her hand, if they're not leaving, I'm not leaving either. Zhang Qinghua, finding no escape, had to raise her hand, I'm willing to be Teacher Tang's class representative forever. The usually shy Lu Yuexuan also nodded excitedly, me too, I want to be the class rep for Teacher Tang. Tang's Haifei was so scared that he covered his face, turned his back, and wildly waved his hands, no, no, absolutely not. This isn't just about you guys, the parents would panic, the school would panic, having the top students not go to the advanced class is an outright provocation, isn't it? In the end, I'll still be the one to do the persuading, don't put me in such a spot. Li Zheng immediately nodded, don't worry, I'll talk to the school about that. Shut it. Tang's Haifei, with his back turned and wiping his eyes, said, if you speak one more word, I'm sending you out to stand as a punishment. Chapter 158. As for the matter of class division, although it was still somewhat troublesome, that was a problem for next June or July. At the moment, there were more pressing matters at hand. That was the problem copied by Zhang Xiok. 3 copies, one for each person, I'll take the original. Zhang Xiok handed out his copies to Li Zheng and Zhang Qinghua, then bit open his pen cap with a determined air, quite in the early style of Li Zheng, I really wonder how tricky Jingjing's questions are. Right, Zhang Qinghua said coldly as he pulled out his pen, it's just for learning, not for rewards, we're taking this approach, right? Hearing this, Li Zheng felt for the first time that Zhang Qinghua was indeed a talent worth shaping. After being around for so long, he was finally getting on the right track, not bad at all. Since it was a competition, Li Zheng did not cheat by speeding up but looked down at the questions as usual. Not to mention, although he had recently tackled a massive volume of chemistry questions, seeing physics questions felt somehow more familiar. It was like a man who had traveled through the world's dust, yet in the end, still loved his hometown cuisine the most. Li Zheng stopped thinking further and began to analyze the question. In August 2011, China's spacecraft Chang'e 2, after completing its lunar mission, flew for the first time from lunar orbit to the Sun-Earth Lagrange point. At that point, Chang'e 2 and the Earth revolved around the Sun in a synchronous circular motion. The masses of the Sun and Earth are known as ms and me, and the distance between the Sun and Earth is r. The equation that the distance x from the Earth to this Lagrange point satisfies is. From this, x is approximately. Given that when lambda 1 plus lambda, n 1 plus n lambda. Li Zheng's first reaction after reading the question was, it must be a physics competition question. But not so difficult. Completely different from the first time he encountered chem competition questions. Back then, looking at those terrifying compounds, he was completely baffled and just had to buckle down, grateful for any points he could scrape together. Because chem competitions involved a large amount of undergraduate level chemistry knowledge, whether one had studied chem competitions made a world of difference, often not even understanding the questions. But this physics competition question, Li Zheng could understand and had ideas right away, just unsure if he could solve it. Lin Yujing had secretly studied for so long, and they had all been holding back on meeting for a week. Was the physics question she presented as a greeting this simple? Could someone like me, who had never looked at a physics competition question, even try? Or was I too arrogant? Maybe, it's very difficult? Li Zheng wasn't sure, so he just started working on it. The only slight difficulty in analyzing this question was the Lagrange point. Li Zheng, who was steeped in science fiction, naturally understood this concept, but dwelling on it would only complicate the question. In reality, to solve this question, there was no need to know what exactly a Lagrange point was. Only paying attention to the key information provided in the question was necessary. 1. This point is on the Sun-Earth line. 2. At this point, the spacecraft and Earth revolve around the Sun in synchronous circular motion. To a physics enthusiast, these words could instantly be transformed into geometric diagrams and mathematical equations. Since the spacecraft is on the Sun-Earth line, this means it is affected by the gravitation of both the Earth and Sun, which are in the same direction. Just add the two gravitational forces together to get the centripetal force needed for the spacecraft's circular motion. Since it revolves synchronously with the Earth around the Sun, this implies that the angular velocity omega is the same. Furthermore, the relationship between angular velocity, radius, and centripetal force in circular motion is F equals mr omega 2. Next, it was just a matter of laying out these equations and solving them, middle school mathematics. Within 5 minutes, the answer to the first question was found. The equation that the distance x from the Earth to this point satisfies is ms/r plus x, 2 plus me/x2 equals ms/r plus x/r3. This result was somewhat complex, but the approach and calculation were indeed very straightforward. Looking at the second question. From this, x is approximately this. Isn't it just solving the equation above? Isn't this a mathematics question now? Looking at the equation above, it was clearly too complex. With the mathematics knowledge currently available, it was impossible to solve it directly. The cause lay in the first part of the equation, the denominator, r and x, 2, which directly plunged the equation into the abyss. But Li Zheng didn't panic. Because there was something glaring in the question prompt, almost as if it was shouting, if you don't know, look at me. If you don't know, look at me. That was the hint in the bracket at the end. Given that when lambda 1, 1 plus lambda, n 1 plus n lambda, along with the final question, which was about x. This was quite evident. It was necessary to use this formula to simplify r and x, 2. After clarifying his thoughts, the first step was to transform r and x, 2 into 1 plus lambda, n. This then became 1 plus x/r, 2r2. Subsequently, he substituted it into the formula above. Finally, he connected it with the equation from the first question. X, me/3ms, 1/3r. Looking at this comfortable and beautiful answer, Li Zheng took a deep breath, and his spirits lifted. Refreshing. Still, solving physics problems is refreshing. There was still half a math problem left to spice things up. Delightful. Even though he had solved so many dreadful chemistry problems, the exhilaration they brought still didn't compare to that of this moderately difficult physics math problem. However, this level of difficulty. Lin Yujing, was she really testing someone? If she wanted to stump me, she should at least bring on some more challenging problems. Could it be, she had some other purpose? Was there something hidden in this problem? Li Zheng couldn't help but look at the problem statement again. Lagrange point, Chang'e 2 spacecraft, synchronous orbit. These terms, as well as the entire orbiting process, were filled with the beauty of physics. Just like Lin Yujing's composition titled Her Journey. That composition did not contain a single formula. Instead, it described the entire physics process in a purely sentimental and graceful manner. Upon reflection, the solution for X was not the endpoint. The entire process of solving the problem was to transform those beautiful words into the formula above. Now that the result was ready, perhaps it was time to translate the numerical result back into sentimental text. From this perspective, the ultimate question was no longer what X, but rather, how far must Chang'e 2 travel to dance eternally around Earth with the Sun? Li Zheng's eyes narrowed. His heart thumped excitedly. No. 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 This was not a physics problem. It was a problem with metaphorical implications. I, Li Zheng, belong to the Earth, equivalent to Earth. You, Lin Yujing, are a woman, equivalent to Chang'e. The Sun, the eternal center, represents original intentions and beliefs, equivalent to physics. Converting that. You, Lin Yujing, want to stay with me, Li Zheng, and enter the embrace of physics. How far would that be? Thinking this, Li Zheng's face showed joy. Ha! I understand now. Brilliant. It's just like Lin Yujing, I knew you wouldn't set such a simple question. You are hinting that you want to join me at G University Physics College, right? If I interpreted your hint correctly, then I should fill in that answer, right? Interesting, such a question is interesting. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Zheng calculated. He then added an equal sign above the solution for X, and filled in the real answer. 564. 564 days until the college entrance exam. Chapter 159. His feeling, of course, was quite wonderful. But from Tang's Haifei's perspective, there was nothing wonderful about it. The Chinese language class was already in a sorry state. Li Zheng, you do practice problems during Chinese class, I tolerated it. Lin Yujing, you start dozing off early in the morning, I tolerated that too. But what's the meaning of Zhang Qinghua and Zhang Xiao's actions? Dismantling each other right in front of the class? Let's not talk about Zhang Xiao for now. Tang's Haifei was aware of Zhang Qinghua's preparations for the physics competition. She had emphasized more than once about the impact of competitions on regular studies. Knowing Zhang Qinghua had her mind set despite this, Tang's Haifei did not say much, only offering encouragement. Now, with things looking this way, was Zhang Xiao also planning to muddy the waters? Looking at it now, Li Zheng's meteoric progress, as if invigorated by chicken blood, really did boost the students' confidence. But this fervor had also led some students to lose sight of themselves. Although Tang's Haifei was very angry, she didn't directly point out or criticize the two during class time. It was only when the bell for end of class rang and she was tidying up her lesson plan and summarizing that she spoke up, her words neither too light nor too heavy. Teachers can't drag you by the ears and force everyone to listen to the class, she said. Especially for students with better grades, the teacher believes in your self-judgment and time management. If facts prove that you do better without listening to the class, the teacher will congratulate and be happy for you. But if things don't go as hoped and the results aren't as beautiful, I hope you won't be discouraged and will adjust in time to get back on the right track. Having said that, she left with the teaching materials in her arms, looking very hurried and quite angry. Although she had spoken softly, still, everyone in the class realized the seriousness of the matter. Teacher Tang is angry, she finally lost her temper. Is that even her losing her temper? It totally is, look how she walked off with a twist. Who is it? Who is it that doesn't even listen to Teacher Tang's class, excluding Li Zheng and Lin Yujing? As everyone searched around, Zhang Xiao and Zhang Qinghua quickly hid their answer sheets and pretended to pack up their bags. Next time we compete, let's do it during biology class. Zhang Qinghua murmured with her head bowed, I really shouldn't have upset Teacher Tang. English class works too, Zhang Xiao asked, turning her head, did you figure it out? Zhang Qinghua's face stiffened, and she retorted, did you? I'm not telling you. Zhang Xiao's face also turned a bit red. Both turned to look at Li Zheng. Li Zheng subconsciously confirmed the answer, 564, right. This is a formula problem, master, there shouldn't be a definite numerical answer, it should be things like me, ms, r, right? How could it be a single number? Zhang Xiao even began to doubt herself and re-examined the problem, did I miss something? Zhang Qinghua also calmed down and quickly regained the confidence she had last semester, flipping her hair with a laugh, even if there was a numerical answer, 564 would be impossible. For this kind of astronomy problem, when it asks for distance, it's usually measured in tens of thousands of kilometers at least, certainly not a few hundred. After reviewing the problem again, Zhang Xiao turned around with a laugh, has master been away from physics for too long? It's so funny. Everyone makes mistakes, Zhang Qinghua hurriedly raised her hand, Li Zheng's touch will come back soon. Hehe, I feel like I can finally win one. Zhang Xiao licked her lips and eagerly raised her hand, shouting, Jing Jing, grade the papers. Lin Yujing, in fact, had been ready for a while. At this moment, she was holding a small envelope in her hand, still somewhat torn about whether to stand up. At times like this, Zhang Xiao always chose to push hard. She dashed to Lin Yujing's desk in a few steps and tucked her hands under Lin Yujing's arms from behind, embracing her body and starting to drag her over. This embrace made Lin Yujing's skin prickle, as she vehemently wriggled out, took a moment to compose herself, and was then reluctantly pushed over by Zhang Xiao. Without a second word, Zhang Xiao slapped her own answer sheet down, how is it? Lin Yujing glanced down, first question is right, didn't do the second question, 50 points. That's enough. The one with the most points gets the reward, right? Zhang Xiao eyed the corner of the small envelope in Lin Yujing's arms, already rubbing her hands together, looks like the reward was prepared in advance. I'm getting more and more excited. Don't get too happy too soon. Zhang Qinghua, her face red, stood up and offered her answer sheet to Lin Yujing with both hands. I'm just an ordinary physics enthusiast, I just wanted to do practice problems, not for the reward, but of course, if there's a reward, I won't refuse it. Anyway, please review it. Lin Yujing barely glanced at it with the corner of her eye before quickly looking away. All wrong. What? Zhang Qinghua shuddered, shedding a few hairs. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiok snatched Zhang Qinghua's answer sheet and laughed as she looked at the answers. What's this? Straight to mem/r and x, superscript 2? What were you thinking? Zhang Qinghua glared and demanded, isn't it this formula? Ugh, it's too much of a difference, I can't even be bothered to explain it to you, Zhang Xiok guffawed with sympathy, looking towards Zhang Qinghua. Keep it up, keep trying, stay strong. Ah! Zhang Qinghua collapsed onto a chair. Other things aside, now even her studies were being looked down upon by Zhang Xiok. And it was physics she had crammed so desperately. Was she not even a match for Li Zheng's dog disciple? At this moment, Li Zheng, too, hesitantly handed over his answers with his head down. I can't be 100% sure, but this should be it. Lin Yujing stood still briefly, as if she had come to a painful decision, and finally accepted the answer sheet. With just one glance, she immediately bowed her head, clenching the answer sheet tightly against the desk. Her hair covered her face, silent. This was also her usual trick to avoid showing her emotions. Haha. Zhang Xiok clapped with delight, did that piss you off? Completely correct, Lin Yujing breathed out faintly, gripping the answer sheet, even the hidden questions. Halfway through, she suddenly shook her head vigorously again. No, there's no hidden question, you're just guessing. Lin Yujing slapped the envelope in her hand and turned to pick up the rocket-shaped water bottle from the desk, her hair in disarray as she ran out. The three of them stood there, dumbfounded. A moment later, Zhang Xiok resentfully grabbed Li Zheng's answer sheet. The first question, we had the same answer, the second one, it looks correct as well. Zhang Xiok scrutinized the paper and demanded, what does this 564 mean? It looks like you solved the hidden question. Humph, someone who couldn't even solve the first layer, how could you understand the third? Li Zheng said, gently picking up the envelope from the desk, keep it up, keep trying, stay strong. Ah! Zhang Xiok clutched her head in despair, how come none of these things are getting to you? I'm starting to think you could win an award in the physics competition without even studying, since there are so many Zhangs, so many people to prop you up as denominators. Ah! Zhang Qinghua moaned again, you're saying I'm just here to make up the numbers, right? It's me, isn't it? No. Zhang Xiok quickly tried to console her, you're strong, just try harder, and keep it up. Is that not just the reverse of what you said just now? Zhang Qinghua mumbled, bowing her head in resignation, forget it. I guess physics competition is not for me. Teacher Tang is right. Don't panic, Li Zheng earnestly reassured her, for now, just treat physics competition like a hobby. When I start preparing, I can select some problems for you to try. It's not too late to cram over the winter break. Zhang Qinghua first brightened at this, but then hesitated, her expression slightly exaggerated, how can I bother you with that? It's fine, I have plenty of time over winter break, and I'm probably going to ask you and Xiok out to play basketball and hang out. Hey! Zhang Xiok rushed to stop Li Zheng, you can't just spread the word about us hanging out together. What are you thinking? Li Zheng shook his head as he took a seat, I'm not afraid of rumors, what are you worried about? I so want to hit you. Li Zheng let out a chuckle, my strength and fitness have improved a lot, you can't beat me. I don't believe it, I'm going to fight. Zhang Xiok flung a series of punches at him. Li Zheng twisted his body and parried the blows, counter-attacking with a flurry of punches like Wing Chun. Master and disciple trading punches, the skirmish actually looked quite intense. By the time the bell rang, Zhang Xiok finally ran out of steam and admitted defeat. She clutched her arm, which had taken numerous hits, feeling like crying, you really hit me. And you weren't. Li Zheng retorted, shaking his wrist. But is it the same when a guy hits a girl? You're bullying me. I didn't, I only used 50% of my strength. Liar, you were all out, she accused. Let's go another round then, feel for yourself what it's like when I really go all out. I was wrong, I admit it. When the math teacher, Zhu Hongbo, walked in, Li Zheng finally held his breath and focused, casually speaking over his shoulder to the back right. King Hua, if you still can't let it go over the winter break and want to give it a try, I'll help you. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. Zhang Qinghua was taken aback, and after a long ponder, finally put away the Russian 500 questions. Well, we'll talk about it then, thanks. He intended to leave it there, but couldn't help asking, what does 564 actually mean? A distant journey, Li Zheng murmured, stroking the envelope, he and her journey. Zhang Qinghua was usually hard-hearted. But this time the impact was just too great. This wasn't just ordinary lemon sour anymore. It was sulfuric acid. Damn it, why did I ask? Although it hurt, one fact had become very clear. Only by mastering physics could one enter Lin Yujing's heart. All gaps are gaps in expertise. No, it's far from time to give up. Grudgingly clenching his teeth, he dug out another 500 questions. In math class, Zhu Hongbo actually taught quite well. But Li Zheng still wasn't listening. It was only after Zhang Xiok and Zhang Qinghua had settled down that he finally took a good look at Lin Yujing's reward. An envelope. This was naturally not just any envelope. It was a special commemorative envelope celebrating the successful launch of the Chang'e 2 mission. The size was the same as a regular envelope, with a conceptual image of Chang'e 2 printed on the bottom left corner, a spaceship core resembling a cardboard box in the center, and solar panels unfolded on either side. In the top right corner, there was a commemorative stamp worth 1.20 yuan. On the postal code area at the bottom right corner, the number 564 was clearly written. Indeed, both the question and this reward had been prepared well in advance. Li Zheng carefully opened the envelope. Inside, there was also a Chang'e 2 commemorative postcard. Only, next to it, there wasn't an address specified, but rather a well-crafted message. Exchange coupon. With this coupon, you may exchange it for one Wandering Planet movie ticket with Lin Yujing during the winter vacation of 2019, January-February. Expired coupons will be void. Void. Absolutely void. Li Zheng was stunned for a long time. Such a deep scheme. A nested doll of tricks. That's it. Your reward is way too lame compared to my precious satellite model, isn't it? How rare is a movie ticket that you need to say it's void 3 times? But when I think about it, I've only read the science fiction novel Wandering Planet, which is really good. And now it's been made into a movie. It's still worth watching. Although this reward is a bit stingy, it's just what I need. With that in mind, Li Zheng picked up the postcard and looked towards Lin Yujing. At this moment, Lin Yujing was still pretending to be asleep, with her face turned this way, almost buried in her arms, her left arm occasionally moving stiffly. Based on Li Zheng's years of experience observing Lin Yujing, she was pretending to sleep. In fact, she was secretly observing through the gap between her elbow and the desk. Master Ye indeed was a stingy person, even so timid when observing an opponent. Unlike me, Ximen Chui Shuet, who watches openly and unblinkingly. Since he knew Lin Yujing was secretly observing, Li Zheng picked up the postcard and nodded with it. In an instant, Lin Yujing turned over, hiding her face in the curtains and pretending to sleep facing the other way. Well, that's the signal received. Wandering Planet is, after all, one of the leading science fiction novels in the country. Even if the movie effects are poor, the genre is still a rare treat for me. Even old Li and Ninger, who haven't been to a movie theater in 7 or 8 years, would surely enjoy it. Well then, after exchanging the tickets with Lin Yujing and using it as an excuse, I'll buy 2 more for them, and the 3 of us will go together. A science fiction movie festival for the studious family. Yes. Because of the parent-teacher meeting, school let out early at 3 in the afternoon. Li Zheng hadn't touched a basketball in a week and was itching to play, so he contacted Xiao Bixia again and had her pin down Lin Yujing and Su Mensi to organize a harmless and relaxing basketball game. On the other hand, parents gradually began to arrive at the school. Among them was a parent named Li Yi who arrived especially early. The meeting was at 3:30, but he arrived half an hour ahead of time. He naturally came with a mission. This mission was very well hidden and highly confidential. The whole world must have only him knowing about it. That mission was family introduction time. Before meeting the family, he undoubtedly spotted his son at the school gate. From a distance, he saw Li Zheng playing basketball with some girls, with others watching. The most boisterous among the onlookers was that ostentatious girl he had seen in the hospital. Li Yi frowned at that moment. But when he saw Lin Yujing, his brow relaxed. Seeing Xiao Bixia, his brow tightened again. Seeing Su Menzi, he relaxed once more. He couldn't help but take off his glasses and rub his eyes. It was too difficult. The reason for the difficulty was that, up until now, Li Yi still wasn't sure which one was Lin Yujing. Today, he had to figure it out, no matter what. With this determination, Li Yi stepped into the teaching building and, following the messages in the parents' group, made his way to class 4 of the second grade seniors. The students had just left, and Tang's Haifei was alone in the classroom, standing at the lectern, practicing his speech. Dear parents, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend this parent-teacher meeting. No good, all nonsense. Good afternoon, parents. Today is. No, too boring, well then. Parents, I've missed you so much. Ha ha ha, that's funny. No, think of something else. Yo, long time no see, everyone. Ha ha ha, that's so Zhang Xiaok. Li Yi waited for a long time and couldn't stand it anymore, finally ahem. He coughed and peeked into the classroom door. Tang's Haifei jumped, quickly straightening up her appearance. Upon seeing it was Li Yi, she breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me to death, I thought it was someone else. Ah, working hard, Teacher Tang, Li Yi said, chuckling as he walked into the classroom, looking around. Li Zheng is over there, the second to last row. Tang's Haifei pointed directly towards Li Zheng's seat, somewhat apologetically stating, I'm really sorry, you and Li Zheng's mother are so busy, you actually didn't have to come. Hey, how could I miss a parent-teacher meeting? Li Yi continued looking around, even though Li Zheng had already privately messaged him the seat location, yet Li Yi stubbornly embarked on a L-shaped path through the classroom, scanning the name tags on every desk. The second to last row. Tang's Haifei said. Ah, the person hasn't arrived yet, just strolling around, it's uncomfortable to sit, he replied. Well, suit yourself. Teacher Tang squinted her eyes as she said, it's a pity, Lin Yujing's parents couldn't make it due to some issues. Hey! Li Yi suddenly turned around, his eyes wide with shock. Then what am I even doing here? Wouldn't it be better to cut a few more tumors? Just kidding, Lin Yujing's mother will come, Tang's Haifei snorted with laughter, her eyes narrowing further, I guess I know why things have been going smoothly for you, Teacher Li. Ah, I was just. Li Yi scratched his head, just wanted to communicate a bit, to guide our kids together, not to rush into. Hey, it's actually not too early. I was with Li Zheng's mom when we were 16. Enough, Teacher Li. Tang's Haifei hastily raised her arm, you already talked about that a lot during the dinner that day. Did I? I drank too much, forgot, haha. Alright, you don't need to look anymore, Teacher Tang pointed towards the center window, Lin Yujing's seat is the one by the window. Oh, it's alright, I'm just walking around, hey, Li Zheng is playing basketball. Li Yi took the opportunity to move closer to the window by Lin Yujing's desk to observe the desktop. On the surface, this set of desk and chair was very tidy. But upon closer inspection, it wasn't hard to notice that the colors on the desk were uneven. This shape. It looked like someone had been lying with their head down on it, causing the desk to change color. Before he could think further, Tang's Haifei also came up to a window in the front row. Li Zheng is really good at basketball, but he usually likes to play with Lin Yujing, Su Menzi and Xiao Bixia. Oh? Zhang Xiaok is there too. Wait, you just mentioned a lot of names. Li Yi strenuously lifted his glasses, trying hard to peer towards the distant basketball court. Which one? Which one is Lin Yujing? That one, the thin one. They all aren't fat. No way, Xiao Bixia is quite sturdy. That's a girl. Mind your language, Teacher Li, Xiao Bixia has a very good relationship with Li Zheng. Ah? Another one. Chapter 160. It was the usual 6-person lineup, randomly divided into teams to compete. But today's competition was very solemn. Not a single person spoke, they just played the game purely. Although Li Zheng played smoothly, his mind was filled with questions. What had happened during the week and a half I was away? Did Lu Xin's confession to Xiao Bixia fail? During halftime, in order to find out why everyone was silent, Li Zhang observed the other 5 people. First was Lin Yujing. She was fine, talking would have been the problem. Next was Zhang Qinghua. From the look of her eye bags, she probably didn't have the energy to talk. Then there was Lu Xin. He kept glancing towards the school gate and the teaching building, probably because he was afraid of the parent-teacher meeting. Xiao Bixia. She spoke, but nobody paid attention to her. Knowing she was being dull, she stopped talking. Last was Teacher Mensi. Li Zhang noticed that Teacher Mensi focused only on the basketball throughout, moved very actively, and even tried several times to break through. Unusual, very unusual. Normally, Teacher Mensi had no desire to win, playing basketball was just a social setting where she could incidentally get some exercise. Like many girls who play games not to win but to change outfits and chat. And today, this social player, Teacher Mensi, had suddenly turned into a competitive player. What exactly had happened? As Li Zhang pondered deeply, a massive figure pressed up behind him. It's been more than a day. Xiao Bixia said in a deep voice, it started last week. Something happened at home. Li Zhang exclaimed. No, Xiao Bixia pursed her lips and shook her head, speaking to her feels normal, but as soon as you turn around, she becomes a mad woman. It's the same during classes and even at lunchtime. I don't know where she found these self-discipline training and efficient studying methods, she made a strict schedule for herself. She's like an energized chicken now, basketball also fits into her daily 30-minute exercise schedule, she needs to reach a certain heart rate and sweat a certain amount to consider it adequate, even if you didn't ask me to bring her, she would come on her own. It sounds. Li Zhang mused, not like a bad thing. Haha. Xiao Bixia scoffed, first, use chain learning methods to establish study strategies. What's that? Take notes in class, always use the Cornell note-taking system. Then, according to the Ebbinghaus forgetting curve, arrange a review plan. Slow down a bit. After that, it's about managing goals based on SMART goal. Xiao Bixia stared blankly at Li Zhang, I don't explain because I also don't know what these are, but Mensi insists these things can help her improve. Hearing those daunting terms, Li Zhang's brow tightened further. Studying indeed can benefit from some guiding methods. But the key thing is still to find one's own rhythm and methods. Using those rigid, unknown methods forcefully is like someone who wants to get rich reading success books and then blindly copying Ma Yun's behavior. It not only prevents one from becoming the next Ma Yun but also delays one's progress. Therefore, in promoting studying, Li Zhang always recommended textbooks and never promoted his own rigid studying style, since everyone's time is limited. Behind him, Xiao Bixia's voice grew a bit heavier, I can't handle it, Jing won't manage either, why don't you try? No choice, you all have too low emotional intelligence. Li Zhang took a deep breath, thought of what to say, then picked up his water bottle, and sat beside Su Mensi. Su Mensi still did not speak, nor even looked at Li Zhang. Li Zhang had no choice but to strike up a stiff conversation, long time no see. Yeah, indeed. Su Mensi replied calmly. What have you been busy with lately? Studying, obviously. Li Zhang scratched his head, feeling like his lines were being stolen, but he didn't panic and continued, how about those textbooks I gave you last time? They're pretty good. Su Mensi immediately stood up and started stretching on the spot. At this point, Li Zhang was a bit overwhelmed. Every question seemed to hit a dead end. This can't be a problem with my emotional intelligence, right? Could it be? Teacher Mensi is starting to dislike me? Concern leads to chaos. Li Zhang was in disarray. He also stood up hastily and said, Teacher Mensi, have I done something to upset you? Not at all. Su Mensi looked straight ahead, everything is fine, I'm fine. But you're not usually like this. I need to change too, Su Mensi said with a smile, otherwise, will I always just be so-so? But being so-so is good, Li Zhang exclaimed, I'm also just so-so. Right. Su Mensi merely pursed her lips and, avoiding further conversation, moved towards Xiao Bixia, let's start the second half. And just like that, Teacher Mensi walked away. Li Zhang was puzzled. And he started to doubt his own emotional intelligence. Is it me? I can't understand Teacher Mensi's words, nor can I guess what I'm doing wrong. At that moment, Lin Yujing, unusually, came over and whispered. Lin Yujing also furrowed her brows. She's like this with me too. Oh, then I'm relieved. Li Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yujing stamped her foot. Don't be relieved, you have high emotional intelligence, you figure it out. High it is, but when girls really get stubborn, it's not a matter of emotional intelligence anymore. It just takes ignoring them for a couple of days to return to normal. You. Lin Yujing stepped back and covered her mouth. How do you know so much? Humph. Li Zheng wiped his nose. My dad, he's a real master at this. Classroom of Senior Year Group 4. Master Li Yi was already seated. With his hands supporting his chin, his gaze steady, he looked quite calculated. By now many parents had arrived, some surrounding Tang's Haifei asking all sorts of questions, while more sat in their children's spots, silently looking down at their phones. As for the seat of the only in-law Li Yi cared about, it remained empty. Could they really not be coming? In his anxiety, a very naive voice came from the left. Oh, you're Director Li, aren't you? Li Yi looked in the direction of the voice. It was a man in a yellow shirt and black trousers, likely a cab driver's uniform, and he was carrying a large thermos, which made his occupation and identity quite clear. However, he walked very stiffly and slowly, his legs spread wide, somewhat like a crab insisting on walking straight. Li Yi's eyes were incredibly sharp. This most likely meant he had just had phimosis surgery. However, someone of his age still undergoing such a surgery, this guy really has courage. Although a lot of thoughts crossed his mind, Li Yi, upon hearing that voice, had already enthusiastically risen to greet him. You must be Lu Xian's father, right? Yes, 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 I've been troubling Li Zheng, Liu's father said, advancing with slow, pained steps. I always tell Lu Xian, only hang out with Li Zheng after your grades improve, otherwise other parents might not like it. Oh, what are you saying? Li Yi said as he came forward to help Liu's father, speaking as they walked. I always tell Li Zheng that there's only one principle in making friends, which is character. Grades are temporary, being a good person lasts a lifetime. No wonder, raising such a good child as Li Zheng, Liu's father said with a chuckle, waving his hand to decline the support. It's all right, walking like this feels more comfortable. Li Yi asked quietly, did you just have that surgery? Oh, don't mention it, I had it a few months ago, Liu's father said bitterly, raising his hand. These past few days it's flared up again, and it's terribly painful. Li Yi was completely dumbfounded. This surgery, can it even recur? But Li Yi, after all, was Li Yi, and he quickly thought of a possibility. Scar tissue hyperplasia. In short, it's when that area keeps growing, getting thicker and more uncomfortable. It's generally due to improper care during or after the surgery, although a small part is due to congenital factors. Seeing Liu's father walking so laboriously, it must have gotten quite severe. Li Yi, deeply concerned, helped Liu's father to take a seat, then settled back into Li Zheng's seat at the desk, and asked, was the surgery done at a smaller local facility? Yes, the wait at the big hospitals was too long. Liu's father exclaimed, you really have sharp eyes. Oh, such a crucial surgery should not be entrusted to smaller places, especially those advertised in small ads. Li Yi asked further, after the surgery, did you quit smoking and drinking, and stop eating raw, cold, spicy or oily food? Ah, heh. Liu's father scratched his head, I really didn't manage to control that. Li Yi couldn't help but purse his lips and shake his head. See, everyone thinks the doctor's advice is nonsense, but when this rare event actually happens, is it still possible to regret it? Yes, you're right, I'm planning to do it again, Liu's father nodded repeatedly. Li Yi, compassionate as a medic, immediately offered advice, given your current condition, I recommend visiting the urology or andrology department at Zihe or G University affiliated hospital, they have more experience, a better grasp on treatment. If those are not available, consider other top-tier hospitals, and definitely avoid small clinics from now on. Alright, wait. Liu's father's brow furrowed, sensing the situation was not straightforward. Andrology? Are you sure, it's andrology? For your specific condition, it's better to consult a specialist in andrology, Li Yi affirmed. Because Li Yi spoke so righteously and his appearance seemed so just and virtuous, Liu's father couldn't help but doubt himself. Urology. Andrology. That did seem plausible. Indeed, the vast majority of cases are men, and it seemed reasonable enough. Seeing Liu's father pensive, Li Yi thought he was just hesitant about the hassle of registration. He immediately offered, "If you really can't get an appointment, I can help you with our hospital's urology department. I'll speak to the director there and ensure you're well looked after." Liu's father hastily declined, "No, no, no, it's just a minor issue, not worth it. I'll try for andrology first, I can wait a few more days to get an appointment." As they were talking, a tall, skinny middle-aged man took a seat at the table with Liu's father. This man was dressed in a formal suit, exuding a somewhat aloof, artistic demeanor. Even at his age, his looks were distinguished. He was definitely a handsome older man, but unfortunately bald, as if only the crown of his head still had hair. Yet with these few sparse hairs, he still stubbornly styled them forward in loops, trying his best to cover the bare spot in front of the crown. "Ah, you must be King Hua's father?" Liu's father immediately asked. "Yes," Jiang's father smiled, unconsciously smoothing the few strands of hair on his forehead, "thanks for everyone's kindness. You look like..." Liu's father sized him up, "An insurance salesman, right?" Jiang's father's expression faltered slightly, "Sort of. I'm in financial services sales. So apart from insurance, you sell other things?" "Well, about that, specifically, my team." Li Yi couldn't bear to watch any more and chuckled before interrupting, "Brother Zhang must be a sales director at some major company." "All right, let's not talk about this, it's a parent meeting after all, let's talk about our kids." "Yes, yes, yes," Liu's father eagerly nodded, "I didn't mean anything by it, I'm just a simple taxi driver, just making conversation, just talking nonsense." Jiang's father finally relaxed. Actually, all of Liu's father's guesses were right. Jiang's father was indeed selling insurance. Although he held the title of sales director. In fact, 2/3 of the people in the room were sales directors. The rest were sales managers. The three men were chatting when a sweet female voice suddenly interrupted. "Is it popular for dads to attend parent-teacher meetings now?" The three fathers turned their heads and saw a woman whose appearance did not fit the typical age of those attending a parent-teacher conference. This lady looked in her early 30s, dressed in a dignified grey suit. She could only be described as a young mother. For a moment, the three men didn't know how to start a conversation. "Oh, I am Xiaoq's mother." Mother K took her seat and then turned to join the group chat. "Xiaoq has been in a great state since transferring schools, which shows what a good community this is. Thank you all for taking care of him." Of course, of course." Liu's father lowered his head. "It's what we should do." Jiang's father also seemed unable to look at her directly. Only Li Yi remained composed, exclaiming, "Mother K, you really maintain yourself so well. I would believe you if you said you're Xiaoq's sister." He Mother K covered her face and laughed, "Now that's an exaggeration." "No, I still don't believe it." Li Yi, imitating the manner of a student, raised his hand solemnly, "I have to report to Teacher Tang that Zhang Xiaoq had her sister attend the parent-teacher meeting for her." Li Zheng's father, "Please stop joking." Mother K, already beaming with joy, laughed and playfully hit Li Yi on the shoulder, "I'm already 40, you're making others laugh at me." "Haha." Li Yi laughed and then dropped his hand, "Actually, Li Zheng rarely talks to me about school. Maybe you could tell me about it." "There's a lot to tell." Liu's father immediately perked up, "Li Zheng is good at basketball." "Ah." Mother K laughed, "Li Zheng has even taken Xiaoq as his apprentice, supervising his studies daily. Didn't you know?" "Oh." Jiang's father added, "He also helped King Hua deal with some very tough issues. Even the bad kids don't dare to mess with him, I really must thank you specially for that." "What?" The group chat then turned into a storytelling session. Li Yi listened, his heart pounding with excitement. "Damn, isn't this thrilling? Is this school? Is this studying? Why didn't I have such good times when I was in school?" It was only when the bell rang and Tang's Haifei coughed furiously as a reminder, that the four reluctantly quieted down. Li Yi felt the conversation had been all too brief. But as Tang's Haifei began speaking, he immediately began to feel sleepy. Thus, like the man who had sat here before him, he looked towards that seat. He saw a figure in a long coat with flowing hair, fast asleep. Li Yi's eyes widened. The chat had been too enjoyable. He hadn't noticed. When had she lain down without anyone noticing? He couldn't help but size up the figure. Both the coat and the boots were of a very understated style. The hair was just like that of Lin Yujing he had pictured in his mind. Hey, don't sleep, class is starting. Chapter 161. By coincidence, the random team formations were the same as the first game, 3 boys vs 3 girls. This time, Li Zheng took the initiative to match up with Su Mensi. He didn't actually have any special intentions, he just wanted to casually stroll around and chat like before, comforting her not to be too harsh in following those efficient learning methods. By the way, figure out what exactly happened. However, things didn't go as he wished. Su Mensi didn't look at him once from the beginning to the end, focusing solely on the game with great aggression. She not only ran desperately but also frequently took hard jump shots, even at the expense of clashing with her frail body to break through. Whenever this happened, Li Zheng would always ease up, symbolically raising an arm to interfere, pretending he couldn't catch up, or deliberately making way, fearing she'd hurt herself. But even so, Su Mensi still rarely scored. Finally, after a shot that missed the ring thrice, Su Mensi couldn't hold back any longer. She bent down, gripping her knees, and struggled to speak through her faint wheezing, please don't go easy on me, okay? That's just basic EQ, Teacher Mensi. Li Zheng stepped forward and said, don't push yourself. Su Mensi didn't say anything more. She just wiped her sweat and then started running again, calling for the ball. Li Zheng sighed and could only symbolically follow her. Su Mensi received the ball again and, without thinking, broke towards the gap beside Li Zheng. Li Zheng once again let her pass. Su Mensi made a change in direction and was at the basket. She gritted her teeth and jumped with all her might. Her right hand tried to lift the basketball higher and higher. Releasing the ball at its highest point, she delivered it toward the basket. This time, it should be good, right? Just when she thought the ball would score, a figure leaped from the flank. Like a volleyball spike, he swung his big arm round. Slap! The ball was slapped away, flying right over the half-court. Su Mensi fell to the ground as well. The figure that blocked the shot only touched the ground at a far-off spot. It was Zhang Qinghua. Zhang Qinghua didn't turn back nor did he offer Su Mensi a hand up, coldly saying, that's enough. Before Su Mensi could respond, Lin Yujing, furious, ran to Su Mensi, helped her up, and glared at Zhang Qinghua, exploding with hostility they hadn't seen in a long while. It's okay, it should be like this. Su Mensi bowed her head and dusted off the dirt on her, it's right to play this way. Fine. Zhang Qinghua rubbed his wrist and turned to Li Zheng, I'll switch, you mark Lin Yujing, I'll take that one. Are you serious? Li Zheng frowned, can't we just relax for once? Just make sure you cover Lin Yujing properly. The game went on. For the rest of the half, Su Mensi never touched the ball again. Zhang Qinghua, going all out on defense, blocked between Su Mensi and the basketball 90% of the time. Even during the remaining 10%, the occasional passes directed at Su Mensi were easily intercepted by Zhang Qinghua's sudden explosive power. Playing basketball for so long, the insurmountable physical difference between boys and girls was vividly demonstrated for the first time. At the end of the game, the boys' team won by a wide margin, 10-0. By the time the final ball went through the net, Su Mensi was already sitting on the ground, gasping for breath, unable to utter a single word. Zhang Qinghua, on the other hand, stood in front of her as if he hadn't exercised at all, speaking softly, that's how it is. You shouldn't play anymore. Su Mensi's eyes reddened as she bowed her head. A dry smile came over Zhang Qinghua's lips, if we want to compete and play confrontation, we'll just find the boys. Who wants to play house with you? Tears seeped from the corners of Su Mensi's eyes as she pushed herself up with difficulty and walked alone towards the side of the court. Look, I still don't remember your name, Zhang Qinghua called out unrelentingly, forget it, it's pointless. In that moment, Su Mensi's body jerked and she could no longer endure it, covering her face as she ran out of the court. Lin Yujing couldn't bear it anymore, she stormed up to Zhang Qinghua, baring her teeth and after struggling for quite a while, she managed to spit out the insult, baldy. Big baldy. Is it that obvious? Zhang Qinghua subconsciously covered his hairline, and then quietly said, listen to me, I have my reasons. How can one understand without experiencing greed, hatred, and delusion? Baldy. Lin Yujing symbolically stamped on Zhang Qinghua's foot and hurried after Su Mensi. At this time, Li Zheng also approached. Although he really wanted to hit someone, he knew that Zhang Qinghua also had high EQ, so he didn't insult him as harshly as Lin Yujing did. What is your actual intention? Li Zheng asked with a stern face. Zhang Qinghua didn't hide it and calmly said, Li Zheng, what would you do if you were trying to have something you don't deserve? I'd work hard to make myself worthy, Li Zheng answered without hesitation. What if you still aren't worthy after trying? Then I'd keep trying. Zhang Qinghua's face twitched, and he pressed, what if no matter how hard or how long you try, you'd never be worthy? How would I know the future? Just try first. We can't talk this way. Zhang Qinghua cursed then continued, anyway, for most people, it's important to let go when it's time. I see you haven't let go either. Li Zheng couldn't help looking at Zhang Qinghua's real hairline revealed after the exercise. You don't understand, I've moved on to the next phase. Zhang Qinghua hurriedly raked his hair, covering his last bit of dignity, and said in a very low voice, if you really want her to be happy, then from now on, stay away from her. Don't play basketball with her, don't discuss studies, don't go to her class. Delete her on WeChat, block her permanently, even if you see her at the school gates, pretend you don't know her, and even if she falls off her bike and cries by the roadside, don't go to help her. What the hell, isn't that inhumane? Li Zheng was agitated. That's what detachment is. Zhang Qinghua gently patted Li Zheng's shoulder, just now, my behavior was also a form of detachment. You're detaching too. Li Zheng frowned and pondered for a long time, suddenly his eyes widened, as he had an epiphany, I got it. Good. It's about the hair, right? Meanwhile, Su Mensi, unbeknownst to them, had been quietly crying with her face covered, trying very hard not to make any noise, even while crying. Xiao Bixia and Lin Yujing were holding her arms from either side, not knowing what to say or how to comfort her. Don't worry about me, really, there's no need to worry about me. Su Mensi clutched her face, still couldn't stop her sobbing despite her best efforts, why is it always like this? When it was clearly me overthinking, but I end up troubling you, stop worrying about me, please, I beg you don't worry about me. Oh dear. Xiao Bixia said anxiously, if something's bothering you, just speak up, okay? Look at me, with my style, aren't there even more things for me to worry about? Lin Yujing confirmed Xiao Bixia's point, I also have a lot of things on my mind too, we could trade. Oh. Li Zheng suddenly joined in, I'm willing to trade as well. Lin Yujing turned and gave him a glare, I'm not trading with you. Got it. Xiao Bixia suddenly clapped her hands together, we all have our insurmountable troubles. Why not organize a support group where we talk about our issues and help each other solve them? At that moment, Zhang Qinghua also joined in, that's doable. I'm okay with that, Li Zheng nodded. Look. Xiao Bixia pointed at Lu Xin, who was worried about the parents' meeting in the distance, and said, I'll answer for him too, and I'm alright with it myself, now it's just the two of you left. Jing, what do you say? Lin Yujing still felt somewhat ashamed, but considering Su Mensi's ceaseless crying, she finally nodded, as long as it stays confidential, not to be told to others. Of course, Xiao Bixia said, sitting Mensi down using her physical advantage, Mensi, you cry it out first, we'll go first. After struggling a few times, Su Mensi gave up, I'm sorry, really, it shouldn't be this big of a deal for me. Nonsense, everyone has their own issues, Li Zheng said as he took a seat too. Afterward, Lu Xin brought everyone's bags and water bottles over, and the six of them quickly formed a circle. Xiao Bixia gulped down most of a bottle of water, slammed the bottle down, and wiped her mouth, it was my idea, so I'll go first. Let's be clear about this, today we have to reveal our biggest worries, and not just slip by with trivial matters. My worry, well, you don't have to think about it, just use your eyes to see. I don't want to be 6 feet tall, and I don't want to be all muscle. This matter, sigh, it's all because of my elementary school PE teacher. Xiao Bixia shook her head, slapping her thigh vigorously. That teacher really liked me, said I was cut out for shot put and discus. I didn't know any better, so I started training with the teacher. Then I joined the district athletics team, and the city athletics team after that. I was hoping to get into a sports university with my skills. But in 9th grade, I got cut. There's no way around it, although it's hard to believe. But there were many girls even taller and stronger than me. Not to mention a sports university, I didn't even qualify as a special sports recruit. Maybe it's because my family is kind of naive and didn't network with the athletics teams. Anyway, I've already trained to this point, what can I do? Study, of course. Surely many people are laughing at me. What can I do? I'm already a joke anyway. So I might as well take the initiative. If I'm to be a joke, let it be a happy one. Ha ha ha. As I am now, I can't really slim down anymore, whoever cares can deal with it. By the way, I still want to get into a sports university. It's quite hard to get into, I'll try my best. Xiao Bixia, her face flushed, grabbed the water bottle again. There, I've said everything, no holds barred, fair enough. Lin Yujing reached across Su Mensi and gently stroked Xiao Bixia's palm, her expression and movements filled with an indescribable compassion. Su Mensi, who had stopped sobbing without anyone noticing, hugged Xiao Bixia's arm tightly and pressed her face against it. I'm sorry, Sister Xia. Xiao Bixia laughed and shook her arm. It's nothing big, I'm quite happy actually, don't get sentimental. Next. I'll go then, Zhang Qinghua took a deep breath. From middle school until now, I've liked 4 girls, all unsuccessful. The first time, I was young and oblivious, cried for 3 days after being rejected. The second time, heartbroken after the rejection, I didn't speak a word in class for a whole term. The third time, facing the outcome, I felt like I'd accepted it, that must be fate. The girls I liked just happened to be the type who didn't care for me. The fourth time, well, it might be hard for you to understand. I felt like I was cultivating Buddhism, not too excited or depressed, without extreme ups and downs, and I no longer needed to confess, it was all good either way, but I couldn't restrain myself, I had to do something. I know what I'm saying sounds disconnected and nonsensical, but that's all I can describe, probably because my Buddhist qualities aren't strong enough yet. Zhang Qinghua's personal recount was even shorter than Xiao Bixia's, but the heart-wrenching index didn't diminish at all, especially for the fourth time. Qinghua, with your qualities, Xiao Bixia mumbled, getting into a relationship shouldn't be hard, right? Zhang Qinghua shook his head, only being with someone you love can be called being in love. We're only 17, should we start settling now? Listen to your sister's advice, Xiao Bixia raised her hand and said, while you still have plenty of hair, find someone to settle down with as soon as you can. I actually think that Qinghua is just plain stupid, Li Zheng said, scratching his chin, being rejected by someone is a matter of course in my opinion. Before college, dating is against discipline. I'd reject you too, can't you understand such obvious logic? The room fell silent, with only Lin Yujing nodding in agreement. Zhang Qinghua hadn't intended to pay any attention to Li Zheng, but saw that Lin Yujing actually agreed with him. Suddenly, he felt a flicker of hope rekindled. Could years of failure be because I just happened to like girls with strict family upbringing? Could it be this ridiculous reason? Then, he turned to look at Li Zheng in surprise. Great wisdom hides behind an appearance of stupidity. Just as Zhang Qinghua's enthusiasm was rekindled, Lu Xin spoke up. Ha, I'll just say it, he said. I must be the poorest one among us. The least cultured. And my studies are the worst. You guys don't despise me and are willing to hang out with me, that really. I don't know what to say. But anyway, there's not much time left, right? Next semester's class division, I'm afraid I'll have to say goodbye to Brother Li, Zhang Shui, and Fairy Linear. Sister Xia and Sister Mensi will also be graduating. In another year. I'll probably go to some technical college. Langxiang is also a possibility. Or simply join my dad in driving a taxi. You guys are probably the best people I'll ever know in my life. Thank you for being willing to hang out with me. Lu Xin looked around at everyone, his middle-aged face trembling. Really, thank you all. Get lost. Zhang Qinghua punched Lu Xin's arm hard. What are you thinking? Even after we graduate, we'll still meet up every week, still plan to go out and play basketball. Have you gone mad? Good suggestion. Li Zheng also raised his hand. Basketball every week, I'm in. Yet. Lin Yujing raised her hand as well. Xiao Bixia naturally picked up Su Mensi's hand to raise it too. Oh. Lu Xin rubbed his head and chuckled, in the future, you guys are sure to be very busy, there won't be time for this. Can't say for others, Xiao Bixia laughed heartily, slapping her chest, but at least your sister Xia will have time. Right. Lu Xin also burst into laughter. Then it was Li Zheng's turn to speak. He took a deep breath, his expression growing gradually solemn. My worries are far more serious than any of yours. Compared to mine, your troubles are nothing. Everyone else gasped. Li Zheng, was he hiding some horrific experience? Li Zheng continued to speak. Moreover, my problem is something that cannot be solved under the current conditions. And that is, Li Zheng pointed at his own head, as you get older, your brain slows down. When your brain becomes dull, you can no longer study effectively. Even though you know more, you end up learning slower and slower, and your creativity gradually fades. Isn't that infuriating? Newton came up with the calculation for centripetal force in circular motion when he was 21 years old. Einstein at 26 published on a heuristic viewpoint concerning the production and transformation of light, on the movement of small particles suspended in stationary liquids required by the molecular kinetic theory of heat, and on the electrodynamics of moving bodies, all in 1 year. Without a doubt, the peak of human brain power is before the age of 30. After 30, even if you achieve something, it's hard to reach a level that breaks new ground. Therefore, I must fully understand their knowledge and reach the pinnacle level of existing knowledge as soon as possible. If I can't come up with anything important before the age of 30, then it won't be possible after that either. Having said that, Li Zheng clenched his fist in frustration, visibly moved. I don't have much time left. Ah! Why do people get stupider? I'm so angry. So angry. After finishing, Li Zheng looked around, seeking resonance. He found it. Everyone looked just as frustrated. You all think the same, right? Li Zheng rubbed his hands together in conversation. You see, one can be 30 years old just at graduation from a PhD program. Shut up. Brother Li, you really are asking for a beating. Why don't you just wish for eternal youth while you're at it? Ugh. So infuriating. After a beating, everyone turned their attention to Su Mensi and Lin Yujing. Su Mensi, although she hadn't spoken, had already cried her heart out and just now laughed heartily too. However, she still felt somewhat ashamed to talk about herself. Especially when seeing so many people willingly sharing their humiliating feelings for her sake. Therefore, Lin Yujing mustered her courage and spoke. My trouble is probably the scale of space and time. A person's height doesn't reach 2 meters. Lifespan, 80 years. Even if one starts running at the speed of a marathon champion from birth. Spending an entire lifetime, one could only cover 1/3 of the Earth-Moon distance. With technology's help, we could seat him on the fastest rocket humans have ever built. In that case, in his lifetime, he could travel 0.002 light-years. The length of this journey is 1/2150 th of the distance to the nearest star outside the solar system. Of course, we can go even further to the extreme. Like Voyager 1, seizing the once-in-decades opportunity, propelled by a series of gravitational slingshots to reach a speed of 55,000 km per hour. Then, in his lifetime, he could traverse approximately 0.004 light-years. 0.004 light-years, that's 1/1075 th of the distance to our nearest neighbor's house. This is the furthest journey we can aspire to in a lifetime. So how far is the farthest galaxy we can observe? 13.4 billion light-years. How many stars are there in it? A3 followed by 23 zeros. So many stars. Clearly, we've seen them all. But with a lifetime spent, we might not even make it out of our own door. If it's so far away, why then does it let us see it? By the end, Lin Yujing, hugging her knees tightly, bowed her head, her face flushed. Sorry. I'm rambling again, even though I've only been abroad once, hee. However, no one complained about her. Instead, they all unconsciously lifted their heads. Without realizing it, they had entered her journey. This journey. Even if 10 Einsteins and 100 Newtons came back, they probably wouldn't get very far either. Everyone felt as though they had attained some kind of enlightenment. Only Li Zheng was sneering. I just can't stand you defeatists, Li Zheng said, shaking his head. Who cares how short life is reaching the moon enough? Is Mars enough? Is Uranus enough? You haven't even done those things yet. What are you thinking about Proxima Centauri for? What is there to despair about 13.4 billion light-years? I can't be bothered with you. Lin Yujing, previously shy, turned away angrily. Now, another moon landing is hardly possible, and you're talking about Mars. How is it not possible? It is very likely, Li Zhang retorted, turning his head away too. Besides, isn't the purpose of our learning to turn the impossible into the possible? What else are you studying for? Just to show off with a physics competition trophy. Who's showing off? You're the one acting all that. Lin Yujing retorted fiercely, the limits of space and time are right here, and so is the shortness of life. With such limited distance, stubborn pigs trotters. Ha, what a joke. At least regarding the moon landing, my country will definitely land on the moon within the next 10 years. No, 7 years. No, if I'm badass enough, 5 years. Ha, will you even graduate from college in 5 years? Do you even know that the space program for 5 years later is already set? That's none of your business, I'm gearing up for it. Ignorant. Pretentious. Alright, why are you guys arguing now? Su Mensi frantically waved her hands to the left and right, subconsciously trying to break up the fight. It's my fault, it's all my fault, okay. Zhang Qinghua was taken aback. Su Mensi, without realizing it, had reverted back to her former innocent and helpless state. It seems that as long as everyone else is breaking down, she stops breaking down. This strategy of relieving the siege by attacking the enemy's base. Brilliant. Then looking towards Xiao Bixia. She was smiling without saying a word. This maneuver, this scheme. Was this all within your calculations? Grandmaster Dong. Chapter 162. Whether it was Xiao Bixia's troubles or Lu Xian's early farewell. Whether it was Zhang Qinghua's romance and hair issues, or the unattainable goals of Li Zhang and Lin Yujing. All of these were far more significant than her trivial worries. Encouraged by these thoughts, Su Mensi, after a long struggle, finally began to speak hesitantly. Thank you all for considering my little emotions. Everyone revealed their most embarrassing secrets, the voices of their hearts that were the hardest to utter. My concerns really seem trivial in comparison. Since I was little, I was just an ordinary girl from an ordinary family. When I was in kindergarten, my parents set an ordinary goal for me. To become a dentist. It's a job with a good income, stability and respectability. So, from the first day I learned to read, my goal was Jiaojing Medical University, and as for anything like the Ji University Medical Department, well, that was definitely out of the question. Then, just like that, I went through school ordinarily, until I reached my senior year of high school, seemingly close to my goal. But just then, due to some things, I suddenly started to hate myself. I hated my own ordinariness. Ordinary to the extent that I never thought about why I was ordinary. So ordinary that even if there was something I wanted to do, I never had the courage to take action. Even if there was someone I liked, I never had the courage to speak up. Those things, that person, they're all just too extraordinary. So I wanted to try to work hard just once to do what I wanted. Maybe that way, I could get closer to that person. That's why I persuaded teacher Sun Liang to give me a chance to sign up for the chem competitions. But in the end, I was still very ordinary. Su Mensi laughed foolishly, scratching her head. But why can't I just accept it? Seeing everyone improving rapidly every day. Why do I just keep hating myself more and more? Why would you all still include someone as ordinary as me? Whether it's playing basketball or studying, it's always the same. Surely everyone deserves better friends, right? I'm just an ordinary drag. Sticking with me is just a waste of time. Now, we're all at the same school, still barely hanging out together. After graduation, I guess no one will want to contact someone like me anymore. Everyone will meet more outstanding people, delve into deeper research, discuss more interesting topics. I guess I'll only be remembered when someone has a toothache. It will definitely be like this. In the end, it will definitely be like this. But, Su Mensi clutched her pants, her voice already trembling, if I just leave like this, I won't be content either. All I have is to desperately become extraordinary. Work hard, work hard, work hard. Like Li Zhang said, work several times harder, dozens of times harder. Keep working hard until I no longer dislike myself. Then, I can start over with everyone and be friends again. Su Mensi wiped her eyes and looked up with a silly smile. Sorry, this is just my wishful and naive thinking. As soon as she finished speaking, before her emotions had adjusted, Xiao Bixia was stern-faced. Mensi, I don't care about others, but I feel offended. Xiao Bixia pounded her chest with a look of anguish. After all, you just feel you can't keep up with Li Zheng and Lin Yujing, and fear you won't be able to be friends with them in the future, right? But have you ever thought about how your sister Xia feels? If they count as friends, does that mean sister Xia doesn't? No, 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 Su Mensi waved her hands rapidly, we will always be good friends, but Li Zheng and Jingjing will surely have their new friends in the future. Humph! Lin Yujing also crossed her arms and turned away with a stern face. You're just being opportunistic. Teacher Mensi, listen to me, you're overthinking it. Li Zheng was also displeased. Socializing in the future will mostly be about mutual benefits, only the pure friendship from middle school can last a lifetime. Yeah right, like you know. Zhang Qinghua gave Li Zheng a punch and turned to look at Su Mensi. I'm probably the only one here who can see the deeper meaning in your words, and I understand that you want to work hard and fight for your goals. Realistically speaking, you want to aim higher for the college entrance exam, from Jiajing Medical University to Jingbei, right? Su Mensi was taken aback, a shiver running through her body. How could it be that she was seen through by this guy who didn't even remember her name? Li Zheng's eyes widened. That's a fantastic idea, Teacher Mensi. Take a break first. Zhang Qinghua pushed Li Zheng down again and stared at Su Mensi. You don't need to respond, let me just say what I think. With over half a year left until the college entrance exam, you can certainly try to aim higher, but on the other hand, your high school life will also be over in half a year if there's no certain future. Why not cherish the present life you have? At these words, not just Su Mensi, but everyone got goosebumps. So, Zhang Qinghua stood up, supporting himself on Li Zheng and Lu Xian's shoulders. Does anyone want to play a game of chat and basketball, just like we usually do? Let's go. Lu Xian jumped up instantly, before my dad finishes the parent-teacher conference. Soon, the basketball game started again. Xiao Bixia and Lu Xian were still jostling in the paint. Zhang Qinghua and Lin Yujing were still showing off their basketball skills. Li Zheng and Su Mensi were still taking a peaceful stroll on the outside. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Yet it also felt like they had traversed half a lifetime. Had Li Zheng not been there, this incident might have just passed. But since Li Zheng was present, and he saw a problem, he sought a solution. During their stroll along the outer circle, he narrowed his eyes, thinking of a clever move in this idle game. Suddenly leaning in a bit closer, he spoke earnestly. Teacher Mensi, trust me, can you give me all the practice problems and tests you've done this semester? Ah! Su Mensi exclaimed in surprise, don't waste any more time for me. No, 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 even if it wasn't for your sake, I would still make this idle move. I'm not helping you, you're helping me, Li Zheng gestured. I also plan to try my hand at the chem competitions, and although I have an outline in my mind, I lack the content. I really need Teacher Mensi's data for support. Data? My problems are data. Su Mensi covered her mouth and thought for a long time, and piecing together Li Zheng's style, she suddenly widened her eyes. Are you planning to create a study app? Worthy of Teacher Mensi, Li Zheng chuckled. I've even thought of a name: Scholar Demon Training System. Chapter 163. The parent-teacher meeting was nearing its end. Teachers of 6 subjects took turns on stage, repeating the same old phrases that could have been communicated just as easily in the WeChat group. But if it were that way, most parents probably wouldn't bother to check. Li Yi wasn't concerned with what the teachers were saying, he kept sneakily glancing at the lady lying on the desk. This lady was really naive, once she lay down she never got up again, truly a heavy sleeper. The teachers, mostly out of concern for their dignity, didn't feel it was right to nudge her awake. Even if they thought to remind her, seeing that the seat belonged to Lin Yujing, they decided against mentioning it. This left Li Yi feeling agitated throughout the event. Wasn't it possible to just catch a glimpse of her face? If he could see her face, he would finally know if the Lin Yujing in his heart was the real Lin Yujing. What Li Yi didn't know was, when the subject teachers stood on stage, they had an excellent view. Every person's every move, every gaze, was under their watchful eyes. In their view, the situation between Li Yi and Mother Lin was almost a perfect replication of that between Li Zheng and Lin Yujing. It was as if the 40-something Li Zheng and Lin Yujing were still attending classes here. It really felt like a trip through time. Of course, this made it even more inappropriate to point out. Also noticing this scenario was Mother K. The relationship between Zhang Xiok and Mother K was very close, they shared every little secret. Mother K, looking at the sleeping Mother Lin and the anxious Father Li, had guessed quite a bit already. She thought about pointing it out several times but held back with a suppressed laugh. At 5 o'clock, the parent-teacher meeting finally ended. "Thank you, parents, for coming. Today's meeting is now concluded," Tang's Haifei said after bowing. "Li Zheng and Lin Yujing's parents, please stay behind for a moment. Other parents may leave whenever you'd like." As soon as the words were spoken, Liu's father and Jiang's father both stood up and moved toward the front of the stage. "Go ahead and talk. I need to properly thank Teacher Tang for helping our Lu Xin. Lately, King Hua's condition hasn't been good, I'm going to inquire about that too." Of course, it wasn't just these two, about a third of the parents crowded forward. Some genuinely had issues, but most were just there to make their presence felt. Mother K, however, was not in any hurry. She pulled a business card from her bag and handed it to Li Yi. "Teacher Li, I deal in luxury goods. If you or your spouse need anything, feel free to contact me anytime." "How could I possibly?" Li Yi quickly also took out his business card and handed it over with both hands. "My spouse really isn't into these things, she still uses Dabao. But I might need to give a gift or something in the future, who knows, I might seek your advice then." "Hey, just have Li Zheng ask Xiok directly," Mother K said with a laugh, tucking away the business card and whispering in Li Yi's ear, "Do I need to lead the charge for you?" "Hey! Hat!" Mother K chuckled, grabbed her handbag and stood up, walking over to Mother Lin and slapped her palms together hard like beating a gong. Mother Lin flinched instantly, her hair standing on end. Ah! Though the hairstyle was rather embarrassing. Li Yi still stared. This gentle and unworldly demeanor. No need to wonder anymore. It was definitely her. Unlike Mother K's moist youthfulness, Mother Lin radiated a kind of cleanliness. Because she hasn't been tainted by much of the dirt, she naturally looks very young. "I'm sorry, Mother Lin, the meeting is over." Mother K apologized with her palms together. "Teacher Tang asked you to wait a moment before leaving, please get ready." "I see." Only then did Mother Lin start to frantically tidy her hair, standing up like a student who had made a mistake. "Just now. But then she saw Mother K suddenly pull out her phone. "Oh dear, something has come up." With that, she turned to look at Li Yi, who was standing there dumbfounded. "Li Zheng's father, you've been asked to stay too, right? Perfect, come and discuss the contents of the parent-teacher meeting with Mother Linear." It was clearly dusk. But in that moment, Li Yi felt as if it had become day. "Mother K, you're too slick." Li Yi, energized, grabbed his notebook and stood up saying, "Okay, you go ahead, we'll be in touch." "Yeah, I'm also in the parents group, we'll add each other later," said Mother K, waving her hand. Then she briefly said goodbye to Mother Lin, and left with a beaming smile. Li Yi did not let the kindness go to waste, quickly pulled up a chair, and sat down beside Mother Lin. Both being parents, he naturally couldn't just stare openly. What was strange was that, even though he met dozens or hundreds of strangers every day, he started to feel a bit nervous. "How did I fall asleep again?" Mother Lin rubbed her forehead with some self-reproach, then lowered her hand, wanting to apologize to Haifei, but was again separated by a group of parents, unable even to pass a glance. Eventually she just sighed, "Well, it's okay." Li Yi swallowed and encouraged, "Teacher Tang specifically kept us to discuss matters, you can explain it to her later." With that, Li Yi placed his notebook on the table. "Thank you." Mother Lin didn't dare look too much at Li Yi, focusing only on the notes on the table. "Regarding our children, there are just two things," Li Yi said as he flipped through the pages. "One is about streaming classes at the end of next term. Lin Yujing is definitely going to the advanced class, no question. The other is a suggestion for parents not to blindly let their kids enter competitions, definitely consult with the subject teachers first." After reading it seriously again, Mother Lin closed the notebook and handed it back, only then looking Li Yi in the eyes for the first time, still somewhat bewildered. "Thank you, you are." "Oh, I'm Li Zheng's father, Li Yi." Li Yi produced a business card he had prepared earlier. Mother Lin accepted it somewhat stiffly, while fumbling in her own pocket, unbuttoning her trench coat and reaching into the pocket of her grey work uniform inside. "I'm really sorry. I rarely use this." It's okay, no worries," Li Yi hurriedly reassured. "Stop looking, you'll catch a cold." "Right." Mother Lin then quickly wrapped herself up in her coat again, smiling and extending her right hand. "Shen Tinglan, Lin Yujing's mother. I've heard so much about you." After shaking hands, they fell into an awkward silence. It seemed that Li Yi no longer had any reason to inquire further. Not to mention, the work uniform that Mother Lin was wearing inside confused Li Yi. Such clothing is generally only issued in factory workshops. Mother Linear. Could it be she works on an assembly line? But he had already noticed Mother Lin's hands before, not even a single wrinkle, even saying they were the hands of a teenage girl wouldn't be wrong. Workshop supervisor? While it's quite impolite to inquire about someone's job, since they are likely to become in-laws, they need to understand each other and prepare, right? But then again, if it really is a less prestigious job, wouldn't it be awkward? Li Yi thought hard about it. In the end, talking too much still led to mistakes. The objective of today's parent-teacher meeting had been achieved. He'll just slowly find out later. Chapter 164. "Oh, it's fine." Mother Lin said somewhat embarrassedly. "Let's talk more. About Jingjing's situation at school, I probably don't know as much as you do." "That's an exaggeration." Li Yi laughed and sat down again. "Let me ask first, do you know Li Zheng?" Mother Lin shook her head blankly. "Well, then." Li Yi scratched his head, thinking of a question that wouldn't be impolite. "I just want to ask, you see, Lin Yujing casually takes a chem competition and gets 7th in the whole city. Why does she hate chemistry so much and even gives up the chance to sign with Jingbei University? Her father works in chemistry." Mother Lin replied indifferently without much thought. "We've been separated for a long time." Li Yi swallowed hard. Damn, it was supposed to be a safe topic. How did it suddenly become like this? Mother Lin didn't seem to think there was anything amiss. Instead, she propped up her cheek and began toying with the curtain corner at hand. Having a talent for chemistry yet hating it, that's probably it. As she spoke, she suddenly paused and turned to look at Li Yi. "I remember now, the teacher called me, said there's someone named Li Zheng who got 2nd place, right?" Just luck," Li Yi said with a forced smile. "Li Zheng is a late bloomer, his junior high school grades were so-so. But you could easily send Lin Yujing to one of those top high schools, right? You see, Li Zheng has just proven that there are always people with higher talent." Mother Lin shook her head with a smile, continuing to fiddle with the curtain and looking out towards the distant Lake Ying. "I think Lake Ying Middle School is quite good. She likes it, so she came. Why must one prove to be the best? 3 years of enjoying the scenery here isn't too bad either. Your enlightenment is too profound." "Ah, my apologies." Mother Lin turned back quickly, waving her hand. "I just don't really care much. I don't look down on those who fight to get into famous schools. We all competed back in our days too." "No problem, no need to explain, I understand completely." Li Yi laughed generously. "I left Li Zheng's decisions to him, too. Not to show off or anything, but the kid just turned down a contract with G University's chemistry college. I thought he was quite spirited. To be honest, our whole family dislikes chemistry." "Is that so?" Mother Lin rarely burst out laughing. "G University's chemistry college is the best in the country, the current head of teaching should be Zhou Yi, right? Now that's funny." Upon hearing this, Li Yi knew he must have guessed wrong. Mother Lin was definitely not a simple person. Now that the discussion had reached this point, he finally mustered the courage to ask, "From your temperament, it feels like you are from academia, right?" "Hardly. Just an engineer, et." Mother Lin began to say before suddenly tensing up again. "We have so many agreements here, too many, I can't remember all of them. I'm not sure if I'm authorized to tell you where I work." Li Yi was taken aback, showing respect. No, you don't have to say it, I definitely shouldn't know." "A regular engineer? More like an engineer under national key protection." That uniform inside was indeed the kind worn in dangerous workshops. But not just any workshop. It was a super workshop for aerospace testing, or even nuclear energy experiments. Even Li Yi himself was a national-level blade guest. But in the face of Mother Lin, he couldn't help but feel a touch shorter. Fortunately, Mother Lin was alone. And on old Li's side, there was a Ning town. 1+1, they were barely able to match up with Mother Lin. Yep, that would do. Thoroughly considered a match in terms of family standing. While they were chatting, Tang's Haifei hurried over. Sorry to keep the two parents waiting. Li Yi and Mother Lin stood up to greet him and, after exchanging pleasantries, the three of them sat down casually as if they were students during a break. I mainly have two things to discuss. Haifei looked at his notebook and said, there's a chem competition coming up, and next year there's a physics competition. Both Li Zheng and Lin Yujing have lots of opportunities to sign contracts, and I hope the parents can give their children enough support, especially when it comes to making decisions. Father Li and Mother Lin nodded in succession. But they both noticed each other's perfunctoriness. Then both of them looked down and quietly chuckled. Haifei frowned. He felt that things were not simple. It was Father Li and Mother Lin. Why did they seem more excessive than Li Zheng and Lin Yujing themselves? Ahem. Haifei tried to be as serious as possible, just to clarify, if a direct admission contract is signed and there's a desire to audit classes at the university early, the school can help support that. For example, if Li Zheng signs with Ji University's Chemistry College for direct admission, he wouldn't need to take the college entrance exam. The rest of his high school studies would be of limited significance, and auditing classes at Ji University early is also an option. Good, Li Yi nodded earnestly as well. No need to be like this, I'm just conveying the school's opinion. Haifei gestured helplessly, the principal even asked me to work on you two parents, hoping that you would sign for direct admission to prestigious schools as soon as possible. What can I do? I'm also at a loss here. Hehe, Li Yi smiled and raised his eyebrows. Sorry for the trouble, Teacher Tang. Mother Lin also nodded in goodwill. Can't help it, genius parents, Haifei said, spreading his arms before continuing. The second thing, although it's been a long time coming, I still have to say it. It's a teacher's responsibility, and at least the parents should have the right to know. With that, Haifei closed his notebook and spoke earnestly. According to my own observations, as well as those of multiple school leaders and teachers, Li Zheng and Lin Yujing are very likely in a romantic relationship. Given that their relationship is currently beneficial and mutually supportive, the school does not plan to intervene aggressively. Even so, please be informed, parents. If you need the school to do anything, please communicate with me promptly. Upon hearing this, both Father Li and Mother Lin were taken aback. Not only was old Li stunned, but he was also cursing inwardly. Damn it, Tang Lao Mei. Weren't we agreed not to tell our in-laws? As for Mother Lin, she was truly taken aback. It took Mother Lin a long time before she weakly asked, it should be a misunderstanding, right? Tang's Haifei pursed her lips and said, it's just a lot of misunderstandings, piled up together, it's almost inevitable, isn't it? Mother Lin continued, did you ever catch them holding hands, kissing, or dating? This time, both Tang's Haifei and old Li were taken aback. Especially old Li. Why did it suddenly turn so serious? Such clear and hardcore logic. This is not good. It took a while for Tang's Haifei to say, that, we have not seen, just them being together in pair, probably really just studying together, and, yes, playing basketball. If that's the case, I also don't advocate for the parents and the school to intervene. Mother Lin nodded. Lin Yujing is a child with independent thinking and self-discipline. I trust she knows what she's doing. Upon hearing this, old Li's eyes bulged. From great sorrow to great joy, it came too quickly. As expected from my in-law, such an understanding person. No intervention, definitely no ending it, Li Yi stated righteously, raising his glasses slightly. I've discussed the matters of male-female relationships very seriously with Li Zheng before, and he's clear about the boundaries. He himself would never do anything to any girl during his high school years. Mother Lin was amused by his sense of justice. You don't have to be so tense, Teacher Li, one can tell that Li Zheng is a good kid just by looking at you. To study together and improve together, holding hands is not a big deal, it would be a pity if that didn't happen. Ah! Li Yi was suddenly overwhelmed, his face red and flushed, nearly breaking his persona. If it weren't for Tang's Haifei being there, he might have offered the betrothal gifts right there and then. Both parents, take it easy. Tang's Haifei wanted to cry without tears. No matter what, legally one has to be in their 20s. Ah! Li Yi was shocked. What did I say? Did I say anything inappropriate? You don't have to say anything more, Teacher Li. Tang's Haifei nervously held back old Li. Turning to Mother Lin she said, anyway, when you have time, have a talk with Lin Yujing too. Sure, thank you for your trouble, Teacher Tang. Afterwards, they chatted idly for a moment longer, and only then could the parent-teacher meeting be said to have truly ended. Tang's Haifei felt very bewildered as if she had just fulfilled Brother Li's wishes. It made her feel like she was the matchmaker. This father and son, really one is sillier than the other. Li Yi and Mother Lin got along better and better, chatting all the way to the school gate. Li Yi inevitably took the chance to ask, where are you heading? Can I offer you a lift? No need, the driver is coming. Mother Lin looked at her watch, he's probably been waiting for half an hour already. Li Yi's eyes widened, gathering new intelligence. Could very well be the chief engineer of a major project. As they were saying goodbye, Li Zheng and Lin Yujing suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It seemed to entirely confirm Tang's Haifei's warning. The two of them came up to their respective parents and then started sizing up their counterparts' parents. Although Lin Yujing had seen Li Yi once before at the hospital, she didn't have time to take a good look then. Now, he seemed much more amiable than when he wore the white lab coat. Did this numbskull inherit all his EQ from him? As for Mother Lin, in Li Zheng's eyes, she was simply Lin Yujing 20 years later. It made Li Zheng somewhat idiotic. This, has to be admitted. It's kind of wonderful. What on earth is this gene that needs no makeup, and can still look so clean and straightforward after 20 years? Really want to take a sample to research? We'll discuss this lady's genes during the biology competition. Since both Li Zheng and Lin Yujing had somewhat impure thoughts, their greetings to each other's parents were a bit restrained. It felt like a ritual for some major life event. It was inevitable for Li Yi to be beaming with joy. Unexpectedly, Mother Lin didn't seem to mind and couldn't stop laughing behind her hand. When Tang's Haifei left the school, she happened to see the two families parting. Li Zheng and Li Yi stood together, watching as Lin Yujing and Mother Lin got into their cars on either side. It was as if time and space were out of sync, one person overlaid with their own image from 20 years later, waving goodbye to another pair of images. At this point, all Tang's Haifei could do was breathe a sigh of relief and give up on treatment. Who could handle all this? Chapter 165. Li Yi laid everything out on the table with his son at the Xiang Cuisine restaurant. Without a single sip of liquor, he delivered a harangue with bitter earnestness for half an hour, which completely stupefied Li Zheng. That's how it is, Li Yi said, picking up a piece of double pepper fish head with his chopsticks. For girls, sexual activity before the age of 18 can easily lead to lifelong gynecological diseases. Even after turning 18, one must remain clean, take the necessary precautions, and protect the other party. Li Zheng looked blankly at the white rice before him, only now finding a chance to interject. I get the point, but I should be a guy, right? Do you think girls get gynecological diseases by themselves? Li Yi glared, his tone becoming even more severe. Isn't it because of those smelly boys who have no sense of hygiene? Just look at Lu Xian's dad, still willing to undergo surgery for the sake of someone at his age. Sorry. Li Zheng lowered his head and thought for a long time. Wait, why should I apologize? Li Yi ignored him and continued speaking to himself. Although your mom and I met in the first year of high school, our first time was after marriage. Given the times we live in now, it's hard to demand the same from you, but at the very least, wait until after your sophomore year, yet? Around 20 should be about right. Can you actually plan that kind of thing? It's about restraint, you must have self-control at the crucial moment. Li Yi leaned forward and whispered as if imparting secret martial arts manuals. If you fail to restrain yourself and attempt to go further too soon, it can give the other person a perception of frivolity, which is very detrimental for future progress. All of this is from my personal experience. Enough already, I don't need that kind of experience. Li Zheng couldn't bear it anymore and began to eat his meal in silence. The chem competitions aren't even over yet, and there are still physics competitions, informatics competitions, math competitions, A&D, and what's it called, there's one more competition to go. What do I need that experience for? Now that we've started this conversation, stop pretending with your old dad. Li Yi continued imparting knowledge. I've told you about the physical aspects, now for the psychological ones. There's a type of girl who, for various reasons, inevitably lacks fatherly love in her life. They tend to be sensitive, thoughtful, bad at expressing themselves. When dating such a girl, you must absolutely not throw tantrums like a child, but instead show the responsibility of a man. Under old Li's teachings, Li Zheng inexplicably found himself forced to absorb a series of strange knowledge. It felt as if he was being coerced into an arranged date. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a certain unit's cafeteria was still bustling with people. Mother Lin brought Lin Yujing to the cafeteria to get their dinner and found a corner seat to sit down. Lin Yujing didn't look at the food in front of her but rather gazed at the hurried people around her. They walked while discussing data and experiments, all of it incomprehensible jargon and numbers. People occasionally nodded and greeted Mother Lin as they rushed by, then they would glance back from a distance, excitedly pointing and gesturing. Mother Lin gave a wry smile, leaned forward, and gently turned her daughter's face back. "All right, stop looking. I've broken the rules by bringing you here anyway. We'll wait until there are fewer people, then I'll sneak you in for a visit." Hee hee. Lin Yujing giggled and scratched her face. "Can I really see an actual rocket?" "You can only see that at the production and launch bases. This is just a laboratory, with only sample modules and scaled-down models." Shen Tinglin propped her chin with her left hand, while gently mixing her food with the right. "This project is planned for launch at the Wencheng base next summer. If it coincides with your holidays, I can help you book a room nearby. If you really like it that much, you can witness it with your own eyes." "Wow!" Lin Yujing's eyes shone with excitement, and she bowed her head to eat her meal with big, eager bites. Shen Tinglin looked at her daughter, and her first instinct was to laugh. But then she felt a little like crying. She turned her head and touched her nose, asking softly, "Jing Jing, do you understand what this means?" "Ah, building rockets. I mean, what does this path mean for your personal life?" "Building rockets. Ah. Go on, take your time eating, and just listen to me." Shen Tinglin sighed lightly. She began speaking slowly and quietly, as if whispering beside a pillow. "Your mom was the same way, just like you. Completely devoted to the one career I wanted to pursue. I met your dad in the process, too. Young people always have their ideals and goals at heart. Absurdly believing that they can strive for them their entire lives. Even while pregnant, I would work in the institute for over a dozen hours a day. I never considered your dad's feelings. So much so that when you were born, I realized he wasn't there. He had gone abroad, to the world's best chemistry institute. Years later, he returned as an associate professor. We went through the divorce proceedings, with no hard feelings towards each other. I didn't know at the time, but he had given all of the $50,000 he saved over those years to your grandma. In the end, when we parted, he suddenly asked me, did I marry him, or did I marry the aerospace career? I didn't know how to answer. He didn't seem to expect an answer either, suggesting that if I had any difficulties in life or needed help, I could contact him anytime, and he would be more than willing to take you in and raise you. Afterwards, you grew up a little more every day. Even though I never told you anything, you still fell in love with these things. Despite never asking you to study hard. But you still study so well. Now, you're about to go to the competition, and you'll be faced with many choices. It's necessary for me to tell you that with every path you take, you'll gain something, but you'll also lose something. Now, this might be your last chance." Shen Tinglin took a long breath, looked away from her daughter's gaze, and towards an empty corner. "Do you want to go to Magnesium Country? If you really take this path..." Shen Tinglin suddenly caressed the tabletop. "For national security, as well as for your safety, it will be very difficult to leave the country. So, I need to tell you in advance, you have a father in Magnesium Country. His life is better than anyone you've met, his status higher than anyone you've seen. He's willing to accept you, to give you a better education and a bigger stage. But he won't be able to come back. And I definitely can't go there. But you have the right to choose your own future." Thump. Lin Yujing suddenly slammed the table hard. Her head bowed, teeth clenching with a grinding noise. "I hate him. Hate chemistry. I like it here. Like Mom. I never want to hear anything about him again." "Anything?" Shen Tinglin wiped her eyes behind her back. "All right, I will never mention him again." Seeing this, Lin Yujing's mouth softened a bit. "I'm sorry. It's okay, I've never been hurt by him." Shen Tinglin finally turned around with a smile, bowed her head and began eating. "In terms of emotions, Mom has failed more than anyone. There really isn't much to say. I just hope that you can meet a man who, just like you, is ridiculously dedicated to a cause for a lifetime. Humph. Lin Yujing finally breathed a sigh of relief, bowed her head to eat. Boys are silly, none are as fun as rockets. Ahoy, that's what I think too. Shen Tinglin chuckled, the Li Zheng you saw after school, isn't he particularly silly? Yeah, yes. Lin Yujing replied subconsciously. After a long while, suddenly her face turned red, and she choked up. Heek. Nervous? Keep eating. Shen Tinglin laughed, covering her face. It's not what you think, Heek, not like that. I didn't think anything. You did, Heek, was it Teacher Tang? Heek. Ha ha ha. Mother Lin laughed, then suddenly raised an eyebrow. You can't say much about others, just don't trust a man who studies chemistry. Heek, he doesn't like chemistry either, didn't even sign up, Heek. Oh, you're quite concerned. Heek, now I'm angry, Heek. The next day, Li Zheng made trades with Su Mensi and Zhang Xiaok. He acquired over 10 kilos of exam papers and practice problems. At night, he opened the computer he hadn't touched for a long time, as well as Visual Basic. Visual Basic is a programming software that the teacher talked about in the computer science class in the first year of high school. It's very ancient, yet simple. Maybe even simpler than Macro Express. In this era, VB hardly has any practical value left, but because it is based on a graphical interface and is extremely simple to use, it's still suitable as a programming primer. This is, of course, the only programming software Li Zheng has been introduced to. When it comes to programming, of course, its significance is far more than just for computer science competitions. Computers are undoubtedly very core research tools, where researchers use software for a large amount of simulation and calculation, with a considerable number of the software being designed and programmed by the researchers themselves. Although there's no need to master it deeply, programming languages are inevitably an important skill in the learning process, more so the further you go. To put it in a smaller context, being in the Dragon Pearl group, one has to dabble in computer science competitions, too. It just so happens that Teacher Mensi needs help, so why not start from today, little by little, to realize a small idea. The idea of Li Zheng, it had to be related to studying. He had searched for a long time, wanting to find a software that could reveal his weak points in knowledge, and depending on the person, provide tailored coaching and practice problems. Of course, he hadn't found one. In this era of big data, whether it's listening to music, watching videos, scrolling through Zhiyu, or shopping, everything has been refined to each user, with precise information pushing. Yet amazingly, when it comes to studying, there's no software that's tailored to the individual. This is truly incomprehensible. The research and development efforts of the industry seem to be all thrown into exchanging homework answers and online courses, which of course are good, but compared to these, there are more efficient approaches available, so why not use them? Of course, perhaps this path was not viable commercially. But that didn't stop Li Zheng from conducting some programming training on his own. Right now, the program he needed was very simple, it could even be completed with Excel. That was to list all the detailed knowledge points for each subject. Then, he examined the practice problems Su Mensi had recently worked on, and linked them to the knowledge points. For a correct answer, that knowledge point would get a point added, for a wrong one, a point deducted. In the end, based on the scores, he would list out Su Mensi's mastery of each knowledge point. After that, he would push tutorials and practice problems for reinforcement. From then on, Su Mensi wouldn't have to do practice problems blindly and waste time, she would only work on problems that could improve her performance. The principle was very simple, in fact, classroom tests often did the same thing. It was just that, the data volume was somewhat large. Moreover, linking each question to the corresponding knowledge point and selecting the best questions to push was a very specialized and patience-testing task. Probably only Li Zheng himself had the interest in doing so. Although the challenges were myriad. But that evening, an engineering file named Scholar Demon Training System was ultimately created. Friday, during the lunch break, Li Zheng marched into Class 1 of Grade 3, full of swagger and bluster. He was carrying a big stack of printed papers. His face radiated a heroic air. The students of Class 1 had long been accustomed to this sight. They even actively greeted him with a Brother Zheng. The girls, on the other hand, called Li Zheng Sister Xi. This logic took Li Zhang 5 minutes to comprehend, and he still didn't get it. I've even developed a six-pack, could it be I'm still not manly enough? Under everyone's gaze, Li Zhang slapped the stack of papers onto Su Menxi's desk. Thanks for using it, sorry for the inconvenience. The dozing Su Menxi shot up with a whoosh. Her first reaction was to push Li Zhang out. But seeing that she was surrounded by her classmates, she gave up on treatment as well. Before she could react, the onlooking students were the first to be shocked. Holy crap, this chart actually has substance. Subject scores. Even the little girl from the front row who was egging them on came over. How is this calculated, Sister Xi? Go on, get out of here. Li Zhang waved his arm. Wanna see my ABS? Yes, the girl nodded repeatedly. Fine, it'll scare you to death. Li Zhang grabbed the hem of his shirt as if he was about to lift it. Enough now. Su Menxi hurriedly held Li Zhang down. I get it, you're a tough guy, okay. Just kidding, Teacher Menxi, Li Zhang said with a smile. Come on, have a look at the software feedback. Su Menxi finally looked at the chart on the first page. It showed her scores in various subjects, all out of 100. They basically aligned with her usual test results. Chemistry was the highest at 87, and math was the lowest at 66. Did you average my previous scores? Su Menxi asked as she flipped to the second page. Immediately after, the surrounding crowd all exclaimed, wow! Because the content on the second page was really in-depth. Math knowledge mastery. Meaning and representation of sets, excellent. Basic relationships between sets, excellent. Basic operations of sets, good. Exponential functions and power operations, good. Stratified sampling, average. Calculations of non-arithmetic, non-geometric sequences, average plus. Among these, a good rating is indicated in green, meaning no further attention is needed. A fair rating is shown in yellow, signifying that it's not quite solid. An average rating is marked in orange, recommended for focused improvement. A poor rating is in red, meaning a complete mess. Turn the page. Besides Chinese and English, other subjects also listed such knowledge mastery charts. You. Su Menxi was almost moved to tears. How much work have you done? What do you mean, work? This is a hobby, and I should be thanking you for providing the data, Li Zhang said as he flipped another page. Next, are the targeted guidelines and exercises for the average and poor knowledge points. You can just focus on these without having to go through the textbooks or exercises cover to cover anymore. You can trust the problems I selected, they're definitely precise. It's not. Su Menxi flipped through the pages rapidly. You must have spent tens of hours on this, right? I'm not worthy. Hey, it's just half an hour's work for a program, that's all, Li Zhang said with a laugh, waving his hand dismissively and standing up. Do these problems and then get back to me, so we can re-evaluate. Stop. Su Menxi stood up as well. Please, I'm begging you not to waste any more time on me, okay? The chemistry finals are coming up. I'm also begging you to stop saying that, Li Zhang said as he walked away, raising his hand. If you say that again, we can't be friends anymore. But. Right, I need to input Zhang Xiao's data next, Li Zhang said while standing at the door, gently waving his fist. Jingbei is indeed still far off, but that's not a reason for us to stop trying to close the gap. I'll be waiting for your response. With that, the man turned and walked away, hands behind his back. Su Menxi sat down, somewhat dazed. In the end, she had become a super burden. But since she had already dragged him down so much, she might as well try to close the distance a bit more. On his way, Li Zhang, walking with his hands behind his back, suddenly got stopped by a group of people. Brother Zhang, I want it too. Sister Xi, you are a tough guy, a super tough guy. Stop joking around, Li Zhang waved his hand. It's very troublesome, it took me tens of hours. Wasn't it automatically done by the program? That's the future expectation once there's enough data. Li Zhang coughed and reluctantly admitted, at this stage, I'm still inputting and outputting manually. The program is basically like an Excel spreadsheet. Hearing this, the bigger players all made noises of understanding, not pressing him any further. After all, everyone was facing the college entrance exams, who would spend tens of hours for another person for no reason. So. A girl from the front row tentatively stepped forward. I already called you a tough guy, I don't believe you have ABS, let me feel them. Please, Li Zheng braced himself. Just how he braced himself might be compared to straining as if on the toilet. The girl reached out to feel, and to her surprise, she actually felt the firm contours. Wow! Sister Xi is really a tough guy. The other girls immediately gathered around. Really? I don't believe it. I don't believe it either, let me feel. As Li Zheng dodged, Xiao Bixia suddenly appeared, rolling up her sleeves and stepping forward aggressively. What are you guys doing? What don't you believe? Li Zheng quickly stepped down the stairs, reaching the halfway point in just 2 steps. After fleeing back to the classroom, Li Zheng also handed over Zhang Xiao's materials to her. Zhang Xiao didn't have much to say, her eyes immediately welling up with tears. Master! Master! Zhang Xiao shook Li Zheng's shoulders. How do you sell this software? Let me help you get investments. Li Zheng shook off her grip, cursing, aren't you supposed to be challenging Jingbei? Get back to your problems. Will do, I'll do them all, Zhang Xiao said, rolling up her sleeves. Ever since I became your disciple, I don't know why, but I feel so energized when I see new types of problems I've never encountered. That's right, that's your intelligence, Li Zheng commented. Zhang Qinghua shuddered from behind. Are you sure it's not a spiritual obstruction? I should probably get started too. Li Zheng then shook his head, took out a copy of Catalysis and Material Chemistry postgraduate textbook from his backpack. Once I finish the postgraduate studies too, I guess I won't need to touch chemistry ever again in my life. Meanwhile, 15 kilometers away at Tiantan Hospital, Li Yi's phone rang, multiple times. Dear Mr. Li, your current credit card payment due amount, 18,223.42 RMB. Congratulations! The Supreme Plus member LZ from Dong's Home has given you 1 month of VIP access, please click to claim. Your bank card 4XXXXXX has received a salary deposit of 17,542.66 RMB. Your bank card 4XXXXXX has successfully transferred out 17,542.00 RMB. There was no help for it. Behind the bubble of studying, someone always has to literally get their hands dirty. Chapter 166. He could feel the path forward gradually narrowing. It was almost impossible to find any widely accepted textbooks or exercise problems. More often, he would proactively seek textbooks on undergraduate and graduate studies based on the syllabus, and with practice problems, each one solved was one less available. If he dug deeper into his studies, it would involve research papers. For example, the reverse synthesis problem of plus Nicotimarin A set by Zhou Yi was not from any textbook but from a prize-winning paper published over a decade ago. Li Zheng couldn't help but think that Shi Yang had stepped into the realm of paper-based learning a long time ago and had even published some minor papers through unofficial channels. This level, it seemed, was perhaps the end of basic studies. In this sense, rather than saying Li Zheng's chemical studies during this period were about seeking breakthroughs, it was more about anticipating conclusion. The end of basic studies in chemistry. So in these days, he would learn everything he could, and give it his all. Then he would cleanly and neatly say goodbye to chemistry. Although he eagerly wanted to immerse himself in physics soon. But couldn't help it, who among those who entered the Dragon Pearl group wasn't a perfectionist? At 1 o'clock in the afternoon on December 1st, Jiajing Chemical Society's representative team assembled at the South Station. The team included 13 competing students, 1 team leader, 1 observer, 1 representative from the Chemical Society, and 3 guest representatives. Interestingly, the team leader was none other than teacher Sun Liang. Simply because Zhou Yi, a person of such stature, had directly joined the finals committee as an important figure. Add to that, Zhou Yi himself was one of the paper setters for the finals, and at this stage, it was inappropriate for him to be too close to the Jiajing team. Of course, based on past experiences, the one who ultimately led the national team to the ICO was still Zhou Yi. As for the observer of the Jiajing representative team, it was Sun Liang's old nemesis, Yu Haiqiang, the chem competitions teacher from City First School. Furthermore, Yu Hong had also managed to secure a guest representative role, likely to specifically motivate Li Zheng. The group, chatting and laughing, took the high-speed train and a bus. In less than 4 hours, they had arrived at the Southern Suburb Hotel in Jinan City. As a hotel designated by the organizing committee, the lobby was already filled with a chem competition's atmosphere. Welcome banners hung high, and a large chemical Olympic backdrop was set up in the center of the lobby. When Li Zheng and his group entered, an entire provincial team was taking a group photo in front of the backdrop, and 2 other teams were gathering to talk. The teachers of the Jiajing team then collected everyone's IDs to go and check in. Li Zheng, Shi Yang, Wu Shu, and Ou Xingzhou found some sofas to sit on and began discreetly observing the members of other provincial teams. But soon, they realized there was absolutely no need to observe. Because 90% of the people were plain-looking men with buzz cuts and glasses, dressed in nondescript athletic outfits. Completely indistinguishable. As for the girls, apart from the hotel staff and teachers, throughout the lobby, there were 4 provincial teams. Only Wu Shu was alone. Fortunately, everyone present was a timid, unaggressive crew-cut man, otherwise, Li Zheng and Ou Xingzhou might have had to play guarding Athena. Shi Yang was different, he was already guarding. He seemed to intentionally place himself right in front of Wu Shu, using his body to shield other provincial crew-cut men's gaze. Brothers, join me in blocking them, all hail. I won't be hailing that, Li Zheng said, sitting on the couch, texting his parents, teachers, principal, and chatting group, ensuring them everything was fine. Don't worry, anyone who has the confidence to come here definitely lacks the courage to hit on a girl. Look at what you're saying. Shi Yang glared, pondered a bit, and realizing it was true, still couldn't relax. Well, Li Zheng, if someone does come over, you must stop them. That task should go to the dog group leader. Li Zheng nodded towards Ou Xingzhou. I am going through data from previous years, Ou Xingzhou said, turning his tablet around to show everyone, focusing on the past 3 years' data. Xiongnan, Zhejiang, and Jibei are the top tier, especially Xiongnan, which is significantly stronger than other provinces due to tilting of educational resources. It's actually improved in the past couple of years, Wu Shu said, pulling out some chocolate crisps from his bag and handing them around. In previous chem competitions, the national team didn't have the policy of only allowing 1 person per province, until 1 year, when 7 out of the top 10 were from Xiongnan. Hehe, how about we monopolize the top 4 this year? Shi Yang took a chocolate crisp and carefully put it in his bag. Wu Shu stretched lazily, smiling, well, you keep trying. I've been binge-watching shows this half-month, can't help it, just can't get excited about chemistry, barely grabbing a national gold is enough. With that attitude, you definitely won't get national gold. Ou Xingzhou closed his laptop, adjusting his glasses. The principal said we should strive to make it into the national team. Can't stand it, Wu Shu said, shaking his head. I can barely stand physics guys, but chem guys, I just can't handle it. Ah. Shi Yang quivered, aren't they, pretty much the same? The thinking is fundamentally different, Wu Shu said, twirling a finger by his ear. It's like seafood and durian, totally incompatible. That comparison is totally unreasonable. Shi Yang quickly turned to Li Zheng for help. Bro, you're the empathetic one, what do you think? I need to go to the restroom. Li Zheng opted to sidestep the issue. Shi Yang quickly added, I didn't really want to, but since you're going, I might as well go too. The two entered the restroom side by side, barely got started when they heard a noise from behind a cubicle door. Why are so many people from Jiajing here? Asked a tender male voice. Another more naive male voice grumbled, well, they have connections, it's not the first time Jiajing people have had an advantage, their training camps are all led by Zhou Chenghuan. Zhou Chenghuan wouldn't leak them the questions, would he? Who knows, the naive voice smacked his lips, the guy from Jiajing sitting on the couch, that one, looking all pretentious, I think he's all about connections. How so? Directly handing out spots. Not exactly, Jiajing Chemical Society has ways to manipulate things, the naive man snickered, but at the nationals, he won't be able to show off, I'll crush him. The tender voice laughed, haha, you should tell him that to his face. I don't talk trash, let the competition scores speak for themselves, I'll rub it in his face once I'm the champion. Haha, what if someone from Jiajing becomes the champion? Impossible, the naive man laughed heartily, the most threatening one from Jiajing is that so-called Cobalt God, looks like a lump of Dragon Ball, I've seen his comments in several chemcomp groups, nothing special, just shows off to the newbies, his reputation is all inflated, doesn't count for much. Right, even the best from Jiajing would barely make provincial second tier in Xiongnan, ha ha ha. Calling them second tier is even flattering them, don't forget their scores are inflated, Jiajing Chemical Society pumps them up just for looks, even passing around that shit God got 99, as if I'd believe that nonsense. A perfect score is only 95. Once the final results come out, their true colors will show. Humph, I really didn't consider them as opponents, I almost made it last year, losing only to my own teammate. This time, I must aim for Prague, he declared. Yeah, the teacher and the principal are both counting on you to bring back an international gold medal for City First School, Sun Liang replied. I dare not claim ICO, but I'm sure if I lose, I'll lose only to one of our own, never to those two jerks, Li Zheng stated. The more they talked, the more excited they became, until they received the teacher's message to gather on WeChat. They hurriedly packed up and opened the door. As soon as they opened the door, they saw those two jerks in person. Li Zheng and Shi Yang had been restraining themselves for a long time to see them. As soon as they came out, they began sizing them up. The one with the younger sounding voice was a nondescript guy with glasses and a buzz cut, short if anything had to be mentioned. Luckily, the one with the naive voice had distinctive features. It was all because of his receding hairline and his fluffy natural curls. Normally, when hair reaches a certain length, it falls down. His hair, however, rebelliously twisted upwards as if electrified. The two got a shock when they saw Li Zheng and Shi Yang. They immediately became shy, exchanged glances, and were about to leave. Hey, bro, don't rush off, Shi Yang chuckled, grabbing the curly-headed guy, at least give your name before you go. The curly-headed guy shrugged his shoulders, walked up to the sink, and started washing his hands without looking at them, Wei Dongyang. Fair enough, Shi Yang edged closer, rubbing his hands together, I admit, I do like to show off to newcomers because I don't meet experts. How about we discuss something experts talk about? Organic, inorganic, crystal analysis, your pick. We need to gather. Wei Dongyang turned his head to look at Shi Yang, and glanced at Li Zheng. I'm sorry for saying you look like Zhu Zizai, my apologies if I offended you. It's okay, I just wanted to get acquainted with the future champion, Shi Yang laughed. Bro, you mean to say apart from Zhu Zizai, everything else is just the objective truth? Wei Dongyang smiled and pulled a piece of paper, you know what I mean. Little glasses at the next sink also chimed in, to be fair, if there weren't a rule in the chem competition's national team that restricts only one participant per province, Jiajing really wouldn't stand a chance against us from Xiongnan. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore, Wei Dongyang finally raised his hand, looking at them, if you score higher than us in the finals, then we can talk. Shi Yang rubbed his chin and smiled, the national finals are really intense. In all my years, I've never been trampled in chemistry, damn, it's actually kind of thrilling. Li Zheng mentally added, and it was on your home ground. Alright, we've got to go gather, anything else? Wei Dongyang asked as he threw away the tissue. Forget it, forget it. Little glasses hurriedly stepped forward to mediate, adding, both of you are number one in your own provinces, it's not necessary. You're mistaken, bro, Shi Yang pointed out, raising his hand, including trials, Li Zheng is the number one from Jiajing. Oh. Wei Dongyang and Little Glasses were both stunned for a moment, taking a serious look at Li Zheng. This jerk is good looking like this, and he can beat the impeccably bred Cobalt God? Li Zheng innocently shook his head, again feeling hurt because his appearance did not fit in with everyone else. He just wanted to make friends with top students from around the country, why did they have to look at him this way? Could not help it, he had already experienced the charm of fluffy hair. Who could still have the heart to cut their hair back to a crew cut? Let's agree. Wei Dongyang finally nodded, if after the final results come out, and our scores are lower than yours, let us treat you to a meal and call you big brother, okay? Bro, no need, it's just a little verbal sparring, no big deal. Shi Yang's eyes darted around, already forming a plan, may I be bold to ask, are you really the top of Xiongnan? Everybody from the provincial team is here, how could I lie? Wei Dongyang nodded, what are you trying to do? Just a little something. Shi Yang raised his eyebrows and rubbed his hands, if Li Zheng and I, fortunately, score a bit higher, could you organize your provincial teammates to collectively request a change to the one person per province rule? What? Wei Dongyang and Little Glasses were both shocked. Wei Dongyang said incredulously, aren't you setting yourself up for a loss? Exactly, we in Xiongnan of course want to cancel this rule, said Little Glasses. Isn't that perfect? Shi Yang clapped his hands, you guys go back and do some groundwork, and we'll do ours. If possible, let's get all the provincial teams to work on it. It's a competitive event representing the country, it should be about meritocracy, not provincial protection. That's true. Wei Dongyang pondered and said, but going over their heads to petition collectively, wouldn't the teachers be unhappy? There's safety in numbers. Shi Yang raised his hand, I will contact many people and draft a petition. Everyone just signs it. Wei Dongyang then slapped his thigh, okay, this can work. No matter who wins or loses, I am signing. Dongyang. Little Glasses quickly pulled on him, the teacher is hurrying us, we should go first, talk later. While pulling Wei Dongyang away, he shouted to Shi Yang, I'm not signing, haha. Wei Dongyang can't represent other team members. Shi Yang simply smiled and waved goodbye to them. It was only then that Li Zheng and Shi Yang started to wash their hands. You had planned this all along. Li Zheng couldn't believe this was something Shi Yang thought up on the spot. Yet. Shi Yang grinned and lowered his head to wash his hands, I've handled everyone from our school, and with some time these few days, I'll rally more people. Now the advantage for Xiongnan isn't so daunting, it's high time this stupid rule was changed. Li Zheng murmured, thanks. Thanks for what? Not for you, for myself, Shi Yang said with a laugh, pulling out a paper towel, if you score higher than me in the provincial selection and study faster, if I lose to you in the national finals, wouldn't I miss going to Prague? I have to fight, haha. That laugh of yours is so fake. Li Zheng also shook his hands dry and pulled out a paper towel, you're not afraid of losing, you're afraid of winning, right? Ah, why put it so bluntly? Shi Yang's face twitched as he vigorously wiped his hands, without you, I wouldn't be here, yes, winning against you would make me feel bad. Because of that mindset, winning against you would make me feel worse. Li Zheng threw his paper towel down and punched Shi Yang hard, we should both do our best and drop this sissy attitude, okay? Your mom's, it's clearly you who's being sissy, okay? Shi Yang cursed, just don't cry if you lose. That'd be you, chemistry is just a side hobby for me, just learning it for fun. Ha! Cool, I love some good trash talk. Then, let me end with something serious, Li Zheng said softly, holding the door handle, whichever of us wins and goes up to receive the award, dares to shout out the other's name. What's that worth? Fine, let you steal the limelight. It's clearly my charity. Come on, bring on more trash talk, haha. You look like a Zhu Zizai. Not cool, that one hurts. Shi Yang's face stiffened, he turned to look in the mirror, damn, I kind of do. Ha ha ha. Chapter 167. But in Wu Shu's eyes, it seemed very eerie. I know that boys' fun is generally quite simple. Wu Shu looked from one to the other and asked in a hushed voice with a raised eyebrow, so you two just now, were competing to see who could, pee farther. Ah! Shi Yang exclaimed, Queen, how can you say such a thing? What's wrong with that? Wu Shu chuckled, shall I translate for you? Men derive pleasure from proving the strength of their urinary muscles. Enough, don't talk about it anymore. Li Zheng, however, stood to the side, stroking his chin thoughtfully, indeed, peeing far does make one happy. When I was younger, I would intentionally try to pee further. It turns out a man's happiness is really that simple. Queen, you understand men well, all hail. Don't all hail this, Shi Yang retorted before suddenly looking at Ou Xingzhou with bright eyes, speaking of which, when we went to the bathroom at the train station, you seemed to have dripped on your shoes. I was actually pretty happy about it. Pfft. Wu Shu covered his face and turned away. Cough. Ou Xingzhou, forced to respond, raised his hand and said, how far one pees is only related to the health of the urinary system and has nothing to do with a man's other abilities. Besides, you saw wrongly, my shoes are clean. Clean. Shi Yang rolled up his sleeves and forcibly changed the subject, initiating a conversation with Wu Shu and Ou Xingzhou about the joint petition. Before Li Zheng could get involved, he was pulled aside by Yu Hong and reluctantly got to know the teachers from the chemistry department at Fudan University. Li Zheng had just realized that the recruitment teams from several major universities had already arrived before most of the representative teams had checked in. After all, the strongest 300+ chemistry students in the country were all here. At this moment, staff from various university recruitment teams were posting their respective dorm room numbers on the bulletin board. G University was in 2093, Jinghua was in 2021, Fudan was in 2036. At a glance, it was evident that the entire 20th floor was almost like a scene of university recruitment. What Li Zheng didn't know was that he had already been targeted. For example, this female teacher from Fudan's chemistry department, who had a connection with Yu Hong as alumni, had been waiting near the registration area since the afternoon. As soon as the Jiajing team arrived, she promptly began reminiscing with Yu Hong. The reminiscing was genuine, but recruiting students was more earnest. Fudan's strategy was different. Instead of picking up the leftovers from Jinghua Jida, they preferred to strike early and offer more generous contracts, thus securing the best student resources. Even though Yu Hong had hinted to her that Li Zheng had already declined G University, she did not give up hope and at the very least wanted to leave an impression on Li Zheng. Thus, this awkward conversation ensued. Teacher, Li Zheng, you see, our Fudan really isn't inferior to Jinghua Jida, and the environment in Shanghai is freer. You could really consider that. Li Zheng, oh. Teacher, I understand, people from Jiajing tend to think that Jiajing is the only good place in the country. I won't argue with that, but I strongly suggest you take a trip to Shanghai if you get the chance. It's a completely different, international city. Li Zheng, all right. Teacher, hey, don't feel pressured. I'll be blunt, I've been old classmates with teacher Yu Hong for many years. I trust teacher Yu's judgment. For you and Shi Yang, our Fudan chemistry department is willing to offer a contract before the official exams, the best contract. Li Zheng, I'll think about it. Teacher, you know, anyone can make mistakes. What if you don't do well in the finals? Then it'll be too late to feel anxious. Li Zheng, understood. Teacher, how about this, then? You bring Shi Yang over to 2036, and we can talk in detail. Li Zheng, no need. By this point, Yu Hong could no longer stand by and said to Li Zheng, go ask Shi Yang. If he's interested, he can come over. Okay. Li Zheng finally managed to slip away and return to the others on the sofa, wiping his sweat as he told them about his encounter. Haha, you two have finally started, Wu Shu laughed, shaking her finger, when I was at Yangjiaka, MIT, Stanford, East University and others came by. We had pretty enjoyable conversations, and there are still a few schools waiting for me to reply. Shi Yang's eyes widened in amazement, sis, are you that awesome? Those schools can easily outshine G University, why didn't you go? Wu Shu thought for a moment and smiled slightly, probably because I like being queen, not a princess. All hail! Shi Yang was instantly fired up, glaring at Li Zheng and said, got it? This is when you should all hail. However, before Li Zheng could do anything, Yu Xingzhou beside him couldn't stand it anymore. All hail! Dog group owner! Shi Yang said fiercely, weren't you the one who said not to say that? I banned myself from speaking. Yu Xingzhou fumbled with his phone in a flurry, can't ban. Well, it's also time to abdicate and let the wise rule. No sooner had he finished speaking than Li Zheng's phone suddenly rang. He took it out and looked. Zhou has transferred the Dragon Ball Group ownership to Li Zheng. As Li Zheng panicked, Yu Xingzhou urged him, ban me for an hour. It's not. No buts. Yu Xingzhou adjusted his glasses and said, this is the last high school competition Wushu and I will participate in, and you still have 4. It only makes sense to switch to you. Meanwhile, the group had already started to stir. A change of leadership, a change of leadership. Zhou, I will simply rule from behind the curtain, come on, Li Zheng, ban them all for me. System notice, Zhou has been banned for 1 hour. Haha. The reckoning begins, the reckoning. System notice, cobalt amino acid chelate has been promoted to an administrator. Cobalt amino acid chelate, cobalt god ha, good brother. Zhou's alt account, Li Zheng, the group will be ruined if you do this, keep them in check. System notice, Zhou's alt account has been kicked out by administrator cobalt amino acid chelate. After a series of operations had ended, Li Zheng put away his phone with a feeling of apprehension. Without thinking, he promoted his own people. Without thinking, he kicked out Yu Xingzhou's alt account. Is this, the taste of power? From checking into the start of dinner, Shi Yang went on about drafting a joint proposal to change the rules. Wu Shu and Ou Xingzhou were somewhat supportive, but Li Zheng himself wasn't so radical. He suggested they first communicate with the teachers and then pass it on to the Chemical Society. However, Shi Yang insisted, saying he had already discussed it with teacher Yu Haiqiang from his school and had written to the Chemical Society, all to no avail. For these issues, students need to unite and use their collective strength. At the deadlock, Wei Dongyang suddenly approached to inform Shi Yang that he had already secured the support of half the Xiongnan team. This was like pouring fuel on the flames. The two of them skipped dinner and began drafting the joint letter. With no alternative, Li Zheng reluctantly pulled Ou Xingzhou with him to the teacher's table of Jiajing team to offer drinks, casually grabbing a chair next to the team leader Sun Liang. He candidly presented the request to cancel the policy that limited each province to one student in the national team to the teachers. Of course, he omitted the part about what Shi Yang was up to. On hearing this, Sun Liang laughed heartily. So audacious? Being audacious is good, very good. Teacher Yu Haiqiang from City First School also laughed along. Isn't it that little Shi Yang stirring you up? Can't we talk about these things after the exams? Exactly, Li Zheng, be more prudent. Yu Hong also reminded from the side, we haven't won the lottery yet. Why are we arguing over how to spend 5 million already? The other teachers echoed the sentiments. Teacher Yu makes sound arguments. With the big exam imminent, one mustn't get impatient, Li Zheng. All participants here are the best of the best nationwide, it's not as easy as you think. And Li Zheng, historically speaking, we in Jiajing are beneficiaries of this policy. Without this rule, places like Xiongnan and Jibei simply can't hold up. After the teachers had voiced their perspectives, Li Zheng finally spoke up. Respected teachers, I believe that if we raise this suggestion before the results come out, it will be more persuasive than if we wait until afterwards. By proposing it now, people from chem competition power provinces like Xiongnan, Jibei, Sichuan, Xiangbei, and Zhejiang will support us. But once the results are out, they will only consider rankings and their own provincial interests, making it hard to gain their support, Li Zheng gestured as he argued. Hey! Yu Haiqiang laughed aloud, you're even more eager than Shi Yang. I get it, you and Shi Yang want to monopolize the top 2 spots to go to Prague together, right? But have you thought about what we'll do if 2 or 3 of the top 4 are from Xiongnan? That's nothing special, allowing the strong to represent the country in world competitions is only natural, Li Zheng nodded. Oh, you're still too green, Yu Haiqiang waved his hand and laughed, the ins and outs here are very complicated. Just review well and don't think too much. Seeing that Li Zheng had said all he had to say, Ou Xingzhou then took over the conversation. Teachers, Li Zheng and I are actually not in a hurry to make such suggestions, but the current situation is quite complex, and we choose to respect the teachers and the official stance of the Chemical Society, hoping to go through the proper channels to reflect our concerns upwards. All right, Xingzhou. Sun Liang gently patted Ou Xingzhou, do this, first draft a list of demands and submit it, we'll talk about details later. Teacher Sunday. Ou Xingzhou wasn't so easily fooled, as Li Zheng said, we can't delay this matter. Once the results come out, our proposal won't be about making chem competitions fairer anymore, but rather maximizing the interests of our own province, which won't stand. It's not that. Xingzhou, you're usually very steady, how come? Let me do it, Teacher Sunday. It's not convenient for you to speak on behalf of your student, Yu Haiqiang interjected, not to mention Ou Xingzhou, just Li Zheng and Shi Yang alone. Indeed, you two are very excellent, but looking nationwide, you could at best secure a spot in the top 10. A policy change could mean you, who might have had a chance to make the national team, end up not getting in at all. If that happens, we teachers will be the sinners of Jiajing. Please consider our position. Li Zheng and Ou Xingzhou exchanged a look, speechless. So this was the reason all the teachers were rejecting the proposal. The proposal had not only failed but might even have backfired. To allow this rule to continue for another year without risk was indeed the prudent course of action. Seeing that the two were silent, Sun Liang hastened to smile and say, all right, if Li Zheng and Shi Yang truly have the ability to rank first and second, us teachers on the Jiajing team will fight with all our might to support you, all right. Agreed, Yu Haiqiang nodded as well, don't rush to make grand statements. Convince us with facts. With the situation having progressed to this point, there wasn't much else Li Zheng and Ou Xingzhou could say. After respectfully finishing their tea, they returned to their own table. Shi Yang didn't need to ask to know that they had hit a snag. I told you, it's up to us students, Shi Yang said, presenting the CO-authored letter from his phone to the two of them. Come on, here's Queen's draft. Take a look. The draft, titled Suggestions for Changing the Selection Rules for the Chemistry Olympiad National Team, was very formal. In the content, the first few dozen characters praise the Chemical Society for its wisdom. The middle section describes the current situation, which is that each province is strong and evenly matched in strength, without an absolute leading province, thus no need for balancing the number of spots. The conclusion looks ahead to Prague, where the sons and daughters of China should unite more than ever, aiming to win 4 gold medals, and selecting the strongest team to compete. The whole text is only 400 or 500 words, clearly articulated and seemingly self-evident. Wu Shu's essay must also be excellent. Having read the draft, Li Zheng wished to continue persuading Shi Yang not to cause trouble, which would complicate things for the teachers. But Wei Dongyang was in the way, holding on to Shi Yang and speaking his mind grandly. Don't chicken out, Li Zheng. There won't be any problems. It's all for fairness, right? It's rare for us in Jixiang to be united like this. There's no harm in writing a suggestion. Everyone just signs it and submits it, it's all for the sake of fairness. I really don't understand what there is to be afraid of, he said. Exactly, Shi Yang, who was never that well behaved, was already fully encouraged by Wei Dongyang. We're not saying anything bad about the Chemical Society, just making a suggestion. Everyone signs it, submits it, it's all for fairness. I simply don't see what there is to be afraid of. Li Zheng exchanged another look with Ou Xingzhou, both giving a wry smile. Setting aside Shi Yang for a moment. This Wei Dongyang was clearly using the naive Shi Yang as a pawn. His Xiongnan would, of course, want the rules changed. Seeing a competitor like Shi Yang emerge from Jiajing was more than welcome news to him. Moreover, in terms of the order of signatures, Shi Yang was the first, which was tantamount to a student from the Jiajing team leading the charge. If there was a need for accountability later, Wei Dongyang and the teachers from Xiongnan would all be in the back. The two didn't point this out to his face but just smiled wryly at Shi Yang. However, Shi Yang raised an eyebrow, revealing a very shrewd look in his eyes. Wait a second. The situation wasn't as simple as it seemed. Wei Dongyang thought he was using Shi Yang as a pawn. But wasn't Shi Yang also using Wei Dongyang as a pawn? Wei Dongyang was sure that Xiongnan would definitely be the strongest. Didn't Shi Yang have the confidence to be number 1 in the country? On the contrary, in front of Wei Dongyang, Shi Yang put in great effort to play the role of an indignant and foolish young man. Wasn't this playing the fool to catch the wise, using Xiongnan's strength for Jiajing's interests? If we wait until the results are out to do this, I'm afraid Wei Dongyang won't dare to sign any more. Tricks, nothing but tricks. At this moment, Wu Shu returned with a large piece of paper. Apparently, he had just gone to print it out. Li Zheng and Ou Xingzhou once again exchanged intense gazes. It seems Queen has already made a decision. Seeing that success was at hand, Wei Dongyang immediately slapped his newly acknowledged brother on the back. Come on, sign here, Shi Yang, you're the one who's aiming for the championship, you lead the way. The championship has to be mine. Shi Yang was also giving his all and playing the fool, grabbing the pen to sign. Jiajing team, Shi Yang. After signing, he passed the pen to Wei Dongyang. Brother Wei, please go ahead. Please start a new line a little lower down, leaving some space for our Jiajing teammates. Sure. Wei Dongyang rolled up his sleeves and quickly wrote down Xiongnan team, Wei Dongyang, and after signing, he reached out to take the joint letter. I'll take it back first for our people to sign. No hurry. Wu Shu raised his hand. This letter is important, let's keep it here first. Later, you organize everyone to come and sign together. Well, that works. Wei Dongyang smoothly raised his glass. Here's a toast to Jiajing team securing the top 4 in advance. You're too kind, too kind. Shi Yang enthusiastically clinked glasses. Brother Wei also has a chance. After the tea was drunk, Wei Dongyang didn't forget to say, I'm quite familiar with the people from Xiangbei and Zhejiang, so I'll talk to them on that side. The rest of the provinces in the north, I'll have to trouble the Jiajing Big's hots. Having said that, he took off. You have to admit, Wei Dongyang is really crafty. Everyone knows that people from the south have good study habits. The only strong provinces in the north are Jiajing, Jibei, and Liudong. And in the south, apart from the remote areas, they are basically all strong provinces. Strong provinces are of course more willing to sign this name. After sending Wei Dongyang off, dinner was coming to an end. Only then did Shi Yang have time to eat, as he explained his thoughts and strategies while doing so. We really can't delay this, if we do it we must make it quick and decisive. Before the written exam starts, we must make sure that everyone who can sign has signed. I'm telling you, if the Xiongnan people take the lead, the other provinces really won't dare to sign. It has to be us from Jiajing to do it. Don't they all think Jiajing is weak? Don't they all look at me like I'm Zhu Zizai? I'll just be this Zhu Zizai, let them all think I'm a fool. After dinner, I'll continue to build up my identity, I'll express some stupid opinions in the several chem competitions groups I'm in, to make them think I'm Zhu Zizai. Then later, when the teachers go for the meeting, we'll divide and persuade. The theoretical exam is the day after tomorrow morning. The time we can fight for is tonight and tomorrow. As long as we can get 200 signatures, we definitely have a chance. Not to mention, Shi Yang's planning was quite detailed. This plan must have been in the works for quite some time now. You really are going all out. Li Zheng sighed as he slurped his noodles. What else can we do? Let's do it. Everything else is easy to say. Yu Xingzhou glanced at Wu Shu. Why are you so supportive of Shi Yang? For fun. Wu Shu chuckled. You see how excited that Wei Dongyang is, I want to see him cry, haha. Humph, what an interesting woman. Yu Xingzhou slapped his bowl down and vigorously wiped his mouth. Ah. It looks like I've been pressured onto Mount Liang, let's do this. While the teachers were in a collective meeting, the Jixiang United team had already begun their plan. In various groups, in different dormitories, undercurrents started to stir. And so, the legend of the simple-minded Zhu Zizai, Shi Yang, spread. Chapter 168. While Li Zheng was jogging around the main building of the hotel, he ran into about 5 students and 4 teachers. By the way, he was lapped twice and a half by Yu Xingzhou and circled once by Wu Shu. No way, he really couldn't keep up. After half an hour of comfortable running, Li Zheng, following Yu Xingzhou's advice, began stretching beside the stone lions at the hotel entrance. He had barely started when a guy who had also just finished running called out to him. You're Li Zheng, right? Yes, that's me. What's up? Li Zheng turned his head to look. Glasses, buzz cut, sportswear. He had no idea which one it was. That's the thing here, 90% of the guys all look the same, utterly indistinguishable. The boy leaned over, tying his shoelaces, and looked up with a smile. I heard you're going to sweep the top 2 places with Cobalt God. I didn't, I haven't said anything. Li Zheng shook his head in vexation. Haha, don't be modest now, Cobalt God made such a fuss, isn't it just so the 2 of you can get into the national team? The boy finished tying his laces, looked at Li Zheng one last time with a look as if he was sizing up a fool, had his fill, then waved goodbye. All right, sounds great, you guys from Jiajing are the best, wish you success. Li Zheng didn't have the chance to reply before the guy walked away chuckling. Li Zheng was incredibly annoyed. He was only trying to do a lunge stretch, yet his knees were almost hitting the ground. As low-key as I am, why has it come to this? While he was brooding, another buzz cut flashed in front of his eyes. He turned back with a smile, revealing a similar expression to the previous guy. The smile of looking at a fool. Li Zheng turned his head away resentfully. Shi Yang, you piglet. In the national finals, not to mention first place, in all these years, there haven't been many who dared to boast about ranking in the top 10 before the event. And now, such claims are being made even before the theory exam. It truly is a fool's behavior. You've played the pig quite well, now the whole camp is waiting to laugh at Jiajing's expense. I'm just worried that after everyone signs up, the results will come out. And we really will become the laughingstock. No, this won't do, I have to go back quickly and keep a close eye on Shi Yang. Make sure he doesn't get food poisoning again. Half an hour later, in the dining hall, while Li Zheng was having porridge, he once again encountered those looks reserved for fools many times. And they weren't being discreet at all, Li Zheng could hear their conversations. What are you laughing at? That guy, Li Zheng, ranked number 1 in the country. What? Don't you know? The Jiajing team is going around asking people to sign up, plotting and calculating that they can get 2 people into the national team. Jing? Are you serious? Haha, of course I'm not serious, but that Li Zheng is. Which one? Let me take a look. That one, who obviously doesn't study well. Li Zheng felt awful, this had already disrupted his normal life. Shi Yang, on the other hand, was nowhere near their own table, instead walking around clinking bowls with others with a bowl of tofu pudding, acting like the chem competition's social butterfly. The other province's team members were also supportive, while watching the fool, they cooperated fully with the performance, determined to seek justice for chem competitions. Meanwhile, Shi Yang's newly recognized good brother, Wei Dongyang, was just as relentless, making waves as the Jijing team among the southern teams and enjoying a lively competition. Breakfast was over. Li Zheng had already become the brightest star in the arena. After breakfast came the endlessly dull opening ceremony and lab safety education. Then it was lunchtime. It was basically a repeat of breakfast, which firmly established Li Zheng as the standout of the event. In the afternoon, there was free time. Usually, everyone would use this half-day to review a bit. But not this year. This year was like a bustling traffic, with lines of people queuing up to get autographs from Li Zheng and Shi Yang in their dorm room. A group after group of buzz-cut, glasses-wearing guys. A visit after visit to see the handsome star. Under the siege of these foolish grins, Li Zheng had become numb. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they finally saw off the last of the brothers from Guizhou team on the fringes. Afterward, Shi Yang stared at the packed petition, counting for a full 3 minutes before slamming his hand down on the table. Done. 213 signatures. Li Zheng, who was leaning against the bed reading a book, sighed, I have to admit, your EQ for getting along with buzz-cut, glasses-wearing guys is really high. I'll take that as a compliment, replied Shi Yang as he took out his phone to make a call. We have to submit this thing before the exams. I'm going to call Wei Dongyang to go with me. The call went through quickly. And ended just as swiftly. Shi Yang turned to Li Zheng with a crestfallen face, the jerk isn't going, says I should go myself. I know, Li Zheng said, shaking his head as he put down his book, I'll go with you. He, Shi Yang chuckled and then picked up his phone again, let's call Xing Zhou and Wu Shu too. No, Li Zheng, fixing his collar, said, too many people would make it seem like we're causing trouble, just the 2 of us is better. Makes sense, Shi Yang cautiously cradled the petition, but tell me, after all this effort, do you think we have a chance? Not a chance. The 2 tidied themselves up and took the elevator to the 20th floor, where they found room 2003 based on various bits of information. This was the room of the camp director for this winter camp. The camp director this term was Director Guan Chukhung from the Chemical Institute of the host, Liudong University. He was also a big name in the chemistry circle, a true academic heavyweight. Although they had only caught a glimpse of him once during the opening ceremony speech, for such a matter, he was the only person they could turn to. When they finally got to the door of room 2003, Shi Yang began to panic for real. Even though the door was ajar and clearly unlocked. His hands were trembling and he just couldn't bring himself to press the doorbell. Li Zheng breathed a sigh and said, all right, just wait and say nothing, I'll handle it. Depends on the situation, replied Shi Yang. With that, Li Zheng pressed the doorbell. Come in, a resonant voice immediately came from inside. Li Zheng then pushed the door open and walked in with Shi Yang. As they entered, Li Zheng also paused in surprise. Chairs, sofas, beds, they were all occupied by teachers. This group of teachers, smiling warmly at them, made it unclear whether they had been in the middle of a meeting or just chatting leisurely. Zhou Yi was also there, beaming especially brightly. Li Zheng didn't dare to linger his gaze and walked straight toward Guan Chukhung. Director Guan, a well-built man with a square face, would have been hard to associate with academia if it weren't for his eyes and buzz-cut hairstyle. After taking the petition handed to him by Li Zheng, Director Guan first scoped out Li Zheng and Shi Yang before finally lowering his head to read the content. Meanwhile, Li Zheng took a few steps back respectfully and spoke, I apologize for disturbing all of you, teachers. The matter is that us competitors of this edition have some minor suggestions regarding the 1 person per province maximum for the national team selection rule. Everything is detailed in the letter. The teachers exchanged glances, the smiles on their faces finally diminishing a bit. No one spoke, all eyes turned to Camp Commander Guan Chukhung. After hemming and hawing for a bit, Guan Chukheng raised his hand and handed the letter to Zhou Yi, who was closest to him. Then, turning to look at Li Zheng and Shi Yang, his facial expression didn't change much, he only asked, roughly how many people signed it. Shi Yang, full of eagerness, rushed to answer first, 213. A male teacher immediately cracked a smile, not bad, you two have really been busy these past few days. Someone from the side followed up, if there was an issue, shouldn't it have been first reported to your team's supervising teacher? Why start off in this manner? Reporting it was useless, teacher, Shi Yang said anxiously. I talked to our school's teacher, and he didn't pay me any mind. Then you could try talking to the teachers of the organizing committee, the male teacher clapped his hands together. Think about it, starting off by stirring up a big petition, have you considered the implications? It's okay, Teacher Zhang, no need to worry. After Guan Chukheng gestured to interrupt, he turned to look at Shi Yang. This issue has actually been discussed by the Chemical Society before, and indeed, there's room for improvement, but this year is just too soon. Shi Yang immediately asked, then, Teacher Guan, why is it too early this year? When will it be considered not too early? Shi Yang. The male teacher frowned and scolded, how can you talk to Director Guan like that? I know you're a top student, but even top students should show some respect. It's all right. Guan Chukheng himself was not angry, but slowly, he explained, this is an issue that you students can't grasp from your perspective. The teachers have received your suggestions, and we will bring them up for discussion with the organizing committee, is that all right? This. Shi Yang scratched his head, looking around at the teachers present, biting his teeth, and squeezing out the words between gaps, the teachers here are the organizing committee, right? Teachers, will you really discuss it? All right, how the teachers discuss it is not for you two to worry about. Zhou Yi closed the petition letter and turned to look at Guan Chukheng, saying, Director Guan, I'll hold on to this for now. I'll go and work on it with them. Guan Chukheng nodded in agreement. Zhou Yi then rose to his feet, guiding Li Zheng and Shi Yang towards the exit, the teachers are still in their meeting, you two come out with me first. Seeing Zhou Yi take action, Shi Yang didn't argue any further and let himself be ushered out of the room with Li Zheng. Zhou Yi turned his face and closed the door, his expression instantly turning steely as he pushed the two a few steps away before suddenly lifting his hand and delivering a smack to both of their heads. Have you two lost your minds? Zhou Yi glared, his voice lowered as he scolded, it's only because I'm here. If I weren't, if you kept causing trouble, they would dare to cancel your qualification to compete, believe it or not. Shi Yang, holding his head, indignantly said, isn't it a very reasonable suggestion, Dean Zhou? What does reasonable matter? Zhou Yi scolded. Only you two have the ability, only you two understand? Your suggestion may be right, but the approach you've taken is completely wrong, terribly wrong. Getting more than 200 students to sign, organizing a petition, do you have any idea how serious this is? Also, with so many people signing, why did only the two of you come? What about the representatives from other provinces, people like Wei Dongyang and such, why didn't they come? He's got diarrhea. You believe that? Zhou Yi was about to raise his hand, evidently ready to smack Shi Yang again, but in the end he swung nothing but air, and pointed at them as he continued scolding, you're putting Jijing on the griddle. After berating Shi Yang, Zhou Yi turned to look at Li Zheng, and you, aren't you normally very steady? How come you couldn't restrain yourself all of a sudden? You think you've grown so capable that you're guaranteed to be on the national team? You think you're above everyone in the country? Sorry for causing you trouble, Dean Zhou. Li Zheng had no doubts about the outcome, simply nodding and admitting his mistake, we understand we were wrong, let's just pretend this letter was never here. When I get back, I'll speak a few more words for you. Zhou Yi then folded the letter a few times and stuffed it into his pocket, I'll keep the letter for now, after the competition, we'll return it when you two have calmed down. How can that be? Shi Yang glared this time at Zhou Yi, Dean Zhou, how is this approach wrong? Zhou Yi was also quite angry, glaring back, you're going to challenge me now. Enough. Li Zheng forcefully stepped in front of Shi Yang, this rule was established before we came, and if it's to be changed, it should wait until the next edition. Zhou Yi nodded in agreement, Li Zheng has made himself clear, hasn't he? Shi Yang fidgeted, visibly uncomfortable, but unsure of what else to say. He couldn't find the words, but inside the room, the people didn't hesitate to start cursing loud enough to be heard through the door. It was that male teacher with a short temper from earlier. Xiongnan has had many strong competitors over so many editions and never pulled this kind of stunt. Jiajing's won just a few gold medals and they're already pulling this? The exams haven't even started, and they're already this arrogant? They really think other provinces are pushovers. Another female teacher followed with a sigh. This Shi Yang is not simple either. Looks subdued, but just in 2 days, he managed to come up with this. Once he's in university, I fear he'll be quite a handful. The male teacher huffed, PFF, Dean Zhou's got a big heart and isn't afraid of trouble. Our school definitely wouldn't dare to sign any petition, no matter how high the stakes, it's like asking for trouble for our own school. Then came Guan Chuchen's voice. All right, it was just the students being impulsive for a moment. Dean Zhou has already gone to talk to them, let's not bring it up anymore. The voices inside the room gradually quieted down. Hearing all this, Zhou Yi didn't get angry but just gave a long sigh. Ah! He put his hands on both of their shoulders, saying, no matter what, please think of yourselves first. You don't need to make the national team, as long as you're on the training squad, I assure you I'll secure your admissions. To be more precise, aim for the top 40, let's achieve this goal first and then we can talk about the rest, alright. Then there's nothing to talk about, Dean Zhou, Shi Yang said urgently. If Li Zheng and I truly stand out, and we kick up a fuss with those rankings, that would truly earn us scorn, right? Don't worry, you're already earning scorn now. No, it's not like that, they all support us, over 200 people are behind us. Why wouldn't they support something that's right and proper? Shi Yang insisted, his head held high as he reached out, Dean Zhou, I insist on submitting this. I won't say anything when I go in, I'll just slam the table and walk out. Your mothers. Even Zhou Yi couldn't help but curse as he rubbed his forehead, overwhelmed with frustration. Dean Zhou, give it to me. Shi Yang said with trembling hands, and they all respect you. If you stand with us, there's a chance. I can't even protect you all, let alone stand. Zhou Yi clenched his teeth as he grabbed the joint letter, pulling at both ends, I'm going to destroy this thing now. You can hate me, I'm sorry. Dean Zhou. Although Shi Yang shouted this, he ultimately did not rush forward to grab it from Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi said this, but he couldn't bring himself to just tear up the joint letter bearing over 200 people's names. At this moment, Li Zheng raised his hand silently, then, how about this? I'll submit it. I don't care anyway, I don't need a guaranteed admission, nor do I plan to study chemistry, it doesn't matter if I'm disqualified, even if I really want to go to G University Chemistry Institute. I can still get in on my own. Both men glared at Li Zheng, wanting to curse, but not knowing where to start. That. Li Zheng first looked at Shi Yang. My dad told me, the world didn't become what it is today overnight, and you can't change it in a day either. I didn't even hope that the joint letter would do any good, as far as this chem competition is concerned, the only thing that could change the current situation is more people like Dean Zhou. If there were at least 3 leaders of Dean Zhou's caliber in the committee, focusing solely on external competition, as long as the national team is strong enough, even if they were all from Xiongnan, it wouldn't matter, and the rules would have changed a long time ago. So, don't shout about it here, it's useless. Wait until you become a person like Dean Zhou, then use your strength to make a stand. Having said that, Li Zheng turned to Zhou Yi. Dean Zhou, look at Shi Yang's sorry state. Bear with him one more time. He is the person I've met and heard of who is most likely to become a world-class chemist. Since Shi Yang is so insistent, let this foolish student of mine make the sacrifice this time, consider it a lesson for him, to understand the price of impotent passion. Finally, Li Zheng stretched out his right hand, okay, give it to me. No one spoke, no one moved. In the silence, although Shi Yang was unwilling, he also lost the rationale to make further fuss. All right. I'm sorry to all of you. It's all because I'm an idiot, although I still don't understand why something so clear could lead to such severe consequences, but I'm sorry for troubling you, it won't happen again. Shi Yang wiped his eyes fiercely and dashed towards the elevator. After a long silence between Li Zheng and Zhou Yi gave Li Zheng a nudge. You youngster can even be poetic, hey. 2 to 4 hours of reading classics every day is indeed not in vain, Li Zheng chuckled and rubbed his head, I've caused trouble for you, Dean Zhou. Zhou Yi scratched his head in agitation. What do you want me to do? I practically spoon-fed you the protection, would signing kill you? Ah! I'm also very annoyed, sighed Li Zheng with a look of frustration. How good it would be if you were the dean of the School of Physics, or even math I could settle for. Speaking of which, is it too late for you to switch fields now? Ha ha ha. Zhou Yi couldn't help but laugh and gave Li Zheng another nudgy. All right, enough nonsense, I'll mention you to the people at the School of Physics if there's a chance. Heh heh. As for this, Zhou Yi handed the joint letter to Li Zheng. I'll leave it to you. Your last words were very right. As long as it is the strongest national team, it wouldn't matter if they were all from Xiongnan. You didn't succeed this time, but you've made your voice heard, and that is not a failure. Thank you, Dean. Li Zheng carefully put away the joint letter. Zhou Yi patted Li Zheng one last time. No matter what, do well on the examination. You seem very demotivated right now. I do have it, Dean Zhou. Right now I'm quite motivated. Li Zheng couldn't help but glance at the door. Even if our approach was improper, the attitude of certain teachers inside was just too appalling. Right, I'll pretend they are all vegetarians and I'll paste this attitude on their faces. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi immediately beamed, his entire face looking like it might form a Chenghuan. SHH. He whispered to Li Zheng, that teacher Zhang is a subordinate of Director Guan, indeed lacking in ability, just here to brown nose. If you can really get one of the top spots, I'll try to have him present you the award, haha. Make sure he does, haha. After saying goodbye to Zhou Yi, Li Zheng, on the elevator down, tucked the letter deeper into his pocket. Even though the letter had lost its practical significance, it was a good memento. Years later, people on the letter would have surely shone brilliantly in their respective fields. Then, taking it out to see how foolish one was in youth would also be amusing. Chapter 169. At this moment, Shi Yang was just lying on the bed, covering himself with the blanket, not speaking, but his body seemed to be shivering. Li Zheng couldn't help but burst into laughter. You jerk, you aren't crying, are you? Shi Yang didn't respond, but Wu Shu cursed first. How could you go without calling us? Am I just a mascot as this queen? Oh, Yu Xingzhou, sitting at the desk with his legs crossed, lifted his glasses and said, I'm the oldest among us, after all. As the big brother, I feel offended. The more people, the angrier the teacher gets. Li Zheng walked over to Shi Yang's bed and grabbed a book to fiercely hit him on the butt. All right, Zhu Zizai has played his part, the big deed is done, can't we just study properly now? Shi Yang twisted and rolled to the side, finally making a sound from under the blankets. I wasn't crying. I'm just furious. I feel so stupid. Then better study hard. If you don't get a good ranking, then you really are stupid. Got it. You go out first. I'll take a shower to calm down. You take your shower, why should I go out? All right, all right. Wu Shu got up, laughing, so you want me to go, huh? I don't want to spoil my eyes anyway. Anyone wants to come to my room for Go? I'm staying alone. I'll go. Li Zheng immediately grabbed his English textbook. I don't know how to play Go, I'll study. Oh, Yu Xingzhou instantly panicked. Then I'll go too, I know how to play. Shi Baoer. Wu Shu looked towards Shi Yang, who was curled up. Do you want to visit the queen's room? All hail. Shi Yang couldn't resist that, throwing off the blankets and leaping up. As the knight captain, I must go. However, he did not know that Wu Shu had already taken out his phone and was clicking away, capturing all his red-eyed crying photos. Wu Shu then bowed his head and started working on his phone. Zhu Zizai's crying photos, I've posted them in the group. Li Zheng quickly pulled out his phone ready to save. Make sure it's not a flash photo. Gross, I'm not looking. Oh, Yu Xingzhou stood up and pushed Li Zheng. Let's go, it's been a while since I played Go. Let's go. Wu Shu then fiddled with his phone and left the room. Li Zheng was supposed to follow out, but seeing Yu Xingzhou's eagerness, he seemed to sense something. After weighing for a moment, Li Zheng feigned an urge. Zhou, you go ahead, I suddenly need to poop. Yu Xingzhou paused, hastily swallowing his saliva. That means I'm going to Wu Shu's room alone. Or do you want to poop with me? Forget it, forget it. Yu Xingzhou hurried to the door, then turned back. Then you better hurry, just me and Wu Shu in a room, doesn't feel quite right. Got it, close the door, Bye. As soon as the door closed, Shi Yang sat back on the bed, laughing and cursing, really, Zhou, can't you just be straightforward like me? Can't help it, some people are just more reserved. Li Zheng also lay back on the bed, flipping his chemistry textbook. He was so eager to play Go, he should have just gone. Why wait for me to push him? Wait, weren't you supposed to poop? That was an excuse, that's social intelligence. Li Zheng tapped his forehead, you really should grow some brains. Shi Yang had a sudden realization, no wonder your brother Zheng, playing the Good Samaritan here. Exactly, they are Go masters dueling, a total noob, better not disturb them. Shi Yang's eyebrows tightened again. He always felt that everyone's understanding of playing the Good Samaritan seemed a bit off. Well, Li Zheng was so clever, and he had a girlfriend, and there was senior sister Shen, his level was there, and he was likely not wrong. The mistake must be his own, definitely his own lack of purity. Oh, you Xing Zhou must really be eager to play Go. Shi Yang didn't think any further, digesting brother Zheng's social intelligence while going to the restroom to wash his face. After washing and drying, he looked in the mirror and slapped his cheeks hard, trying to cheer up. But it still wasn't enough cheer. Looking at Zhu Zizai in the mirror, he muttered puzzledly, speaking of, brother Zheng, I remember you once said you needed to reflect on yourself 3 times a day, right? That not only makes one formidable but also boosts one's EQ, right? That was said by Zhengzi, I'm just passing it along. Li Zheng turned a page in his book and said, be quiet, don't disturb my study. This I said. Then I'll reflect a bit myself. Shi Yang murmured to the mirror. Thinking about it now, the root cause of this matter, indeed stems from my personal desires, no denying that. But the national team, representing our country's strongest high school chemistry capabilities, shouldn't they send the strongest 4? Removing the rule that only one person per province can join the national team wouldn't affect the provincial quotas for the national competition, nor the number of national gold medals each province gets. Each province would still send however many people were needed, sign whatever contracts necessary, ensure whatever direct admissions were needed, without any impact. It would just make the national team stronger. That's why over 200 people signed it. You know about last year's ICO, right? 3 gold, 1 silver, and ranked 2nd overall. The expected 3-time team championship was snatched away. It was snatched away by the very team I least wanted to lose to. That year, the 4 seniors of our national team ranked 4th, 7th, in the teens, and in the 40s. It was certainly a good performance, but why not use a stronger lineup to compete for first place? It's clear, so why are the teachers so angry? Shi Yang reflected in front of the mirror for a long time, then suddenly his eyes widened. I get it, it's because of personal desires. If I hadn't been so strong, if I were a weakling, thinking only of the strongest national team, the teachers wouldn't be angry, right? Turns out I'm just too strong. Li Zheng in the bedroom couldn't stand it any longer and scolded, you're completely wrong, just stop. While he was speaking. Ding dong ding dong. The doorbell rang. Shi Yang smiled, washed his hands, and went to open the door muttering, Xing Zhou is really a coward. Upon opening the door, he saw a big bespectacled baby face. Din Zhou. Shi Yang quivered. Zhou Yi walked in with a smile, closed the door behind him, then raised an eyebrow and asked, calm down yet? Calm down, just examining my own conduct. Shi Yang immediately softened. Li Zheng also hurriedly got up to greet, Din Zhou. It's all right, no big deal. Zhou Yi waved his hand and pulled up a chair, sitting down with the back facing him, just sit on the bed, I'll tell a story and then leave. Li Zheng and Shi Yang looked at each other, then they both respectfully took a seat on the bed. Given Zhou Yi's status, he really had no obligation to take care of them. They could only be flattered by his concern. Relax, it's not a lecture, just a story, a true one. Zhou Yi said as he removed his glasses and spoke indifferently, Shi Yang, everyone calls you Cobalt God, right? Do you know, last year in the chem competitions there was another god, a girl named Pleasure God. Shi Yang nodded blankly, she's quite famous, but the one who lagged behind last year, ending up in the 40s, that's her, right? Yes, but it wasn't her fault. Wasn't it because she underperformed? No, she performed at her normal level. Is that so? Shi Yang was even more stunned, and then began scratching his head in reflection, I I even criticized her online, blaming her for dragging us down. You weren't the only one saying that. Zhou Yi sighed deeply. After that competition, she gave up chemistry. Even now, she occasionally encourages other chem competition students, but she never touches chemistry herself anymore. Anyway, she is a very good girl. Not just you, Shi Yang, I make mistakes too. Zhou Yi looked out the window, his gaze showing rare confusion. Last year's issue with Pleasure God, as the leader of the national team, it was my inescapable responsibility. This year, it is my duty to bring the team championship back to our country. I will no longer ignore the mental state of students. Li Zheng and Shi Yang only then realized that though Zhou Yi was always friendly and approachable, mixing well with the students, the pressure he bore was immense, no less significant than that of any leader. Shi Yang looked down, clutching his pants. I know my mistake, Dean Zhou. I won't cause trouble anymore, no more trouble. Good, last year's Pleasure God said the same thing. Zhou Yi smiled wistfully. You should hear the story through. The ins and outs of the chem competitions are no longer very clear, only this story is left. After Li Zheng and Shi Yang nodded attentively, Zhou Yi's tone softened, and he began his gentle narration. The initial chem competitions didn't have a rule of only one person per province in the national team. The whole country was united with one heart to glorify our nation. To get as many gold medals as possible and rank as high as possible in the team standings. Over time, through one competition after another, we eventually became the absolute powerhouse in the chem competitions. In this process, Xiongnan, as a powerhouse province, contributed tremendously. Gradually, everyone realized that to get an international gold, you didn't need to select just the top 4, frankly, any 4 out of the top 10, or even 20, could perform well and achieve similar results. From then on, external competition gradually turned into internal competition. In the words of you young people, every province felt I could also do it, any participant could bring home a gold, the glory should be shared. In this context, the national team selection for the chem competitions added a rule requiring 4 players from 4 different regions. Xiongnan obviously wasn't happy about this, but the thing is, even with this selection method, the national team still clinched the team championship that year. As a result, this rule, supported by the majority, stabilized permanently. Xiongnan's enthusiasm took a big hit, and other provinces are catching up, so in the last 3 years, there hasn't been such an absolute advantage. But even so, Xiongnan is still strong. Each of the top finishers from the Xiongnan team could legitimately enter the national team. But by the rules, only one could go. Who would it be? Chapter 170. But let me tell you, just within the Xiongnan team, the scoring of the experimental exams has a lot of gray areas. In theory, their leader can basically decide who goes. This is the competition within the competition. The road to the chem competitions for Xiongnan candidates can be said to be quite brutal. Therefore, as the dean responsible for admissions, I pay extra attention to the candidates from Xiongnan. I take a closer look at every first and even second place provincial finisher from Xiongnan. Just last year at the national finals, I met their so-called Pleasure God. She is a very serious girl from Xiongnan, also an absolutely top student from the best high school in Xiongnan, and the competition ace, with extremely lively thought and very strong mathematics. Her preliminary scores were first in Xiongnan and also first in the nation. Plus, she is a girl, so she had a huge reputation, everyone called her Pleasure God. Up to this point, her story is pretty much the same as yours, Shi Yang. But she had a problem. Her experimental performance was very unstable, often catastrophic. She knew this herself. Because of this, she actually doubted her own talent in chemistry. But others, they wouldn't think about this. Whether it is her school's administration, the Xiongnan leader, or the chemical society, everyone really hoped that a female contestant could win a world gold medal. So, starting from the provincial team selection, all her experimental assessments were green-lighted all the way. Even when her experiments clearly exploded, they were still scored favorably. This kind of all-the-way protection eventually extended to the national finals. That year, in the top 10, Xiongnan had 4 representatives. She also fittingly captured the national first place. And with 9 other teammates, she was selected for the national team training camp. The night after the theoretical exam in the training camp ended, she found me. She said her teacher had talked to her and just hoped she would be as conservative as possible in the experimental process, as long as nothing clearly disastrous happened, she could definitely make it onto the national team. She asked me what that meant. I told her not to overthink it, just perform normally. Then she said she had a junior, although he was always a few points behind her in theory, his experimental skills were far stronger than hers, and if it just came down to avoiding mishaps, he would win. I didn't continue to discuss this matter specifically, soon I changed the subject, had a heart-to-heart conversation with her, and sent her away. In truth, how could I not know her troubles? How could I not know she had already been predetermined? Her coming to me, was just hoping to be treated fairly, to have her experimental scores evaluated realistically. In the subsequent experimental assessments, she was not conservative, and the results were average. However, her final total score was still first in the training camp. She was angry, just like you are, Shi Yang. She started to protest, wanted to withdraw and give the opportunity to someone else. Because of this, from her teachers to the school administration, to the competition committee, so many teachers lectured her. I was among them, said a lot of high-sounding, overall interest-oriented words. In the end, she said, I know I was wrong, Dean Zhou. I won't make a fuss anymore, not anymore. A few months later, which was actually earlier this year, I took the team to Thailand for the final competition, and she didn't say anything more to me. Until the last experiment. She, sigh, had an explosion again. Afterward, she rushed to me, hugged me, and cried. She said she was sorry for her junior, sorry for the school, sorry for the country, sorry to everyone. She should have let that junior compete. In the end, her, who carried the weight of being the nation's first, ultimately only won the international silver medal, ranking 46th. Our team's consecutive two-time championship title was also snatched away. The chem competitions community is small, everyone started criticizing her. Her school's teachers blamed her for not being competitive enough. Her chem comp peers accused her of using connections. Even someone like Shi Yang, who completely misunderstood the situation, would curse her for the loss of the team championship. In the end, she didn't choose chemistry and left the circle forever. This is the story of Pleasure God, from external competition to internal competition, and then to the competition within the competition, Zhou Yi said, his eyes also moist by now. In this matter, we all bear responsibility, except for her herself, who is innocent. Not being able to stand by her side is probably the greatest regret of my educational career. So now, I have to make things clear to the two of you. Rules are for the adults, you just need to perform your best. Calm your minds, study hard, and don't leave any regrets. After hearing all this, Li Zheng and Shi Yang were equally moved. Compared to past Xiongnan candidates, their own little scheming, this cheap justice, seems so petty in comparison. By the way, Zhou Yi rubbed his eyes and suddenly smiled again, her junior came this year too, Wei Dongyang, you should be quite familiar with him, right? Li Zheng and Shi Yang were instantly confused. They thought about the trash talk in the bathroom as if by telepathy. I just missed out last year, lost to one of our own, this time I must be heading for Prague. I can't speak for Iko, but I swear I'll only lose to one of ours, definitely not to those two jerks. This, was it not just trash talk? Wei Dongyang, a man of steel and blood? Alright, story time is over, Zhou Yi said as he put on his glasses, returning to his usual smiley baby-faced expression. The complexity of things is definitely far beyond what you two kids can imagine. Joint petitions like this will only stir up the sensitive nerves of the organizing committee and lead to you losing your qualification to compete, serving no other purpose. To put your minds at ease, I promise you, after the finals in Prague, I will immediately take action to push for the cancellation of the rigid rule of one person per province. Of course, if we can bring back 4 golds in addition to the first place in the team category, I can speak with a bit more authority, haha. Okay, that's all I have to say, Zhou Yi concluded. You two, will you trust me, Zhou Yi, Zhou Chenghuan, for now? Oh, or not okay? Okay. Shi Yang stood up and nodded vigorously, no more making trouble, not in this lifetime. I'm just a noisy idiot. I'll go apologize to Pleasure God right away. Zhou Yi laughed and ruffled Shi Yang's head, I have to say, Li Zheng's behavior is a lot more mature than yours. Yet, he kept telling me not to make a fuss, Li Zheng admitted. MMHM, Zhou Yi turned to look at Li Zheng, keep an eye on Shi Yang, don't let him get diarrhea again. Don't worry, Teacher Zhou, he's only allowed to eat noodles tonight, Li Zheng said with a smile. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Zhou. We'll proceed as usual today, and just hope for progress next year. It might not be next year, maybe the year after. Bio competitions have already changed, and chemistry will have to change sooner or later, Zhou Yi said, waving his hand and walking toward the door. Just as he reached it, he suddenly stopped, turned his stern face back, and said, after adding so much chaos, I don't think asking for a top 5 finish is asking too much, is it? Not at all, not at all, Shi Yang said with a chuckle. Don't be too happy too soon. I can't do much about Li Zheng, but can't I handle you? Zhou Yi pointed at Shi Yang and jokingly scolded, I've noted your disciplinary issue in my book. I'm setting a higher standard for your recommendation, top 3 in the country, or else go to Jinghua. Hey, come on, Dean Zhou. Clang. The door closed. Shi Yang became anxious again. The next day, the third day of camp, was the day of the theoretical exam. The atmosphere at breakfast was no longer as lively as the first 2 days but instead quite oppressive. On one hand, there was the anxiety before a major test. On the other hand, the leaders of the provincial teams had all verbally criticized the joint letter, and Shi Yang's failure with Zhu Zizai was now widely known, with many of the signatories also getting scolded. On the Jiajing side, Shi Yang's teacher, Yu Haiqiang, gave a harsh criticism. Fortunately, Yu Hong intervened in time, preventing him from going on too long, lest it affect the next day's exam. The only consolation was that Zhou Yi had taken the physical letter of the joint petition early on, and it was now in Li Zheng's hands. As a result, who exactly had signed the letter among the teams was still a mystery, so it was unlikely for individuals to be singled out for criticism. But some people were still very noticeable. Brothers. I brought a bowl of soy milk as an apology, Wei Dongyang said, heavy-hearted as he sat down between Li Zheng and Shi Yang, I really had diarrhea yesterday, my apologies. At this moment, as Li Zheng and Shi Yang looked once more at his wild and unkempt hair, while considering the harsh experiences of the Xiongnan contestants and pleasure god's past joys and sorrows, they indeed felt a bit of empathy. It's all right, you've had it tough too, brother, Shi Yang bumped his bowl with Wei Dongyang's, there's nothing left to say. We can't change the rules this time, everyone depends on their skill. Go Xiongnan, go. Go for it, Li Zheng also raised his bowl, seriously, Xiongnan, go for it. You two are really, sigh. I was in the wrong yesterday, go Jiajing, here's to you. Wei Dongyang gave up on words, tilted his head back, and downed the whole bowl. But after taking just one sip, his face contorted, turned bright red, and tears uncontrollably streamed down. Having swallowed the entire bowl, his eyes were brimming with tears. Why are you crying? Nobody's blaming you, Shi Yang hurried to console him. Exactly, Li Zheng chimed in, it's not a big deal. Don't think about it anymore and focus on the exam. A few seconds later, Wei Dongyang opened his mouth fiercely, your mothers, can people from Ludong even drink this bean juice? At 8 a.m. sharp, in the Grand Hall of the South Suburb Hotel, the theoretical exam officially began. Seats were randomly assigned, calculators and scratch paper provided by the officials. During the 4-hour exam, not only skill was tested but stamina as well. As the exam papers were distributed, Li Zheng, as usual, closed his eyes to rest his mind. Of course, this wasn't really resting his mind, but a final review. Chemistry, 327. If it had been in the past, he would have never believed that one person could master chemistry to such a perverse extent. But step by step, he had done it. Inorganic chemistry, organic chemistry, analytical chemistry, physical chemistry, biochemistry, polymer chemistry, experimentation, retrosynthesis. Unnoticed, he had flattened every area within his sight. Now, finding public educational materials that could further his learning had become quite difficult. Further advancement would mean diving into papers on specialized fields. Or entering a prestigious chemical institute to study under a renowned teacher in a particular field. Continuing to delve deeper in a high school setting was no longer very meaningful. The exam begins. The proctor announced. Li Zheng immediately opened his eyes, ready with his pen. Chemistry. It's time for a conclusion. Chapter 171. Apart from the rustling sound of flipping through pages, no other sound could be heard. Although Li Zheng had long reached a state of zen, for most people, this was their last charge towards prestigious universities. As for Li Zheng himself, he was merely looking forward to a fulfilling and intense final battle. A battle with chemistry, with Shi Yang. Such a battle, of course, would never be rushed. As always, he first schemed through the entire exam paper. For an exam lasting 4 hours, just skimming through the paper took 2 minutes. The further he read, the deeper his frown became. After scanning the entire paper, he could only clutch his chest, feeling stifled. He, who had been in and out of examination halls for years, was experiencing such frustration for the first time. Damn it! How could it be so simple? This is the national finals, for goodness sake! Isn't it embarrassing to give out questions meant for average undergraduates? I've slaved away, plowing through the field of chemistry, and now in my ultimate showdown with the great chemistry demon, it feels so damn unsatisfactory. And I've painstakingly studied that official calculator for the past 2 days. There's just no place to apply it. What is it for? Aim asked it on the desk. In the back, a young female proctor had been watching Li Zheng for a while. After noticing his odd behavior, she approached with a chuckle and asked in an overly sweet voice, "Student, are you feeling unwell?" No problem." Li Zheng didn't dare to look up, forcing himself to flip back to the first page of the exam. The female teacher was still not reassured and asked softly, "Tell the teacher if there's an issue, I will help you." "Can I really tell you?" Li Zheng still looked somewhat ferocious. "Ahoy, trust me," the female teacher said with vibrant assurance. Well, Li Zheng chose to trust her and confessed, "This question is just too simple, so simple that it's caused me physical discomfort." In the end, the female teacher glared at Li Zheng and then slowly backed away, glancing back at him from time to time as if she were looking at someone insane. Although Li Zheng never looked at her from the beginning to the end, he realized something. Even though she was a trustworthy teacher, before that, she was a woman. When a woman says she hopes you will share your true thoughts, remember, it's definitely a trap. Well, without realizing it, my emotional intelligence has improved a bit. I guess this exam wasn't a complete waste of time after all. Li Zheng gradually got his emotions in order, focused his attention, and began to answer the first question that gave away free points, an inorganic structure question. To put it simply, you're given the properties of 3 iridium compounds and asked to draw the structure diagrams. It's like making sentences in elementary Chinese class, you could do it with your eyes closed. The second question was also a giveaway, but it was physically taxing, requiring the drawing of a bunch of exceedingly complex structural diagrams. Just like memorizing long passages in elementary Chinese. The third question was still a giveaway, but it was Li Zheng's favorite kind of deductive freebie question where you are given substances A through E, told what reactions they undergo with each other, and you have to guess what A through E are, similar to the Mendeleev memorial questions from the preliminary rounds. It's like a short essay in elementary Chinese class, I suppose. The fourth question was a clever organic freebie. What's clever about it is that no matter how you look at the question, between the lines, it was filled with 2 words. Ring formation. Those who'd been playing in the chem competitions for so long had developed a kind of reflexive sense for questions set by Zhou Chenghuan. Facing these kinds of questions, the best strategy was to form as many rings as possible. But halfway through, Li Zheng suddenly sniffled. Something wasn't right. This wasn't a giveaway question. It was a trap. This question was very likely set by Zhou Chenghuan. But based on the reaction conditions, the expected ring formation does not occur on the surface. Instead, it's where you least expect it that a ring is formed. Well played, Zhou Chenghuan, using everyone's fixed impression of ring formation associated with your name to pull off a counter move and snatch our points? Fine, this question is acceptable. Question 5, we're back to the rhythm of giving away points. Question 6, giving away. While the candidates were answering the questions, the teachers from each province and the bigwigs from the organizing committee were also busy. They gathered in the large conference room on the 2nd floor to read the standard answers for the theory questions. Given the urgency of time, they planned to have lunch early and spend the entire afternoon and evening cross-checking papers, needing to grade the theory portion before midnight. Sun Liang, Yu Haiqiang, and Yu Hong naturally grouped together, quickly perused the answer sheet for the questions, and started an internal discussion. The difficulty is moderate. Sun Liang said, supporting his chin, it's quite suitable for our team's level. We should be able to make a breakthrough in the number of gold medals. Yu Hong nodded and said, last year we only got 1 gold medal, this year we should definitely be able to break through that. Sun Liang sighed, alas. Last year we indeed bet on the wrong questions. In the end, only one student from our Ren de Fu was barely able to grab a gold medal. Bad luck, just bad luck. Don't worry, teacher Sun, we've got Shi Yang this year. We've been leading chem competitions for so many years, we know Shi Yang's level, Yu Haiqiang said with a pursed mouth, but, this year's difficulty, it's not really suited to him. It does not allow for a large spread in scores, and a little carelessness can cause a lot of trouble. That's a secondary issue, Yu Hong said, rubbing his forehead. The main thing is that these past 2 days, he and Li Zheng have been too ostentatious, running around, pulling people into QQ groups, and ending up with this result. It's also my fault. When Li Zheng brought this up, we should have paid attention and started working on their mindset earlier. Don't just focus on those two, Sun Liang chuckled, our schools Ou Xingzhou and Wushu are really stable, and there's also Zhang Yuren from number 18 middle school. Although his experiments are average, his theory is solid. Coupled with Li Zheng and Shi Yang, my prediction is that we can get 5 golds. Although it's not the best result, it's still quite good, at least it's a recovery from last year's failure. Sun Liang's prediction was indeed reasonable. The distribution of medals in the national finals always follows the 343 rule. That is, the top 30% of participants win gold medals, the middle 40% silver, and the bottom 30% bronze. This year, a total of 340 competitors participated, so the number of gold medals should be around 100. Meanwhile, the weight of theory and experimental scores in the finals is 70% to 30%. The final score equals theory score *0.7 plus experimental score *0.3. Therefore, even if the experiments were a bit weak, strong theory could still hope to push for gold. In addition, on the difficulty of the questions, there was a minor contradiction. The easier the questions, the more it benefits most people. The harder the questions, the more it benefits the absolute strong players. This contradiction is even more apparent in the ICHO international competition. When countries in Southeast Asia host, the questions tend to be simpler, which prevents strong chem competition nations like China and Russia from widening the score gap. A slight mistake in the experiment could lead to disaster. The last final held in Thailand Buddhism reflected this. But this shouldn't be the case this time, as the ICHO is returning to its birthplace, Prague, and those Eastern European chemistry monsters will undoubtedly offer the most terrifying ultimate questions as a blood sacrifice. At this point, the focus of the teachers' discussion shifted from the number of gold medals to whether Li Zheng and Shi Yang could make it to the national training team. As teachers from Jiajing, their expectations were actually not that high. Being listed in the training roster for the national team, which includes about 40 or 50 people, is equivalent to a guaranteed spot in Jingbei. That would be everything coming up roses. Therefore, they turned a blind eye and stayed out of the disagreement between Shi Yang and Li Zheng, not wanting to meddle. Even though they were well aware of Li Zheng and Shi Yang's capabilities, with the gathering of strong competitors from across the country, they dared not assume that Li Zheng and Shi Yang could rank in the top 4 nationwide, let alone believe in the possibility of 2 of them doing so. In short, making it onto the national team was too unrealistic a goal, and it also exceeded their usual expectations. They hardly dared to even think about it. All they hoped for was as many gold medals as possible and making it to the training team. Inside the auditorium turned examination hall. After 3 hours and 15 minutes, Li Zheng completed the test. At this moment, not a single person had left yet. The individuals who made it here were not ones to gamble hastily, and even if they truly could not answer a question, they would rack their brains to pile as much onto the paper as possible. Maybe just an extra 0.5 points could seal the deal. If this were a school's final exam, Li Zheng would have certainly submitted his paper and left by now. Especially such a basic undergraduate level paper, it was simply not worth expending mental energy to check it over again. But after all, this was the national finals. Oh well, might as well give Zhou Chenghuan some face. 30 minutes later, the check was done, with no alterations made. Li Zheng covertly looked around, and still, no one had turned in their paper. Handing in the paper early at this point could come off as showboating. A lot had happened before, and he didn't want to become the center of attention again. There was no other way, so he just had to tough it out for another 15 minutes. So, he started drawing on the back of the scratch paper. He drew a scene he was familiar with. Someone napping on their desk. Just like Da Vinci would draw an egg. Li Zheng liked to draw desk naps. Embarrassedly said, despite drawing for so long, he had actually been drawing this same scene every time. He must have redrawn it 200 or 300 times already. But Li Zheng was getting happier the more he drew, without a hint of tiredness. Unlike basketball, which was a superficial form of relaxation. When it came to drawing, he just couldn't bring himself to put in any game coins. All he asked for was the little joy of delving into research and improvement. From head to toe, he imbued every detail with soul. Until he created the most rhythmic, impeccable perfect desk nap. Finally, the chief examiner announced loudly that the exam was over. Everyone stopped writing collectively, not stopping would lead to a penalty. The teachers began to collect the papers in groups. The teacher who had been offended received Li Zheng's paper and was taken aback once more. All filled out, didn't brag for nothing. I hope the experiment is a bit harder. Li Zheng finally pulled away from his drawing and looked up at the teacher. Big glasses, chubby cheeks, kind-hearted and plump yet beautiful. If not a senior, then who? When did you get here? Li Zheng exclaimed happily, hey, you've gotten fatter again. Get lost, damn it. Shen Yun's first reaction was to curse, and after cursing, she panicked. She stiffened her face again amidst the astonished gazes of those around her, short-handed, came over to help. Afterward, she picked up the scratch paper. This. Shen Yun examined the drawing of the person napping on the desk, has quite a feeling to it. Really? Li Zheng's eyes widened, instantly excited, this is the first time someone has critiqued my artwork. Shen Yun pushed up her glasses, offering a serious critique, although it's clear that you lack structural technique and that the limbs are a bit deformed, the overall spirit is very much there. I don't believe you imagined this on the spot, there must be, such a classmate in your class, right? Ah, Li Zheng admired, awesome, senior, you're awesome. Hey, what girl doesn't dream of being good at art? Shen Yun chuckled and packed away the scratch paper, then moved on to the next student, I'll be coming to the training camp too, if you make it in, I'll teach you to draw. Really now, he was originally too lazy to go to the national team training. The senior was teasing me again. Speaking of which, she hasn't been eating less lately, probably under a lot of stress. After collecting all the papers, even though the chief examiner urged everyone to go to the dining hall immediately, the room was still filled with cries and howls. So hard. I'm so done. How many rings did you get for the fourth question? I got 4. Wasn't it 5? I have 3. Damn, is this Zhou Chenjuan's trick question or what? Li Zheng listened to these comments, wondering if it's that people's pessimism is uniquely theirs. Or if they were just putting on an act. Was it really that difficult? But he'd learned his lesson from Lin Yujing. At times like these, it's best not to blab, you might offend people. Li Zheng kept to himself, silently packing up his stationery, ready to leave, when Shi Yang came barreling over. Crap! Shi Yang was scratching his head furiously, the answers the guy next to me had, why are they different from mine? Let's compare ours. Does this question even need to be checked? Li Zheng frowned. I thought it didn't need checking, either, but I just accidentally heard it. Shi Yang immediately gestured as he spoke, is the rate constant for the fifth question 2.8 multiplied by 10 squared? It's 2.9. That's not right, isn't it the average of 3 experiments? With 2.8, 2.8, 2.9 the final choice should be 2.8. It's 2.9, 2.8, 2.9. I made a mistake. Shi Yang rubbed his head and began to scribble on the table, then for question 7, is the structure that you drew like this? There's a double bond here, this part has a CHO group, and below is a CO2H. Pretty much, but the CHO should be here. Shi Yang pondered for a moment, then suddenly slapped his forehead, shit, a helical structure, such a small conjugated system, how could I forget that? No big deal, just small points, Li Zheng consoled him, forget about this and just focus on the experiments. MHM, MHM, MHM. Shi Yang pounded his head, damn it, my mind really has been a mess these past 2 days. After you went to sleep last night, I secretly looked up Pleasure God's photo, she was just exceptionally cute. I couldn't help but send Pleasure God a bunch of apology messages on Weibo, and kept glancing at it now and then, but she didn't reply to me until the morning. Dean Zhou will regret telling you that story. During mealtime in the cafeteria, everyone was still comparing answers, discussing while eating. The first to have finished checking the entire set was, without a doubt, the Xiongnan team. Feeling that he had wronged Shi Yang and Li Zheng, Wei Dongyang immediately took his answers and pulled up a chair to sit between Li Zheng and Shi Yang. Come on, the difference won't exceed 5 points. Badass, bro, Shi Yang was about to take it. Don't, Li Zheng immediately intervened, you're not in the right state to estimate your score beforehand. Steady yourself first, then deal with this after the experiments tomorrow. Ah, that. Shi Yang muttered to himself for a moment but eventually declined, Brother Dongyang, I'm a bit of an idiot right now, my mind is foggy, I'll listen to Li Zheng. What's wrong, didn't do well? Wei Dongyang quickly closed his answer sheet and asked with a twisted face, or is it because of the joint letter incident? Shit. I really shouldn't have, I could have just gone with you guys to share the hate. It's another matter. Shi Yang moved his teasing eyebrows, probing, about pleasure god. Without a second thought, Wei Dongyang said, Jian Yu? The one from our school who went to ICHO last year. MHM. What does she have to do with you? I criticized her online, and now I really regret it. Hey, shit, who hasn't made a mistake? Wei Dongyang immediately took out his phone, if you can't get over it, record a voice message to apologize to her. You have her as a friend. Shi Yang immediately rubbed his hands together, energized. He had once forgotten something when he criticized Pleasure God online. Pleasure God was a charming girl who loved chemistry. A 1 in a million find, you wouldn't encounter a charming chemistry lover again in a lifetime. Having been coached by Li Zheng, the Shi Yang of today would definitely not criticize anymore. The prospect of being able to apologize through a voice message, to possibly make amends, was undeniably exciting. Wei Dongyang apparently hadn't caught on to this, and after briefly explaining the situation in a text message, he naively handed his phone to Shi Yang. She is really nice, go ahead and speak. After much contemplation, Shi Yang finally squeezed out an apology lasting 30 seconds. Unexpectedly, a reply came from the other side in under 2 minutes. The voice was crisp clear, brimming with the maturity of a college big sister. It's been fine for a while now, I don't even know who you are. Do well on the exam, and bring back the team championship with Wei Dongyang. Good luck, Shi Yang. Upon hearing this, Shi Yang was blown away. This was definitely the peak of his interactions with the opposite sex. Let's eat, let's eat. Shi Yang slapped the table, began eating his noodles more quickly, and while munching, he muttered, experiments, experiments, don't talk to me about anything else from now on, I'll just focus on the experiments. Wei Dongyang and Li Zheng exchanged a smile, finally feeling reassured about this guy. Li Zheng then casually asked, by the way, are you that close with Pleasure God? Ah, I've heard quite a few rumors too. Our generation from Xiongnan that went for the training camp all claimed they were the fodder paving the way for Pleasure God's rise to power. Wei Dongyang stood up and sighed, of course, I wasn't happy about it, but you can't blame Jian Yu for turning out this way, right? So, when you guys brought up the joint letter, I supported it without hesitation. Pity though, it didn't work out. It'll be fine next time, if not then the time after. Li Zheng patted Wei Dongyang, focus on the exams, let's not think about this anymore. Yet. Wei Dongyang also pointed at Shi Yang, you keep an eye on Zhu Zizai, alright? Losing a few points in theory is no big deal, do well in the experiments, making it to the national training camp would be enough. Li Zheng laughed, a full 24-hour surveillance, no contact with any spicy or cold foods. With a look of admiration, Wei Dongyang said, impressive, you're both the dad and the mom here, impressive. I just hope he'll understand someday. Looking at Shi Yang who was fully focused on slurping his noodles, Li Zheng finally showed a satisfied smile. Chapter 172. But hardly anyone was doing that. Most people were still busy estimating their scores and running around asking others, trying to figure out their own ranking. Li Zheng and Shi Yang, however, never left their room and genuinely reviewed the experiments, discussing the preparation methods of many minor compounds, analyzing hazards and improvement plans together. In this process, they even developed Kempo. It involved closing their eyes, meditating, and simulating the experiment with their bare hands. After the simulation, one would say, I produced 2.5 grams. The other would respond, you're still not good enough, I got 2.7 grams. Then they would start arguing, each defending their own techniques. Usually, it ended with, was this also within your calculations? Although it seemed rather mystical, it was actually a review of the experiments, and it was remarkably effective. This bout of Kempo was also a rare moment of joy during Li Zheng's journey to the national finals. He gradually realized. Although he had high emotional intelligence, he fundamentally disliked social interactions based on interests. He found more happiness in studying behind closed doors. Meanwhile, in the hotel's second conference room, dozens of examiners were intensely grading papers. All the exam papers had their names covered, and were cross-checked by 3 teachers, with the team leader's approval, to produce the preliminary scores. The reason for the preliminary status was that there were many structural and analytical questions involving a certain degree of subjectivity. Most of the time, team leaders from various provinces would not easily accept these scores and would look for ways to negotiate for more points. Therefore, every exam grading was a tug of war. The head of the grading panel this year was none other than Director Guan Chukheng, with Zhou Yi as the deputy. Both of them sat at the main seat of the conference room, busy without a moment's rest. Any uncertain cases had to be referred to them for final decisions. This way, if the team leaders wanted to complain, they could be told that it was the director's decision. Of course, even though both were influential figures, they discussed and solved difficult questions together, sharing the responsibility. Interestingly, this year's problematic issues were quite concentrated. They mostly revolved around the Chenghuan problem. Where exactly to form a ring and who should be connected to whom had deep implications. Some people got one connection right but got 2 wrong. Others linked the rings into a chain. How to score these scenarios was quite mystical. Thus, even the college professors present had to consult with Chenghuan expert, Zhou Chenghuan himself. Zhou Yi and Guan Chukheng spent over an hour together, and they were continuously consulted about this matter. Zhou Chenghuan was fine, but Guan Chukheng couldn't help but complain. Dean Zhou. Is this question not too specialized? During a rare break, Guan Chukheng leaned back in his chair and said with a smile, and everyone knows your reputation. Once they see this question, they know it's yours. The students definitely tried too hard to form rings, which probably misled many. Well, it is the final after all. Testing their adaptability is also necessary, Zhou Yi said, sipping his tea and laughing, with the questions being so simple this year, if I didn't add some twists in the Chenghuan section, how could we pick someone capable of tackling Eastern European tricky questions? Haha. You're right, it's just that this scoring is hard to control. Guan Chukheng tapped on the papers on the table. During the coordination meetings, most teachers will definitely concentrate on this part. We need to be prepared with detailed standards and explanations in advance. Certainly. Zhou Yi also stretched, naturally forming a ring with his hands above his head. I tell you, these grading and coordination meetings are the most annoying every year. If I say it's wrong, they shouldn't get any points. I don't know who started this precedent, but now everyone feels entitled to a negotiation. We should give some procedural marks, Guan Chukheng said with a smile. This year's questions aren't that difficult, but getting everything perfectly correct is still not easy. As they were talking, 3 teachers hurriedly approached, the lead teacher presenting a set of papers. Could you 2 directors take a look at this, please? The 2 of them refocused their attention, returning to their grading roles. Which question? Guan Chukheng asked. All of them. The teacher nodded his head. Oh. Zhou Yi perked up, his expression becoming intrigued. Within 3 minutes, they had reviewed the entire paper. Then they understood why they needed to look at all the questions. Well, damn, it looked like a perfect score. Of course, we don't yet know who it is, the names are all sealed. 98 points are still okay. A perfect score is really a bit too much. There's even a suspicion of cheating. After all, the chem competition's finals aren't as strict as the college entrance exam, the teachers who set the papers are still free to move around, and if Zhou Yi wanted to leak the questions, he totally could. Therefore, if a perfect score really does occur, a second review must be conducted. The old teacher obviously knew this rule, and after the 2 of them finished reviewing the papers, he presented 2 sheets of densely written draft papers. These are the draft papers. Each took one and scrutinized the thought process behind the solutions. This process was more troublesome than grading the papers, as it involved finding patterns in chaos, even for 2 experts. it took 7 or 8 minutes to finish. Absolutely no issues. And yet, they even damned checked it again. In the end, something even more outrageous happened. What is this? Guan Chukheng picked up the draft paper, pointed at the drawing of a young girl lying down that took up half the page, and his whole face turned somewhat red. This must have taken an hour, right? Upon seeing the drawing, Zhou Yi burst into laughter. If I remember correctly, there was a contestant. He claimed to like fine arts. Not bad, the drawing. Zhou Yi was actually quite pleased. The details are full, really must have taken an hour. High school life is truly great. They didn't know that Li Zheng had only spent 15 minutes on it. The reason it looked like an hour's worth of meticulous work was purely because he had drawn the same picture hundreds of times. Although Zhou Yi was happy, Guan Chukheng was not pleased at all. Is this mocking my great chem competitions? It was then that the old teacher said, there are 2 points we are unsure about with this paper. First, whether we can give a perfect score. Second, whether drawing on the draft paper counts as misconduct. Zhou Yi immediately raised his arm. Misconduct is definitely not it. Our instructions clearly state that only writing irrelevant text on the test paper counts as misconduct. He could even fold the draft paper into SpongeBob. As for the perfect score, Zhou Yi looked towards Guan Chukheng, throwing this hot potato to him. After all, a perfect score in the finals seemed to offend the dignity of the organizers. That's what was said, but Guan Chukheng was not so easily burdened. How about it, Dean Zhou, shall we take another close look? He tossed the hot potato back. Sure, let's take a look. Zhou Yi then unfolded the test papers again, flipping through them cheerfully like reading a comic book, and started to mutter. Look, Director Guan, we might as well think a step further. Judging from his draft paper, this punk, oh no, this candidate probably finished in just over 2 hours. But, he didn't hand in the paper but checked it again instead. After checking, he still didn't hand in the paper but killed time until the full 4 hours were up before submitting it. What does this signify? It's humility. He actually has a lot of respect for the competition and is quite low-key, hence he had no choice but to kill time by drawing a picture. Having said this, Zhou Yi looked towards the grading trio who had brought the papers over. Probably that's the logic, right? The old teacher felt somewhat panicked. Damn, drawing on the draft paper. How did that translate into being humble and low-key? You, Zhou Chenghuan, truly live up to your reputation. Not only organic matters can form rings, but also logical arguments can make a loop. Despite being full of doubts, the old teacher couldn't find fault and could only say, probably, it should maybe be, yet. Chapter 173. At first glance, it indeed seemed like a disdain for the chemistry competition. But upon closer inspection, this girl who slept on her desk really had a certain charm. No. But upon careful consideration, it really was the logic Zhou Chenghuan was talking about. In the end, Guan Chukheng still chose to throw the burden even further away. A team of 3 cross-examining the test papers wasn't enough. Let's have 3 teams of 9 people cross-examine this test paper. If it's still a perfect score, then if not sufficient, we'll have 27 people from 9 teams do a massive cross-examination. If there's still nothing wrong, then we'll award a perfect score. So, that afternoon, all the teachers saw that nap-taking drawing. Especially when it got to the group with Sun Liang, Yu Hong, and Yuz Haiqiang. Yu Hong almost shouted out. Good on you, Li Zheng. I thought you were reviewing for the competition in class. Turns out you were drawing Jing Jing. Of course, Yu Hong didn't make a fuss and managed to suppress his anger. Instead, it was Zhou Chenghuan who threw her a look from afar. This bastard's not lying, really loves to draw. Yu Hong covered her face and chuckled back. You're not wrong, it was this asshole. In the end, the one question in all the teachers' minds was, who on earth is this asshole? After dinner, around 7 o'clock, the group suddenly became lively, and the corridors outside the rooms also started to get noisy. Word was that the theoretic scores were out, and although not the final results, after adjustments, the scores one could recover would typically not exceed 2 points, so these scores were still quite significant. Which meant recruitment can begin. Large crowds of people began to squeeze toward the elevators, flocking to the location of the recruitment team. The 20th floor of the South Suburb Hotel, as well, was poised and ready to go. The recruitment teams from various schools had also received the preliminary ranking sheet of the theoretic examination. Just like the competition between the students, there was also fierce competition among them. Whoever dared to offer contracts ahead of others had the chance to get better students. They began to make frequent calls and send messages, getting in touch with the top contenders of the theoretic exams. Unfortunately, Li Zheng and Shi Yang were engrossed in a Kempo clash. After receiving a few calls, they decisively turned off their phones and continued their closed-door sparring. On the other hand, those who didn't rank as high went proactively knocking on doors, seeking contracts. Around 7:08, the recruiting teachers' extension on the 20th floor was already crowded and impenetrable. Especially room 2093 where G University was located. No helping it, G University Chemistry Institute was truly strong. Zhou Yi had experience with this and handled the students flocking to him with reassurance as a priority and signing as a secondary matter. On the one hand, he prompted everyone to go back and rest, to prepare well for the experiments, while on the other hand, he didn't miss out on the theory aces. Besides, 2 unexpected people were also bothered. Somehow the information was leaked, and since the recruitment team couldn't find Li Zheng, they had to contact Yu Hong and Li Yi, eventually forcing them to turn off their phones as well. Only Ou Xingzhou and Wu Shu, who had already secured their admission early, were not bothered at all at this time. In Wu Shu's boudoir, she was sitting opposite Ou Xingzhou, with a chessboard between them. At that moment, Wu Shu hesitantly held a white piece, struggling to make a decision, looking very anxious. During her hesitation, she gently placed the piece on one of the spots. But no sooner had she made the move, she felt it was a bad decision and wanted to pick it up to choose another spot. No regrets in placing the pieces. Ou Xingzhou pressed down firmly on her hand without hesitation, and with a sweep of his arm. With a clack, he smacked a black piece down on a critical spot on the board. Ha! I win again, Ou Xingzhou laughed heartily. 17-0, the logic algorithm of the physics queen is nothing much after all. Wu Shu, frustrated, threw the white pieces she was holding back into the bowl. Having been thrashed 17 games in a row, even she was blushing now. She just pointed to the door and said, "No more playing, I am going to sleep." Ou Xingzhou, however, was still immersed in the thrill, so elated that he couldn't control himself. He teasingly leaned close to Wu Shu's face. "That's it, you're done playing? Let me just make it 20-0, I'm just an amateur 5th dan in middle school, not much of a master really. Why are you so boring, even bothering with Go rankings?" Wu Shu scratched her head vigorously, tilting her head and tightly pursing her lips, unable to look directly at Ou Xingzhou. This was probably the most humiliating moment of her life. Seeing Wu Shu's unwilling face, Ou Xingzhou grew even more excited. He unconsciously used his face art skills, with wildly arching eyebrows and a raised mouth, leaned in close to Wu Shu and said with a demonic teasing in his tone, "I've always wanted to see this expression, this envious expression of yours." Ah! Wu Shu closed her eyes, covered her ears, and shook her head wildly. "Get out, I want to sleep now, just go." Ou Xingzhou finally gave up, cheerfully dusting off his pants. "Then let's continue after the experiment tomorrow." "Continue my ass. Never, I'm never playing chess again. I'd rather play with Shi Yang and his shit than with you." "Ah? No. Wait, if you really insist, I can still play with you." "Shut up. Get out, just get out, I don't want to see you." Ou Xingzhou was quickly shooed out. The door then slammed shut with a bang. He didn't have time to explain anything. Looking at the empty corridor, he seemed to have realized something. He knocked on the door. "How about I let you win 3 stones? I don't want to hear your voice." "5 stones. Go away, just go." This night, Ou Xingzhou was destined to spend it with an unnamed bespectacled buzz-cut man who was hard to distinguish. The next day's experimental assessment, due to limited laboratory space, was divided into morning and afternoon sessions. Li Zheng drew the morning slot, while Shi Yang, Wu Shu and Ou Xingzhou all got the afternoon. They reluctantly parted ways for the time being. Morning experiments were actually a disadvantage. Because one had to wake up at 5 a.m. for breakfast. Too bad, there was no time for a morning run. In the cafeteria, when Li Zheng was dining alone in his lofty solitude, he felt something odd about his surroundings. Many people were glancing at him, whispering and pointing. It was just like how they used to look at the foolish Zhu Zizai. But the specifics of their gazes were somewhat different this time. This time, they seemed to be filled with humility and awe. Presumably, it was because of the high theory scores. Li Zheng smiled faintly and scooped a spoonful of savory tofu pudding. Being discriminated against for so long because of his outstanding looks, he had finally turned the tables. You people, have you finally realized the error of judging by appearances? As for the awe before him, it was something he had to endure. He wouldn't mind a bit more of it. After breakfast, the candidates took a bus to Liudong University. At 8 o'clock sharp, the practical examination officially began. The topic was preparation and content determination of iron, 2, oxalate dihydrate. Although Li Zheng had never dealt with this specific compound, he had done far too many similar routine experiments. It involved the same old water bath heating, vacuum filtration, drying, and so on. This was definitely within his range. Add to that yesterday's Kempo spar, his touch now could only be described as both itchy and warm. So, before the experiment started, he meditated as he had the day before, visualizing the microscopic process in his mind, while his hands moved in forms, displaying the essence of Kempo. Seeing this preparation, the two proctors' faces visibly darkened. "Teacher Wang, what is he doing?" the older proctor whispered. "I don't know, but I seem to have seen this technique before." The younger proctor's brow twitched suddenly. "Have you seen Full Metal Alchemist, Teacher Zhao?" "No, but I've seen Lord Lao Ziai of the Great Monad doing alchemy." The older proctor stroked his beard and pursed his lips. "Seems like he's trying to get a boost of luck. Should we remind him?" Better not, this ritual choice is his freedom." The younger proctor's face was full of youthful vigor. After all, alchemy is about equivalent exchange, the same principle as a chemistry experiment. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Li Zheng had thoroughly gone through the experimental process. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he got to work. The entire experiment was an old routine: measuring the product, titration for purity, filling in the report, writing a few thought questions. The two proctors in the back were getting fired up from watching. That ritual seemed to be quite effective, didn't it? Just over 3 hours later, Li Zheng had completed the entire process. After all, it was an experiment, he really had no way to check his work, so he turned in the product and report, ready to leave early. He didn't know why, but when handing in his work, both proctors looked at him with eyes also brimming with ample awe. "Doing the experiment with such grandeur, Li Zheng," the young proctor said as he labeled and stored the product, looking at Li Zheng with the expression one reserved for a kindred spirit in two-dimensional space. "You really have a bit of Edward Elric's style." The older proctor scrutinized Li Zheng's experimental report, nodding repeatedly. "Li Zheng, actually, I know a bit about Daoism's 5 elements too. Chemistry is closely related to Daoism, right? After the exams, how about we have a chat?" Li Zheng couldn't understand a thing they were saying. They were really strange. Only after the proctors gave their permission did Li Zheng complete his examination and, following the lead examiner's instructions, went to a nearby enclosed waiting room to start zoning out. Zoning out was his only option. After all, the experimental questions for the afternoon exam were the same as the morning's. To prevent leakage of exam questions, those who took the experiment in the morning were forbidden from using communication devices and from interacting with the outside world until the afternoon batch of students entered the laboratories. All he could do was zone out. Just as Li Zheng was resigning himself to waste away the hours, a pleasantly plump older sister suddenly appeared. Without a word, like an angel, she brought pencils and white paper. Then she hurriedly left. That was too marvelous. Without a second thought, Li Zheng began sketching his 227th napping position drawing. Afterward, more and more people finished their experiments and entered the waiting room. It was supposed to be a time for liberation, yet everyone became even more tense. Fervently discussing the recent experiment on one hand, they exchanged information about admissions on the other, calculating the offers they might get. In such an atmosphere, a window-side beauty absorbed in his art stood out conspicuously. Li Zheng was unaware that from that moment on, he had acquired a title to rival those of Pleasure God and Cobalt God. Beauty God. Chapter 174. Li Zheng finally got his long-missed cell phone back and entered a state of complete boredom. All the acquaintances had gone to take their experimental exams, there were no chemistry textbooks to review, and strolling outside, he found nothing but buzz cuts. Bored to the extreme, he eventually downloaded the physics competition's preliminary exam questions from the past 3 years and sneakily made his way to room 2093 to ask Zhou Chenghuan for a printer. However, Zhou Yi seemed to have gone to monitor some experiments, and the door was opened by a young auntie. "Yo," the auntie said with a squinting smile upon seeing Li Zheng, "are you here to sign a contract?" Li Zheng glared at the auntie for a long while before he remembered who she was. It should be Huang Ying from Ji University's admissions office, Teacher Huang, whom he had met during the previous deceptive contract signing with Zhou Chenghuan. Compared to their first meeting that night, Teacher Huang was dressed more professionally and conservatively, having swapped her clothes for a business-like skirt, pantyhose, and high heels, and her hair was neatly coiled up. After all, when it comes to admissions, you always need a presentable and serious person, preferably a woman, otherwise, people might suspect that the Chemical Institute is filled with Chenghuan-like guys who are always thinking about Chenghuan's boys. Having recalled her name, Li Zheng bowed respectfully. "Teacher Huang, sorry to disturb you, I was wondering if I could use your printer." "What do you need the printer for?" "I'm so bored, just want to print some papers to pass the time," Li Zheng said, scratching his head, every micro-expression revealing an unspeakable emptiness. "Didn't everyone finish their exams? Why do you still need to work on papers?" Huang Ying became more alert. "It's physics papers." Huang Ying stared at Li Zheng for a long while. It wasn't until Li Zheng showed her the physics problems that she reluctantly believed his intention and let him in. After all, he was a promising student prospect. Even though he liked art. Huang Ying also entered the room to power up the printer, took Li Zheng's cell phone, and while connecting it to the printer, she muttered, "We don't have much paper here, it's mostly for printing contracts, don't make it a habit, okay?" "Come on, Teacher Huang," Li Zheng said anxiously, "if it's not okay, should I go buy some paper?" "No, you could ask the people from the organizing committee to print," Huang Ying pointed in the direction of the neighboring room, "they have a lot of office supplies." Li Zheng pondered, "They probably dislike me, though." Hearing this, Huang Ying sighed and even felt a bit of sympathy for Li Zheng. "All right, you'll print at most 7 or 8 sets, Ji University can spare that much paper." Soon, watching the papers come out fresh one by one, Huang Ying couldn't help but ask, "Are you really trying to collect all the Dragon Ball sets?" "No, I just genuinely want to do some papers right now," Li Zheng said, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the warm exam papers. The national finals felt so frustrating. "I need to let off some steam." Seeing Li Zheng's fervor, Huang Ying instinctively stepped back. "Did you perform poorly on the exam?" "No, it's just that I'm too strong." Li Zheng picked up a physics paper. "Ordinary chemistry problems can't excite me, all that anticipation and then they give me this. Physics it has to be. I love physics." Li Zheng, take it easy." Huang Ying, who had become frightened, now sat down on the bed. "But what you're printing are the physics preliminary rounds, they can't be harder than the chemistry finals, right?" No, Teacher Huang, you don't understand the pleasure of solving problems. It doesn't come from the absolute difficulty of the question, but from the relative gap between the solver and the problem." Li Zheng tapped his head. "In other words, challenging questions that you barely overcome with all your might are the most satisfying, and if the problem is too hard or too easy relative to one's ability, it's boring." "Is that so?" "Especially right now," Li Zheng said as he watched the third set of papers being printed, already impatient to begin. "Compared to chemistry, my understanding of physics is just starting to develop, but my liking for physics is the greatest. It's as though I've intentionally abstained for a very long time, doing lots of tedious work, and now that I've finally finished the boring tasks, I've come before my beloved physics, watching its thin veil being peeled away one layer at a time right in front of me, just waiting for me to pounce on it. Do you understand that feeling, Teacher Huang?" I. Huang Ying instinctively covered herself. I guess I can sort of understand." "Thank you, Teacher Huang." Li Zheng then picked up the 3 sets of papers that had finished printing and gave a nod of thanks to Huang Ying. "I might come back to borrow the printer again, sorry for the disturbance." "No bother, take care." Once back in the dormitory, Li Zheng naturally accelerated his own pace as he tackled the practice exams. As he faced the physics problems, the long-missed sense of exhilaration finally returned. Unlike chemistry, even without special preparation for the competition, he was still able to solve many of the physics preliminaries. After all, it was the most interesting physics, which more often than not, was about brainstorming rather than rote knowledge. It's just that each problem here was slightly more difficult than the toughest question on a regular exam. As a result, Li Zheng spent a good 10 or so minutes on these 3 sets of preliminaries before he was finished. After completing all 3 sets, he was so energized that he felt somewhat exhausted. But it was a pleasant kind of exhaustion. The humiliation from chemistry had finally found its release through physics. After a short rest, he began to check his answers. Unlike the chemistry competitions, the physics competitions consisted of a unified preliminary, semi-final, and final round. Li Zheng had been working on the preliminary round, which anyone could sign up for. Typically, the top 5% to 10% of scorers would advance to the semi-finals. The semi-final round was akin to the initial round in the chem competitions, where only those who advanced could start collecting provincial Dragon Balls. Focusing on the 3 sets of preliminary exams at hand, each had a total score of 200. From the previous years, the cut-off score for advancing to the semi-finals was around 110. The average score that Li Zheng received for the 3 sets of exams was just on this line. However, he wasn't a bit unhappy. In fact, he felt great. Excellent, there are even more challenging physics problems ahead. I like physics. Therefore, that afternoon, he visited Huang Ying's room a total of 3 times. Each time was more terrifying than the last, each longer than the last, with more and more materials acquired. Although Huang Ying knew he was studying. From every angle and in her every expression, she saw only 2 words. Desperate. Have high school students these days become so oppressed by their studies? Would this guy, if he met a professor from the School of Physics, not immediately pounce and start gnawing on them? Once Li Zheng's physics seal was broken, there was simply no stopping him. It wasn't only that afternoon, but also at night, and he even slept holding physics exam papers. As a result, he paid no attention to activities like the performance coordination meetings or expert report meetings. Until one day, at some point, Shi Yang dragged him away, cursing, "Stop freaking doing problems, the final results are out." Oh! Li Zheng reluctantly put down the physics exam paper. Looking back, he realized that without knowing it, he had piled up 2 thick layers of completed exam papers beside his bed. Chapter 175. Physics, 182. Ah! I hadn't even looked at any textbooks. Just venting by doing problems, how had I improved so much? Not good, not good, this won't do. Improving too quickly, I will end up like in chemistry, unable to find difficult problems. I can't keep going like this, slower, slower, please. Time, slow down, don't make me stronger anymore. In a daze, Li Zheng rubbed his chin again. He felt the stubble. Shi Yang couldn't stand it anymore and dragged Li Zheng in front of the bathroom mirror. "Look at what you've become." Ah! Li Zheng stared at the slight stubble and naturally disheveled hair of his literary and artistic self in the mirror, slightly unable to recognize himself. Has it been so long? It feels like just a moment. It's been 2 days, Shi Yang said, rubbing his hands and raising his eyebrows. Guess what? Zhou Chenghuan was just bluffing. He recommended me last night, haha. Congratulations, congratulations, Li Zheng said, grabbing Shi Yang's shoulders. So, we can pretty much go home, right? What are you talking about? The closing ceremony is tomorrow. Shi Yang shrugged off Li Zheng, not planning to get too close. Hurry up, the 2nd floor auditorium, sign to get your score report, and check the rankings. Okay. Li Zheng quickly washed his face and tidied up. Let's finish this quickly, I need to go back to school, I want to study physics. Hey! Shi Yang slapped Li Zheng. Little brother, you're thinking too much. If you rank high, day after tomorrow you'll start national team training immediately, no leaving, just pure closed training here. Li Zheng's entire demeanor melted. No. No. I've had enough, I don't want to touch chemistry anymore. Ha ha ha, how wonderful is chemistry. Shi Yang grabbed Li Zheng, his face breaking into a demonic grin. Weren't we supposed to synthesize stink capsules together? The 2nd floor auditorium was bustling, overrun with people. It was divided into 2 main areas. In the first area, 3 tables were set up where students were lining up to sign and collect their score reports. The line wasn't very long, with perhaps a few dozen people. In the other area, 3 large boards were set up showing the nation's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd level awards, gold, silver, bronze, scores. This area was lively, with most people clustered around the gold award board, searching for their own names over and over. If they couldn't find it there, they would reluctantly check the silver award. And if not there, they had no choice but to check the bronze award. Upon entering and seeing this scene, Li Zheng got a bit irritable. Too many people, I'll go run a couple of laps and come back. Hey, you're already here. Shi Yang didn't care about that, pulling Li Zheng toward the most crowded area around the gold award. Amazingly, when these two arrived, the people around them actually made some space and even wore expressions of awe. Following Shi Yang, Li Zheng made his way to the front of the gold rankings board, and looked up. Very unexpectedly, he found his name right away. First place, Li Zheng, Lake Ying Middle School, Jiajing City. Combined score, 96.5. Theoretical score, 99.5, rank, 1. Experimental score, 89, rank, 4. Although Li Zheng knew he had done very well, he still stared at the lines of text, speechless for a few seconds. Feeling a tiny bit of surprise. And a bit of disbelief. How, had he actually, become number one in the nation? Feeling a bit sorry for those who truly loved chemistry. All I did was chew through all the market-available chemistry textbooks. And solved 7 or 8,000 problems, that's all. This came a bit too easily. The road for the strong is supposed to be full of hardships, to grow amidst adversity. But when thinking about it, the first 17 years were probably the rough times. Yet, hard work should pay off eventually, no problem with that. The only little doubt was, where did that 0.5 point go in the theory question? Could it be the fingers in the sleeping pose weren't drawn naturally enough? Anyway, I'll ask later. Li Zheng soon calmed his slightly excited emotions and continued looking down the rankings. Second place, Liao Yuhao, Chengdu No. 7 Middle School. Total score, 94. Theory score, 95.5, ranking, 2. Experimental score, 91, ranking, 3. Third place, Wei Dongyang, Xiongnan Normal University Affiliate High School. Total score, 92. Theory score, 92, ranking, 3. Experimental score, 93, ranking, 2. Fourth place, Shi Yang, City First School of Jiajing. Total score, 89.5. Theory score, 85, ranking, 9. Experimental score, 100, ranking, 1. Seeing Shi Yang in fourth place finally put Li Zheng at ease. If he had messed it up, he really would have turned into Zhu Zizai. But his theory score really tanked, even though he had a perfect score of 99 in the preliminary contest, the national first place. It's hard to imagine losing 15 points on such questions. Fortunately, his experiment was outrageously good. Looking further below, dozens of names were from those nationally famous sinister schools. Huazhong Normal University First Affiliate High, Changsha City First School, Huanan University Affiliated High, Guangrao No. 1 Middle, and so on. It wasn't until the 35th spot that another teammate appeared, Zhang Yuran from No. 18 Middle School. Shortly after, Ou Xingzhou and Wu Shu were right next to each other, securing ranks 52 and 53. After scanning through, at the very end of the gold medal table, the 102nd spot, another teammate from Jiajing No. 12 Middle School was spotted. In total, this session's 13 members bagged 6 gold medals, meeting the goals and then some. Damn, to think I could still make fourth. Shi Yang was also very surprised. I thought I wouldn't even make the top 20 with how the theory went. As soon as he said this, the respect from those around him turned into resentment. Yet, Li Zheng tapped Shi Yang on the head, that's what you get for not sleeping. I almost had a perfect score, you could have at least gotten 99. The resentment from the people around them deepened a bit. Resentment aside, everyone was still a part of the academic circle, where scores mean skill, and rankings equal status. Facing these two troublemakers, the proper courtesies were still extended. Not bad, Cobalt God. Your damn experiment got 100, are you insane? Jiajing took first place, it's your treat. Did anyone notice that the top 52 are all the same gender? Your rendezvous is not up to the mark, haha. Boss, what's the deal with Lake Ying? So far, has Cheng Huan not yet signed Beauty God? While enjoying a harmonious time, Li Zheng and Shi Yang greeted everyone with clasped hands and squeezed out to line up for signing and collecting their score reports. Crew cut guys surrounding them naturally came over to strike up conversations. No way to avoid it, they were the center of attention this time. Along with the congratulatory admiration, similar questions were also raised. Where did that 0.5 point go? Of course, Li Zheng wanted to know too. This was probably the biggest unsolved mystery in this year's chem competitions. As they chatted, suddenly a tall glasses-wearing crew-cut man barreled through. Yu's Haiqiang jogged over, pushing through the crowd, and motioned to Li Zheng and Shi Yang, "You two, come out here, quick."